assume its debt. Intersect, though, will remain operationally independent, but the deal is designed to speed up the data center and power generation capacity. We know that that is a key bottleneck for the AI build-out. The acquisition expected to close in the first half of next year, so a quick turnaround time there. Intersect will work closely with Google. They already have a working relationship. It's going to be Google's technical infrastructure team, though, which is going to be co-located at the data center and the power site, which is in Texas. And Google's already spent or committed to spending about $40 billion to Texas through 27, mostly with AI build-out. And they've, as I mentioned, Intersect has previously partnered with Google for the TP and TPG Rise Climate to develop gigawatts of U.S. power. So keep your eye out on that. Let's look at the futures here to start the morning. We're already down 0.17 on the ES March contract, guys. We closed out yesterday at 69.30. So we cleared 6,900 by some distance. We're now looking at that 50-point area as our first level of resistance. We're talking, of course, about 69.50, despite the fact that the overnight high, 69.36. As our first level of supported area, we're using 6,900. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list every morning. Adair prepares it, and we all use it. It helps you organize your day, lets you know what's running, what to prioritize, and of course, no good morning routine is complete without a good watch list. Let's start with the first topic here. On the morning rundown, Novo Nordisk shares surge after the FDA clears the first ever GLP-1 pill. It is the first oral of the like, launching with a 1.5 milligram starting dose. It's going to be It's going to be available early January. Introductory price is going to be $149 US, of course, per month. And this aligns with Washington's broader push to lower the out-of-pocket costs, making the drugs accessible and more affordable, Adair. So good luck here for Novo.
Yeah, and I think also a nice look as well for that Trump RX. I do want to talk as well about how this compares to competition, because of course, Eli Lilly, which is moving slightly lower on this news, is a major competitor here. Now, this FDA approval for Novo Nordisk does give the company a first mover advantage over competitors, including Eli Lilly. Analysts apparently saying that Novo Nordisk's clinical data does appear to be strong. Novo Nordisk, of course, super volatile. They got a new CEO this year, Mike Dustar, who said earlier today that they're certainly looking for more M&A opportunities. We know they tried to acquire Metsera. Pfizer ended up beating them out in a bidding war.
All right, guys, it should be mentioned that Eli Lilly is putting out its own pill, which has been given clearance by the FDA for a fast-tracked approval. We'll have to wait and see when they get the nod, but it is in the works, so keep an eye out for that. But Novo up nicely here to start the morning.
Yeah, Lilly's going to come with theirs, but at this point, it doesn't look like it is as effective as Novo's. If this doesn't give Novo the bottom, then I'm not sure what will. To be honest. Like it almost has to. This has to be it. Like this is the catalyst you're looking for. This is potentially giving them an advantage. This is something that they actually get at first. And on the daily chart, it would suggest that it's already found some support here. It's been a while, not forever, but it's been a couple of months. It's been above the 50-period moving average, but it's a pretty clean breakout on the daily from about $51. Like you're gapped up into that zone. Like I wrote in the note down, to look for anything into prior highs, which is in the high 50, in the high 50s to 51. But I think any dip into that range is going to be worth any kind of a reversion. And then I'll also, of course, be looking at the volume weighted average price. I think we're up 9% right now, and just given the way the market's gone and the way the trade has been the last couple of weeks, and certainly on most of these gap up names, I feel like if it's not currently going parabolic, look for some profit taking off the open. So it's that 51 area that I want to be long out in front of for Novo Nordisk. Certainly it's going to be in play today. I don't really have any, again, I'm not changing anything on Eli Lilly. To me, this wouldn't necessarily be a reason to sell. Like if you had never trimmed anything on Eli Lilly at all, then this could give you a reason to say, okay, well, it's been such a ridiculous stock, such a fantastic stock. Maybe you want to take some off here. But I'm not. I mean, I've already sold a couple times in Eli Lilly to take some profit, but it's slightly down today, but that stock is very near to its highs, its all-time highs anyways, maybe like 5% from the all-time high in Eli Lilly. But I think Novo, it's looking like it's finally found that bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Eli Lilly's only traded 3 days above its current price. So, I mean, it's it's well above here, and I'm not worried at all about this. I think it's a good thing for Eli Lilly. Like, if they got an approval for their oral, then I'm sure Eli Lilly is just knocking on the door to get that rate back as well. So, yeah, Novo Nordisk, obviously my chart's not working. It's up here at $52 and change. So up now 9% NVO. Neil told me to log out and back in. That might work. It made them worse. So now my charts are completely useless. So, yeah. Yeah, that's really good. All right, so back over to the desk.
Let's talk a little Tesla here. Canaccord, multiple analyst ratings today, but Canaccord raising the price target on Tesla despite what they're calling a near-term delivery cut. Let's talk about it. So the price target on Tesla got bumped from 482 to 551 with Canaccord maintaining the buy rating. They did, however, reduce their Q4 delivery estimate down to 427,000 cars. That is from the prior estimate of 470,000. And they're citing here sharper than expected demand slowdown across products and regions. We know Canaccord is arguing here that recent price action suggests investors, they're looking past Q4 and they're focusing instead on the improving medium-term to long-term fundamentals. Of course, we are talking about the energy business. We're talking about robotics, Optimus as well. And the firm views the end of the U.S. EV subsidies as a necessary reset that could ultimately create a healthier, more durable demand environment for these EVs. Adaras, what more can you tell us about the rating upgrades today?
I mean, they did certainly acknowledge these other issues here with the company, saying that demand does have a near-term drag. They acknowledge that, but they still believe that this reset is going to be forcing rationalization across the EV space. Apparently, the company's scale and integrated manufacturing model position it better than its peers to absorb the transition. So basically, compared to these other EV names, they are positioned a little bit better. Canaccord also talking about EV adoption in other emerging markets. I do want to mention as well here, UBS today coming out, maintaining its sell rating and $247 price target on Tesla. They're expecting the company to deliver 405,000 vehicles in Q4. That is the lowest I've seen, but it's worth noting all of the analyst targets I've seen for deliveries are lower than the consensus estimate, so this should be pretty interesting.
All right, Sean, I'm going to give you this one. Over, under. Tesla hits $500 before New Year's Eve. What do you think? Neil as well.
Over, I think it's going to be over on that one. And yeah, Neil, don't log out. The charts get worse. So
I don't trust them.
Yeah, but I would say over 500 New Year's Eve. Neil, what do you think?
New Year's, we have all week? Oh, over then. It just, close over or touch over?
Just hit it.
Then yeah, over.
What about you, Sharif? What do you think?
I'm going to have to take the betting line there.
She wants you to say it again. Ramin wants you to say it again.
Sorry, my mistake, Ram. I'm going to take over. I'm going to take the betting line with the boys. I think if you're just looking for a quick wick above $500, you get it, unless there's some big negative headline that we get from Elon Musk and company. How about yourself?
All right, let's ask someone that actually knows what they're talking about. Adara, what do you think?
Honestly, I think just based on the technicals, I have a feeling it's probably going to be until after New Year's. That being, if we even get a spike above it with those delivery numbers, I think that's probably the most likely scenario. We spike just above 400, and as Tesla usually does with deliveries, we probably give it all back.
You mean 500? Right?
There we go. Yeah, 500. Yeah. Yeah, no, we always go to Adara there. We always talk about the smartest kid in the room there. So thanks, Adara. No, Sharif, I think that's a great point as well about all these technical breaks. And I think Tesla, with all this action on there, and Sharif's big into the automotive space as well. And thanks, Adara, for that. We can maybe get Randy on here, see what he thinks as well. But I think, you know what? The more I think about this, it's like, three of us say over, Adara says under. It's just a matter of, it's just a level at this point. Like, it's only $13 away, right? I mean,
one push.
Yeah, like I think that regardless, the $500 marker will get hit. Whether or not it's in January or February or March or April. Like, I think there's a lot of positivity around Tesla right now, and I'm really glad. And it's the most recent stock that I purchased, but I like the fact that they're not talking anymore about the deliveries as much, and like these guys upgrade the stock and say, yeah, we know there's going to be light deliveries. Let's move on. And I think that's what Tesla shareholders want to hear. They want to hear some positivity about other aspects of the business because we know the story. Getting less and less in Europe, getting less and less sales worldwide. China has obviously some competition with Huawei and BYD and just different makers over there, and then even here, right? We've seen the charts of GM and Ford really start to pick up as well to the north side. So something's going on there. Ford getting rid of the F-150 EV and now going hybrid. So we know that there's potentially issues with the EV space in sales. So, you know, for me today, I've already written this down. I'm about to publish the sticky notes, so it's moments away, but this 485, it's where the 200 period moving average is. We're right here right now. It was yesterday's low. The only thing is like it's where we closed. It's here already. Like we started the day, and unfortunately my charts aren't working, but we started the day up here. We've faded back in now. So yeah, man, for me, Tesla down here around this 485 is something worth looking at. But now we have to severely wait. Like here, maybe I'll just call up my e-signal chart. Earlier on in the day, you know, we write these levels down when we were up like there at 490, right? But this is like what Tesla's been doing so far here on a 1 minute chart. So if we come over, there it is. So it's been bleeding, right? Like we first make our notes and it's at 490.50. So I'm like, okay, if we go down that $4 or $5, then that's an area that we like. Well, we already went down that $4 or $5 now. So now patience is going to remain king, as it always should with Tesla. Wait for it to give yourself a little bit of a look. Yesterday we were very interested in the pre-market tops and bottoms, so we started looking at this at VWAP and at the 200 period, but it just didn't even give us a chance to get out. It just went all the way to the downside. Then we finally had a little bit of a bump there, and then we actually caught the bottom, but stopped out because we had just gotten so many stop outs all the way down that I was like, I'm not going to let this bleed through that low. And of course, it does go about $1 lower. So, you know, generally speaking, I would have held that, but just too much emotional damage from this move down. So now we'll just be patient and wait and see. And now that we zoom back out, man, maybe it is 2 days ago's close in and around 480 that we have to wait for. So I still like the call. I like the upgrade today. You know, it's moving down with the market. So I would say patience with Tesla, and then it'll get going. It'll get going at some time today, right? I don't think this is like a tank day for Tesla here, but been wrong before.
Speaking of it'll get going, I'm going to wait for 10 o'clock. If I execute on Tesla before 10 o'clock, then I'm done. I think it's doing something wrong for myself. Just I'm looking at the up days. So yesterday would classify technically as a mostly up day, but if you didn't have it right in the original breakout, this is about 10 o'clock when it bottoms out and starts running. You get a down day there, but on this up day, it's a bit of a dance. You can see some consolidation, and then this is after 10 o'clock. It's a 10:15 candle. It makes a bottom and starts surging. And then you go to this up day. So it breaks early, fades back in heavily, and then after 10 o'clock, again, the 10:15 candle is the bottom, and then it goes. And you see this sort of pattern over and over again, where even on the days where it breaks out early, the dip usually resolves itself a bottom after 10 o'clock. I think that's sort of the idea. With it trending down, look for that after 10 o'clock bounce play. And it might not be at a clean level. Like it might be at this it could be at 480, it could be at 475. I'm just going to be a little more time-based with Tesla here today. The chips, on the other hand, they do have some distinct levels. At least the second one on that list does, NVIDIA and AMD.
NVIDIA's H200 and AMD's MI308 now available for export to China. Analysts, specifically Raymond James, weighing in on what we could expect in terms of earnings effects. So Raymond James analyst Simon Leopold, he has a bullish scenario here for AMD, which he feels could deliver $500 to $800 million in incremental AMD revenue, translating to about 10 to 20 pennies EPS on a non-GAAP basis. Market chatter centers on China-compliant accelerator demand tied to Alibaba. We reported to you guys on this yesterday, with estimates possibly here being in the range of 40 to 50,000 MI308s possibly ordered by Baba. At a midpoint assumption, Leopold Knowles, about $15,000 ASP, that's the price of the MI308, could imply about $675 million in China-specific revenue, likely, though, spread across multiple scenarios. He also gave us a look here at NVIDIA. The opportunity is materially larger, he says here, with $7 billion up to $12.5 billion in potential incremental revenue if the China shipments resume. That revenue would equate to about 15 to 30 pennies in non-GAAP EPS for 26. It involves possibly tens of thousands of units initially, with longer-term volumes reaching almost, guys, 500,000 units over time. Not a bad look here, Adair.
I think it's also really worth noting specifically for NVIDIA because, of course, as mentioned in the note there, this is materially larger than what we're seeing with AMD. $7 billion to $12.5 billion in revenue, plus the growth NVIDIA is already experiencing. We know that NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has said as of late that if they do get to sell in China, that'll be like a nice surprise, right? They generally assume no China revenue. So the way that this could impact their quarter cannot and should not be understated, I don't think, here. But again, there are still a lot of issues here and question marks with the ongoing tensions between China and the U.S. We had some comments here about potential tariffs being placed on Chinese semiconductors by the U.S. That came up from the U.S. Trade Representative around 9 a.m. today. Then we also, of course, have the Chinese government even allowing their companies to use these chips in the first place. So lots of question marks still, but good luck if it comes to fruition.
Yeah, guys, just recall that back in 2023, China was 20% of NVIDIA's revenue. It is now down to 0, according to Jensen.
There's no question about the potential effect on both their balance sheets, AMD and NVIDIA. No question about that. But yesterday we got that Alibaba headline for AMD specifically, and if you bought into that one, then
emotional damage.
We actually had that key. No, that was one of the nastiest. I mean, look, lots of stocks had pullbacks yesterday. AMD's off of that high. This time yesterday, AMD was pressing into the high, pressing into 220, and the first candle on the 15 minutes just dropped at $5, and it never recovered. I mean, it was about as, like, you don't see very many candles like this, where effectively the entire day was the first 15-minute candle going 220 to $15, and then 15 just held the line. It was then 15 to 13.5 the rest of the session. $1.50 range on AMD, less than a percentage point for the whole day outside of that initial move. So that 215, I mean, that stands out obviously as far as I'm concerned. If we're not getting back above 215, got to be bearish. Like, this is where we settle down after that Alibaba headline, which is supposed to be positive. Now, some of that might have to do with the big rally that we had the prior on Friday. Maybe that had just gone too far, and so therefore you weren't going to rally anymore on that headline. So I'm looking at 215 on AMD. The only other chip name on my mind is I said yesterday, like, Intel was one of those. It's been trending down every single day, like stair-stepping down. So the next time it goes into a resistance, like pops into resistance, got to have it. You got 37.5 here. You even have like a 37 level. But those two I'm looking fade, specifically AMD in that 215.
Yeah, we have, it's actually, I just have put the sticky note out right now, so I was just waiting to get that through here, and I actually have AMD. I didn't even realize AMD was going to be on the watch list there, but it's on right here. And I have the short, 214 to 215 right there. Very weak pre-market action, and can't catch a bid. We're just going to play the weakness right there. So it's out. I'll put this, you can go find it at Trader TV, Sean. Actually, I'll just paste it and put it in there in a second. But yeah, for me, for AMD, it's just going to be a short. It's been short all morning. So why not, man? It's only $3 away from here. See if we can get this back up into this area. Yesterday's closing price. So I'm going to be shorting this name between 214 and 215. AMD on my mind for the short. NVIDIA could be kind of same way, but unfortunately, NVIDIA, it's down here. Like I told you, like my charts are not even loading. So, but right down in there, 182 and change right there for NVIDIA. So yeah, you know what? My analysis is going to be useless. My charts don't work. So let's go back over the desk.
Zim was up 13% plus in the aftermarket trading yesterday, trading now a little bit above 7% here in the pre-market after the company confirmed it has received multiple proposals from strategic parties as part of its ongoing review of strategic alternatives. Management here indicated the process is now in the advanced stage, which is signaling that outcomes could extend beyond, the exploratory discussions. The review here that we're talking about includes potential sales scenarios, capital allocation changes, and return of capital options. Adara, the CEO here, Eli Glickman, he's involved in some way.
Yes, so this was actually something we already knew about. We heard this reported a while ago, but now Zim actually disclosing they did receive, in fact, a revised proposal from an entity controlled by their CEO, Eli Glickman. This also involves shipping executive Rami Ungar. Basically, the board determining the offer undervalues the company, and so they actually formally rejected the offer. Now, what's interesting here is we also had earlier reports suggesting that Hapag-Lloyd had actually submitted an offer for Zim. Now, if that is true and if that comes to fruition, we're really going to see some consolidation within the shipping industry, guys.
This is interesting, guys. Endless saying multiple proposals are in play, and that could lead to a higher acquisition price. What are your thoughts on Zim?
Have a potential to get like multiple proposals in there. It does set it up for like the potential dip buying, and obviously, just because a stock is potentially getting bought, by the time it gets announced, like keep in mind, Zim is up 50% since the beginning of November. So in like a month and a half, it's gone up 50% from here. So in reality, you can sometimes get a situation where a deal comes in and you don't even get, either you don't get much appreciation, like there was a company yesterday, like CWAN, where by the time the deal got announced, like the rumors have been out there, went another 8% up. So there wasn't much to be had because it was already up like 30, 40%. And Zim's kind of made that move. So don't get your hopes up that like premiums 30, 40%, you see it all the time. That's not always the case when the stock has already run up into it. But with a couple of people potentially bidding, it does make it somewhat interesting. I'm gonna like Novo as something breaking out and displaying a similar pattern more than Zim today. And that's just based on volume. Zim, much less volume, and it's trending down in the pre-market. So let it find a base. Once it does so, that's a little more interesting when all you have here is Novo's got something with their news. Here, you just have speculation that there could be a deal at an unknown price. So I think in that situation, you're looking for it to catch a bit of a bid, and then it becomes more of like a swing target than anything else over a day trade.
We have a little look here at the imbalance locator. We have Novo, of course, as a buy 1 million shares. And then not much else going on right now, right? I mean, under 200,000, maybe some, I don't know, there's CRM down here. As a sell, of course, but yeah. So for me, I just want to say like Tesla right here just bounced off of our post of 485. So I just want to say like that's a level. I mean, maybe it got lower. I'll have to check other charts, of course, but into this area for Tesla. Just to think like we have 10 minutes to go. Those of you that are getting lined up, man, I'm trying to short AMD. I'm trying to go long Tesla. I actually like a short in the TQQs as well. So this could be a trade that eventually builds out for us here on the TQQs. So shorting this one, I wrote down here 54.50. So it's going to have to get into this area. I think that's possible, right? I mean, 75 cents away from here. So should be an exciting open with only 10 minutes to go. I have like a pretty good headache here, so I'll be talking in this monotone for most of the day. Do I like SMCI at this level? Yeah, good call. Let's have a quick little look at SMCI. I mean, the answer really, I don't really love any AI-related names too much at these levels, but wow, SMCI on the daily chart. Let me pull this down on another charting platform so we can see this just a little bit better. This, of course, is E-Signal. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good question, and I think it's a reasonable level. I mean, I was saying that I don't like too many AI names, but honestly, this name has already gotten beat up, and it's well underneath the 200-period moving average. You don't really want to get involved on things until you start to trend higher and start to break a little bit higher. So I'd like to see a few more higher highs coming in on the daily chart. So like I'd like to take this level out there, $36. And I think if we do that, then you clear out some of this most recent garbage and then get back to the upside. But yeah, as far as like buying, I think you mentioned 25 shares. Like, is that going to be your total position? Because if so, I don't think there's anything wrong with buying 10 right here at this level. Because if you're really thinking about SMCI, the 52-week low is 25. So you're not even too far away from that right there, and that goes all the way back to the beginning of the year. So yeah, man, I like SMCI here. I think if you're looking at SMCI, maybe buy a bit of them and a bit of Dell maybe, and then that way, you're in the space, and if things work out, you got both of them, and if not, maybe you got one for two. So SMCI and Dell, I think is a good one right there. Yeah, I do have some water here, and I switched over to lemon-based tea as well, so we'll be fine. SMCI right now down 1%, so still. That might be a good one to short today with only 8 minutes to go. So, all right, guys, back over the desk. A couple more names. Oh, only one more. Reddit. Oh, I love Reddit.
Reddit, good look today. Sean Needham reiterating the buy rating on Reddit and boosting the price target to $300. He elevated the stock to its 2026 top pick, and he's adding it to the firm's conviction buy list that replaces Roku, by the way. The call reflects growing confidence that Reddit's differentiated data and ad products can drive sustained growth beyond, the near term. And here's the deal. So Needham really likes Reddit's 100% human-generated content, critical, guys, for large language models, so it's not recycled or synthetic data. Also, Reddit's generating over $100 million annually just from AI data licensing fees with their partnerships with OpenAI and Google, and analysts expect that to actually double as the deals with Anthropic and Perplexity scale, Adara. So not a bad look here for Reddit.
Also worth noting here, Needham really liking it in the context of other stocks it covers as well, calling Reddit the fastest growing company within the universe of the stocks they cover, specifically citing monetization as opposed to pure growth as the reason they like this. They're talking about a lot of performance ads as well. We know ads in the social media space are companies like Meta and Snapchat as well. It's going to be really important. Needham saying that advertisers get full funnel solutions through this performance ads function of Reddit. So good look here for RDDT, and Needham expecting this will be even better next year.
All right, guys, we're still down 0.2%, but we've definitely put in some support here at $200, trying to work through that 250.
Don't know if today is going to be the day for Reddit, but I like them, and I certainly like the fact that they're key to AI training. I think that's going to be an important aspect of their business. They offer a little something. They have a little something going on that makes them very unique for the training of those models. That said, bust through 240 today. It's already slightly weaker than the market on a low volume day, and as the market's bouncing, it's not really moving. Oh, well, I might not. Okay, it's sort of updating in there, but it's not really moving too far off that low. And it's 240 that it has to break through on the daily to get even a little bit more interesting. So I think you wait for if you're impatient 50 period, or if you're very patient the 200 period moving average, or a blend of both as a dip buyer. This is one that I want to get into next year. I don't know that I already want to buy it, but certainly a name that I want to get into. I've never been an owner of Reddit. It's a little frothy up here, so I don't necessarily want to be buying it up at tops. Kind of waiting for the next available pullback in Reddit, to be honest with you. And as for, like I said, for the day trade, this is not going to be a day trade. We'll go to Sean, but then we got to talk some crypto, because I think if you looked at what moved yesterday, that's something that we'll definitely get into before we get to the open.
I'm making an orange over here, the orange that Randy gave us a couple days ago, so we'll have some good vitamin.
I forgot about mine.
Have some good vitamin C here. Don't want Obi doing too much double duty. I'll have the orange in a second. Yeah, look, man. I mean, look, 6-8 months ago, I was saying the exact same thing about Reddit. So I'm glad that. I mean, it's not unbelievable that that's moving. I mean, I said I really liked it for the large language models. A lot of people trust Reddit for the information there. They have the moderators and things like that. Yeah, so I think that trade, like I was saying, 6-8 months ago when we finally broke out through there, down at 150, 160, I think it was a really good one. You know, we've had these tops, 270 or so. We're trying to figure out if we want to break above 240, and I think that that's the key there. You're holding the 50-period moving average. We came in there, bounced nicely off the 200, took out the 50, bounced nicely off the 50 again. So yeah, to me, this is very conservative and very constructive, and working higher for Reddit. So yeah, I mean, you know, good upgrade. I think it makes a lot of sense there. And the only thing that I was always worried about with Reddit was sort of the PEs. But I mean, again, remember, it's not, I always have Marvell up here. It is a relatively new name in the market. I mean, its market cap is just 44 billion. It's not even too outrageous for someone to come in and think about even buying them. But their forward PE right here is 68. And their current P 107. So I think for a growth stock, I don't think that's necessarily out of line or anything like that for their valuations. But I think Reddit is, you know, it is a buyout candidate. I just don't know if the FTC or whoever will let someone come in and take these guys out. But yeah, I really like Reddit for all the information that they have. And I don't know if they want to be bought out anyways. Probably good to keep this name a little private. But yeah, with only 4 minutes ago, I was going to call up the imbalances, but you have them. And did anything change? Or?
Not really. I mean, Novo's a buy of 500,000 shares. You got QBTS, D-Wave's a sell of 200,000 shares. So pretty light. StockS 170. Hey, Peloton, 150,000 stuff,
okay.
But nothing really big. Which means 928. Maybe we'll check back in and find a little something more. But two things which moved yesterday and have been moving. Let's be real. Bitcoin's been moving sometimes a little bit more violently than the market, and certainly we'll talk about metals in a quick little second. That also have. But if we looked at I keep trying to get rid of this and then accidentally open that pop-up there. You know, we've been trending down on Bitcoin, and yesterday in the afternoon, it really fell off when it lost the 88,000 level, which is turning into resistance. Like, we're all of a sudden just sort of consolidating under 88,000. And as long as that's the case, then I want to be shorting pops. Now, obviously, we got close enough that probably should have had that top at 51.5, but if you work down, I like 50.60 on IBIT. That's if we break 88,000. If we never break 88,000 and we just consolidate early, then I want to try to get involved. And then when it trends like yesterday, the second it starts making lower highs on the 15-minute, then I'm jumping in as well. Maybe it'll be VWAP, maybe it'll just be playing off of those lower highs. But the trend has been weakness in IBIT, even if you have to be a little patient with it in the first 15 to 20 minutes of the day. Well, pretty much everything you've had to be. But then after that point, it shows itself when it puts in that lower high, and then the structure becomes a little bit more clear. So I'm looking bearish in IBIT. And then if we're talking about the metals, yeah, silver pull back into prior high. The frustrating thing about silver is it didn't break the trend until 2:30 yesterday. It was all slightly down and just couldn't really break that trend. So you waited all day for it to break a trend line, and it didn't do so till the afternoon show. So any dip, either wait forever all day for the perfect setup where it breaks the trend, or wait for it to pull back into prior high, which is about $1 away. So a lot of patience for that for silver, but yeah, I'll be shorting Bitcoin at some point today. If it's 50, 60 in IBIT, great. If not, if it never gets there, I gotta find my way into the trend.
All right, only a minute and a half left before we open. All right, so Tesla, just to get you guys going with what I'm looking at right here. Tesla is on the comeback right now, and so that's nice. So we had that nice little bottom created there around that 485, which is the post that we had up. That's yesterday's low. So looking to see if Tesla can bounce off that. We're looking long. The only name we're looking long today, Tesla, for early on anyways. We're looking short AMD, so that if we can get up to 214, we'll see if we do like that. 214 to 215. We're looking for Netflix. We didn't really talk about Netflix there today other than earlier on. That low is 92.50. We'll see if we can get down about $1. We'll try that. Yesterday we tried Netflix, or maybe was it yesterday? I think it was $93. It broke right there at the end of the day. Yeah, I guess we must have tried it because yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was the day before. What day is today? No, it must have been yesterday. Today's only Tuesday. So yeah, Netflix down there at $93. Anyways, I like that level, but let's just see about a little bit lower with only 15 seconds left. And then the TQQs, see if we can get a short on the NASDAQ around yesterday's closing price as well. And here we go. The opening bell is now on. So good luck to everybody here today. And as per usual, I'm just waiting. I think it's brought to you by today, Beta Pro by Global X. So thank you to them for their continued sponsorship. And here we go. After an expected GDP number, just a little bit higher, we'll see if the market can now appreciate, which it's doing right now big time. What a move right there in the NASDAQ, right off the open, man, right to VWAP. This goes. I obviously question my lines right now because the charting, but there goes TQQs, probably Tesla's. Is it 500 yet? And 492 right there, boom. Nailed that bottom, but wasn't gonna take that in the pre-market anyways. And then AMD probably motoring as well, right up to our short levels. So everything's starting to come through right now to the long side. Congratulations, everybody bought those dips, but the trading is just getting started. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here. 415, maybe we'll short on AMD, but I'm not gonna take this right now, man. This just broke higher through 214.
I'll tell you what did not bounce with the market right there. Bitcoin went literally nowhere, still at 87.6 and looking incredibly weak. Novo Nordisk was making some moves obviously gapped up. It is bouncing. I can trust this VWAP because it looks perfectly fine to me. Broke the highs and immediately coming right back in. So just want to be careful. The NASDAQ shot green and instantly into overnight highs.
Oh yeah.
We're right into overnight highs, and that was also resistance the day before. So it feels like that could be a crazy, crazy thing to want to chase up there. So I'm not chasing this move. No way, no how. I got eyes on Novo. The fact that Bitcoin is not moving, that'll make me like the short a little bit better, to be honest with you. Is IBIT not going anywhere. AMD almost got to 15 even.
Yeah, oh yeah, we're short AMD. So this is the only trade that I have on right now.
It did get there.
It's right at this level. Looks like it's going to break. The spread is like 30. There it goes. Oh no, went downside. We just got to fill downside. I was going to say the spread right now is quite large on AMD. So it's 20 cents. Like how often do we see that? So we just take a bid there. So we're short AMD. Obviously, it's a posted level that we had up there on our note. So let's wait to see what happens here. Now short AMD, a decent sized position for your boy over here. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on JT AI. This company is called Jet AI. They had some news this morning saying they signed a term sheet to form a joint venture with Q2 Express to develop a 50 MW data center campus on roughly 20 acres in Nevada. IONQ also on watch finalizing a deal with South Korea's Kitse to develop a 100 qubit Tempo 100 system. So IO and Q balancing here, finalizing this deal with a South Korean entity. Back to you.
214. So we put on a decent sized position there. It came right into our level. So I'm already out of a third of AMD.
Yeah, I just took some out there as well at 214.5. 213.5 is going to be the target for myself. So it got to 15. That was all afternoon where it resisted. VWAP's going to be good on this chart as well. Just for anyone out there, if you're looking at our charts, or at least I can tell you specifically for my charts, a few of them are going to have some missing data, and the volume weighted average price will be way off. I've already seen a couple where it's a complete mess, but this one looks good. So I'm looking at 213.5 for an exit as the market went right to that overnight high and turned around on an absolute dime. You had Tesla at 292. That's real. This wick is real. This is one where VWAP is wrong. Right back into 492, and then right back into 488. So that's going absolutely ham as we speak. AMD just, there's that top. As soon as we were getting out at 214.5, 214 or 40 actually, it's now breaking out that top. But I'm throwing my stop at that prior high, and I'm not looking back as AMD just blasts to the upside. In the same moment that I showed you guys Tesla breaking down, AMD decides it wants to break up. So that's the kind of market we're in. Still going to be looking at that Bitcoin short. I was wanting to short pops in Bitcoin, but it is not popping at all in that monster candle. Okay, well, you can have decoupling works both ways. That's the thing. You want Bitcoin to decouple, but sometimes it's not necessarily a positive thing when the market is strong early on.
All right, man. Yeah, we actually did fine on AMD. We have a couple outs down there, and then eventually it broke. So we lose 25 cents on that one, but we did take more, obviously, than 25 cents a couple times. And we have some 214.50s, 214.15s right there. But I do have another position right now, and it's just, they're all just coming in, and I don't necessarily want to be in so early. So we're just going to wait to see what winds up happening, but we're going to go short on the market right here. It does pop into the level, and we posted it up on the note. So I want to always take them, but it's just a matter of what timing is like right there. So here we go on the TQQs, 54.50 area. We'll have to wait to see what Tesla's doing. I assume that that's breaking higher. So it's in that area right now. We did, no, what was it? It was 491, 492. I don't know what it is now.
It's at 88.
Okay, so it's breaking lower. Okay, good. So there it goes. So there goes the TQs. Let's see what that winds up doing right now. Hopefully the short can print for this, but we're going to get out if it breaks through the highs again. So just trying this. We tried this yesterday on the long, and it didn't work out for us. We had to be a little bit more patient. So yeah, we're still in it right now. We'll wait to see if we get a little bit more short against that recent local high right there for the NASDAQ. Yeah, good idea getting out of AMD as that's, really starting to rip up a little bit there. We had Netflix 92.50 and then the TQQs and Tesla. So yeah, Tesla there. I mean, this is exactly what it did yesterday. We said that. This is the exact same move. And then we fell down $12. So 92, so that would put us into 480. So this move, don't be too surprised. This is what Tesla did yesterday. And then around 950, it completely dropped in. This day it happens a little earlier on that drop, but there's that huge move up, and then there's the drop right back in. Yesterday we bought this sort of dip into the 50 period. We did not do that here today. So I'm just going to be short the market until it breaks out the top, which potentially it's trying to do soon. Right here, 54. I'll get a little bit more here at 49s, which is right now. And now we just wait, man. We're waiting for that top to break. And look, if the market gets going, the market gets going. I mean, I think this is well worth a shot right here. It's 936. A lot of the volume is going to come in early, and that's what's happening now. So let's see if and when this dissipates, if the market does fall back.
What's dropping? Hard. Silver is dropping.
Silver, okay.
All the way, SLV, I should say. You know what? Some people are like, yeah, that's not spot silver. Okay, fine. It's SLV, the ETF. That's what I'm watching. But it's almost all the way back into yesterday's highs. As the market rages higher, this is trying to pull back. So this, 62.8 is going to be the level we're looking for. Am I getting IBIT? All right, I'm like a couple of cents away here on IBIT. Also grab that one to the south side. So looking for a bounce off prior lows, but this is falling like an absolute rock as we speak. So I guess it's a little bit of a rotation again. Could be what's happening here as some of the metals looking weak and the market looking strong. IBIT just lost VWAP. It's in a consolidation, so I'll short the consolidation to the prior high. that simple. This is not, it's not going up with the market. So if it doesn't go up with the market, then, well, there's only two directions it can go. It can either not move, it's a possibility on today, or we can head to the downside on Bitcoin, which looks like it's going to be the case. Tesla's still kind of diddling all over the place, but look at Alphabet.
Yeah.
Alphabet going, that's the orange.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, what the heck? I'm not used to smelling orange in the morning.
Good old orange.
No, Alphabet looking incredibly strong. That's what's seemingly leading the market that isn't the chip name. I look up, AMD's still at 216, so that 15 level is come and gone. Oh, give me a break, IBIT. Bitcoin is not showing any signs of a bounce. I don't want to be chasing this move. Let me go look at BMNR here, because that's always another something that you can have if we're head to the downside. And BMNR is going to be one of the charts that I have no data on. So apologies there. Like
if you haven't called it up, it's no.
Oh, that's
data.
right. Like if I haven't looked at a stock yet, it's going to be an issue. So BMNR, yeah, sorry about that chart, guys. It's got no data on it, but it is at the lows and down 4% as well.
All right, we're not going to apologize too much for this market because it's kind of just doing what we sort of thought it may do today, just drift around a little bit. We are now got a decent trade on here as we get out now of 10% of our Qs. We're going to wait for 54.25 as well. Just play off this 200 period moving average right there. If it does drop into that, we'll take another 10% out, and then we'll see if we can, make a little bit of money here on the short today. But it might be range bound, and honestly, if it is, I mean, here, these charts today, I don't know, but here's what the TQs look like. So far here this morning on a 5-minute chart. So it's just, so what I was saying by range bound, I mean, it could take out the top, and if it does, we're out of there. I mean, I'm not going to hold it all the way up into yesterday's top, just because if we drift higher, I may use this level to short again if it does, manage to break through that top. But now it's 940, so I feel like we have enough data in right now. The market's definitely not falling back in, but if it does, there's VWAP. So this is where we're trying to get out, 54.25, sorry. But if it does fall back in and it is a little range bound-ish, then we should come back into 54. So that's kind of where I feel like the risk to reward on this trade is very much in my favor. So this is why we're taking that. So hopefully it does make that move down. And hey, if it takes out the top, it takes out the top. Like yesterday we had a downside drift, right? I mean, if this is the Qs, and we just talked about it right now, we did have a move down, came back up, and then right around this time, around 950 is when basically the whole market pretty much, and look, today's not yesterday, so the whole market kind of just drifted lower, and we never even saw the sort of tops that potentially we just put in right now. So I just think it's worth the risk. I mean, if this gets blown out to the top side again, then fine, but I'm trading, because of where the stock is right now, I have like that 4 or 5 units that I want to have on this, so it's fine. I have about double the shares I had in AMD on this play right now, so looking for it to work out. But again, with that many units, you do have to have a tighter stop, so I'm going to use the top of the day. So if we break through 54.60 or so, then we're going to get out of that one. But yeah, so far so good, just trying to hold on to this short. So yeah, that's what we're doing right there. And we can look at some other names, Hi-Ho, things like that as we continue to go.
Oh, silver is still making moves. Well, it's trying to make a little bit of a bounce. Whoa, that was a heck of a reversal. So I was trying, look at the topping tail candles in AMD. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
3 in a row topping tails. It goes right back underneath that prior support level of 215, or resistance level of 215, I should say. And then an instant reversal. Oh, that's that 214 bottom. That's where the buyer is, and he's still there. So I want to be able to get that. I finally got into IBIT as it bounced higher. And that's frustrating, because I have called up silver, and yet one of my silver charts is not participating. So, oh, this one's fine. Silver is still heading lower, right back into this bottom at 62.8 on SLV. So I'm just looking for a higher low. If it can hold a higher low, going to try to jump into that one for the long side of the trade. So IBIT, we're finally into IBIT. And then AMD, jump back in effectively at the same place. But the buyers, remember yesterday's afternoon range? It spent 2.5 hours essentially in a $1.50 range here, 215 half to 214. So I expect that range is going to hold. I don't expect, well, my first look is that range will hold. For Bitcoin, I'm looking trend down. So we're short at VWAP. We'll give it to the prior bar high here, which is like 49.75, and then just look for this to be a short all day like it was yesterday. If it breaks that high, then I get out and look for a re-entry. But I'm only looking one direction in Bitcoin for now.
Yeah, I like that AMD short there. We should have probably stayed with that instead of gone over to the futures, but we're happy with the futures trade. But okay, there goes, again, like my chart's not working for high ho, but up to 138 right now in trying to get a little bit higher onto that one. Let's just go back over quickly.
Mine is what I have data for high.
Yeah, because I know, because I reset my computer, which is stupid. My platform there, 488, 487 now coming into play there for Tesla. So we'll wait to see where that one winds up going right now. So we've covered up our whole loss on AMD with this Qs trade right now. So, we'll be flat right now on the day. But yeah, waiting out for Tesla. And we wrote down 480. I mean, the range that we put down for Tesla was 485 to 487. So we're right in that range right now. We just actually tipped down. Like, I'm going to be pissed off again probably, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening. Because I'm still short the NASDAQ, so I don't necessarily need to go necessarily long on Tesla. But that was 485.50 bottom. So, like, if we're following our notes again, we should have taken that trade, but we're not there yet. I'm trying to let this market settle down a little bit, and let's just wait to see. I'm not sure this Tesla trade is going to work out. I mean, nice move up to 492, and then the fade back in. So let's just, if you're going to go long, I would say there's still some chances that it does revisit, obviously, down about another buck 50 or so into the day's low of 485. And the only reason I like the trade because we bounced clean off there yesterday, and then you had like your $10 or so right back to the upside, where we looked at 500 again and got to 497 before falling back there right at the end of the day, like collapsing all over itself. So, all right, AMD not doing much there, TQ's not doing much, Tesla maybe the one that's doing everything, and then Bitcoin like 87.4. Yeah, maybe energy's going.
XOM's up, and that's what, I haven't looked at that stock either. So unfortunately, it's going to be missing data, but it is up and it is breaking out a little bit here. So you are seeing energy show some signs of strength. This is XOM, good day yesterday. You want to look to things that were strong the day before sometimes if you're looking for volatility or movement. One of those names for me, CCL, that's a false breakout. So I don't like that initial setup when you fail to breakout. So it has to hold 32 on the way back in. So I'll allow this to retest 32, but that's about it. It doesn't look like a continuation play to me. Either it's going to cleanly hold above the prior close, and then you just look for the trend, or it's going to have to bounce off some kind of a support level. But CCL, as strong as it was yesterday, distinctly different in heading in the other direction. I've just noted a couple of things. One, Intel's weaker than AMD by a lot. So this is the AMD move. Secondary move, good. Intel's move off of the open, all the way back to the bottom on that initial push. So it's percentage-wise, it's about the same, but effectively, it looks a little bit weaker to me, for sure. Jeremy, why did you buy more IBIT? I'm short on IBIT, Jeremy. So I'm short on IBIT. Looking to be short pretty much in front of the volume-weighted average price. Nibbled in at 59, added pretty much right at VWAP. I have an offer when it wicked the high here at 65, but seeing as that's probably not going to fill, I'm just going to short these lower highs on IBIT. My plan of action is to be net short this. You saw this in spades yesterday, how IBIT, or Bitcoin I should say, was just much weaker than everything else in the market. It trended down the whole day, even when the NASDAQ was going up. Bitcoin was just trending down. So that's what we're looking for today. But no, I didn't add to it long. I've only been short.
All right, yeah. I think that's, I don't know what's going to be the right play there today, but I do know that we did nail AMD and just got out of it. There it goes all the way to the downside right now, breaking through 214. So, the levels, I put it back at 215.50, but we didn't get filled there. And instead, we're just waiting for the NASDAQ to take out the top. Like, we have the short of the day, but not in it. So, all right, TQQ, AMD, Netflix. Let's go have a quick look at Netflix right now and see what they're up to. All right, we had like 92.50 area, and I just put that down there because it was the low. So, yesterday we got into 92.99. That 9250 is like the ultimate. I just was thinking that if it gets into those areas, we might want to start looking and maybe tapping out if and when Netflix gets into that motion, but it's not looking like it wants to do it right now. NFLX, they got to get it on a different chart, guys, because honestly, this is starting to become a problem. All right, here's our 30-minute chart for Netflix. And so down into here, that's 9250. It goes all the way back to the 10th. So, good little level there for Netflix. The real runner today is Alphabet. I mean, Alphabet is absolutely motoring to the upside. Wow, good for you, Alphabet. I mean, this is definitely helping the NASDAQ stay afloat today. That is for sure. Oh, yeah, I haven't looked at this yet today. So you can't see exactly how epic. That's okay, I have it right here. This is what Google looks like right now. Bang! This is a 5-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and still extending. We're just getting another bump higher here into Google, now 314 and change, and wow, what a name there. Daryl, what was the news on Google? I know there was some data center.
They made a acquisition.
Yeah, but... This acquisition was from 11 a.m. yesterday. It's only in the watch list because there wasn't too much to talk about. There's no other news that I have seen.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why it wasn't really even on my radar there today, and there it goes, man. And looking to see maybe well, it's already above, so 316, well, it's not above, but this is where we're looking right here, 316, 315 for an area potentially where this thing could stop. I don't know if it's going to or not, but into that area could be something there. As we get a little bit of movement today, and I don't know if we were expecting it on Google like that, so nice aggressive move. It looks like we are moments away here from taking this stop out on the market. I don't even know.
Amazon's also flying, by the way.
Okay, yeah, that would be why. I mean, the NASDAQ is super hot.
Yeah, Amazon's up 1.4 here. Just going to double check some of these. We're going to talk about the Mag 7 names here. Apple was getting shredded, but bounced off to 69.5 and right back up to some highs. But it's not breaking out the way the others are. Meta, just to go through.
I went back
some
in.
of these
I don't know.
names. Okay, well, I have every single Mag 7 name I got data on except for Meta. Again, it is what it is. You guys have already sort of seen that issue take hold. But Tesla had not been participating. It's now trying to break out. So this is starting to look a little bit stronger. I have my eyes on Intel just because it's weaker than the rest of the market. Like if I'm thinking something short, this is underneath VWAP, looking for this to press. And they lose the volume weighted average price here. Don't just bust through and then I'm standing in front of a moving freight train. It's that or silver, which is still trying to form bottom. It's filled the gap. That's a real wick from what I could tell. I have it on multiple charts that we actually had a wick bottom into the prior high on SLV, and it's trying to put in a higher, I guess it'll be a nice little higher low is what I'm looking for. That's the term I'm looking for on SLV at about 63 even. So I'm likely to take my first shot if this second bar closes above.
All right, I did. It looks like, I don't know if it's going to be a wick top or not, but I just thought that right there we touched out a little bit at 63s, 64s. So I did get back in, well, I didn't get out of it all, but I did get back into some more there. I didn't get out of it all, but I did buy some more in when I saw that it looked like potentially we started to move the other way. And part of that was honestly Google just got faded a little bit right as soon as we got punched out. Some of the names that had got us up here started to fall back in. So I'm not just trading this all blind. Like I'm looking, I have other stocks up on my screen over here to see what exactly is going on in the markets. AMD is still at that 214 and change. Okay, here we go. Now we're starting to get back to reality here, hopefully a little bit with this play. So
back to life,
yeah, back to life, back to reality, yeah. So a couple outs there again on the TQs. Looks like we might have got stopped out near the top, hopefully near the top of that level, which is why we got back in. 112 right now for Disney. Wow, I mean, I have to just apologize. Like the charts, basically, if you haven't called it up, it's not going to be good for us. I just wanted to look at Disney because I thought it was a little bit up, but again, not accurate there. Pretty much doing nothing. Yesterday, Disney, like this is why I was looking to make a move here early on the stocks, because yesterday, like we had some big moves in the first 30 minutes and then it kind of just fizzled out the rest of the day, right? So this is just one example here with Disney. And then I wanted to look at Apple at 270, right? That was going to be another play here today. So here's Apple at 270. it hits it and then just now ripping back to the upside. So this is not going to help out that short position. But we did get some more covers there in the 40s, low 40s. We got 42s right there on our TQQ. So right into VWAP again. So far so good on that one. We'll make the money back a little bit there, but we did get stopped out our first tranche of that play. And then the only other play that we had today, which I shouldn't have held it really. I had appropriate amount of shares to not hold. Like if we go all the way up there, I'm losing too much. So yeah, anyways, nice pullback now for advanced micro devices. We'll have to wait to see. I do have an offer still around 215.50 if that does pull in. But other than that, man, yeah, Google new high days. Someone just put their Professor Love.
I see a lot of names getting thrown in the chat. Thankfully, I had called out DJT earlier this morning, so I can't show you the chart. So we're blind luck on that one because I wasn't even planning on trading it. But DJT recovering up 2%, which, trust me, is not a heck of a lot compared to what happened yesterday. This got rinsed. I don't think many people were paying attention to DJT dropping $3 yesterday from 17 to 14. Well, it's bouncing back a buck as we speak. Can it hold on? We'll see. My gut is to actually go pay for locates because I'm pretty bearish on this DJT. Like once it puts in a temporary top, I'm usually thinking short said pops. But up 2%, lots of volume, so it's definitely in play and in play names on a holiday shortened week. That's what you want to work into. Crazy wick initially on Intel. I just like it a bit better because it was weaker on that push down than AMD was. So I'd rather fight when the market's strong. I'd rather fight the weaker name. Or just short the weaker name. Fight's not the right term. So shorting this under VWAP, just like looking to do continuously on IBIT. So the market trying to top out a bit here. There was that high ho, which I can pull. I have some data on this one to be able to tell you it's breaking the top right now, but I am missing a little bit of pre-market data. So high ho, what is the name of this thing again?
Highway.
Highway something, yeah, Highway Holdings. They did have an expansion deal. They're making an acquisition of some German company for an expansion. That's why they're up 88% and still going higher. Pun absolutely intended with that one. So some small cappers moving around. The market kind of holding flat as we speak. Tesla's literally doing nothing. So I'm kind of glad I'm not paying too much attention to it. Tesla, $2 or $3 range back and forth, and that's about it.
I was going to say, I should have Tesla's actually went right into 485 twice and then back up to 490. So it's kind of like that's the range. Like I wrote down 487 to 485 and so far that's held. So I'm not in it, but it's good news that at least it's holding. So we can, hopefully have a look at this again. I mean, right now we're making bank on the futures trade, which is so far so good. So we'll get back to that in a couple seconds. But for right now, yeah, Tesla was a great trade right into there. As I said, man, we were watching this. We did get. It's like I'm always getting taken out, and then it's just tanks or something like that happens. Okay. And so there it is, man. Here's a big move. We are now net positive. I hate it when that happens because I gave my stop. I punched back in. We're lucky enough to not have to. Yes, let's go. Finally, there's the big move right here. So a nice move down there on the TQs. We just get the 200 period moving average. So let's see if this can dump down here at 10 a.m. We do have numbers coming out now. We have CB consumer confidence for December at 10 and then Richmond Fed composite index. So we have some numbers coming out at 10 o'clock. A good out there at the 200 period moving average.
Now, we've also got news in Canada for our sophisticated traders watching. Beta Pro by Globex, Canada's largest provider of leveraged and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs. You've got included there 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60. You've got U.S. Treasuries, you've got semiconductors, and on top of that, they got a special fee rebate where management fees are going down to just 65 basis points till end of the year, December 31st, everybody. On top of this as well, currency hedging so that you can get more pure performance and exposure. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader and you want to amplify your performance, then check out betapro.ca 3x daily. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. I want to thank them for their continued sponsorship. As the market is heading lower. So I'm going to get a bid at low of day on Intel. That's heading to the downside. Obviously, AMD is going to be going as well. Bitcoin just lost 87,000. Remember, 85,000 on Bitcoin, I believe, is think that was support level, but this is essentially the target. So I'm going to throw my trail in because it goes VWAP and pulls right back into this 49.4 areas or 49.14. So this was a move to look to support here, but you're not even supporting it. So I'm going to throw a trailing stop on that bad boy. As we are now market red. Well, sorry, the NASDAQ is red. The ES is technically still green, but it's not going to be green for long.
Thank you so much, Excel Cart. I mean, I'm glad you guys did that. Thank you to Tyrannillionaire or whatever in the chat as well, man. You flipped over, went short. There, you made your goal, so that's important, man. That's what you need to do. So congratulations on that, and then thank you for the love on this call as well. But honestly, we didn't make any money on it. But we are now in the Greensville, obviously, with our short here on the NASDAQ. So yeah, man, we had that short call. I only had a few things written down, so just thank you everybody for. Here, I'll get rid of that now, clear it. All right. Yeah, this is just, I put this out every day. It's very high tech stuff. It's Tesla. We wrote down that one for, and just a little explanation if you guys are interested in reading it, but there's Tesla long in that area. There's the TQ short. That's what the price we have, and right now it's 30 cents. There's our AMD short to 214 to 215. The problem is it went to 216.50, so we got stopped out there, and then 92.50 or so on Netflix is what we'll look at there if that does wind up coming in. But there's AMD. Like I said, we wrote down 214 to 215. And, it gets into 216 and change. So I punch out immediately at 215, so to not worry about it, and I'm not worried about it. And that allowed me to flip over and do this. So far, so good there. Obviously, wishing we didn't have that out, but what are we going to do? Nice move to the downside right now in the market. So now we'll have to figure out, yes, Dragon Slayer, it stopped me out right there. I told you I got my stop out, and then I just punched in the same amount of shares as we wicked the top about 2 or 3 times. And I just was like, you know what, if I get back in now and I just sort of tick the top, it's a 5-cent risk. So I could have been 0 for 2 on it, that is for sure, but it turned out to be the right call, so we hold the short. And again, when you do our job, it's like sometimes 1 or 2 ticks, you get out, and then the trade is still valid, so you kind of get back in. Oh, I didn't call up Palantir yet today, so hard for me to give an opinion on this one as I wanted to look at it, but Palantir kind of does. See, it's like Palantir does the same type of thing here, right? Where it goes all the way up, and then if you're still like this 195 or so short, then you do get stopped out there, but then you can get back in, right, on that same level, because you might have been thinking right into here 195 short, bye-bye, let's go Qs. Oh man, that AMD, we could be rich. But right into there 195 in change, already rich, thank you to my family, but right into there, when you have healthy kids and wife and everything like that, that's really all that matters. But right in there, 195.07, nice move to the downside right now for Palantir. So I was just going to say, that's part of getting taken out. Sometimes if you're short in the first couple minutes and the market is ripping, you don't want to, you want to get out in case sort of total anarchy comes in and the market just rips your face off. But yeah, bad out for sure. Here to admit that on AMD. Not a bad out.
There's a difference between a bad
out. Bad out is the wrong term. It was just bad positioning. I could have been shorter around 216, but it filled out the level, and we're happy doing what we did. All right, the number's now out. Let's go to the desk with the Dara.
Lower than expected CB consumer confidence, 89.1, below estimates of 91, and also just above here the previous print of 88.7. So again, lower than expected CB consumer confidence. Richmond Fed not seeing this print yet, and usually it actually comes out early. If I see anything there, I'll let you know. But again, CB consumer confidence, the bigger print of these two, lower than expected, 89.1 versus 91 expected. This comes on the heels too of much stronger than expected GDP data for Q3. It is also worth noting here, U.S. President Donald Trump already weighed in on said GDP data. He basically took credit here, saying the tariffs are, quote, responsible for that growth in the U.S. economy. Now, a lot of what was bringing up this market, specifically on the tech side, is going to be names like NVIDIA, specifically also AMD. We know both these names got a positive note from Raymond James with regards to how they're being allowed to sell in China could impact their revenue. But I want to talk here about some other not specifically big tech plays. Novo Nordisk had a really nice start to the day, up 7% initially pre-market here after getting U.S. FDA approval for its Wegovy pill. Eli Lilly, a competitor, actually also trading higher on this news. So nice look for the weight loss drug names. I want to talk about ServiceNow because it's notably weak. It's down more than 1% right now in a market that has generally been pretty strong to start the day. They announced that they're going to be acquiring Armis, which is a cybersecurity startup, for for $7.75 billion in cash. That deal is set to close around apparently before the end of next year. So before the end of 2026, we will get a close for this deal. Before we send you back to Neil and Sean for more trading, we're going to take a moment to thank Origenics. Millions of concussions, but zero approved therapies. Origenics, trading on the NYSE's OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. So see what's ahead. Book a meeting today. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back over to Sean and Neil. See you.
Very much there, Adair. As the market does not bounce, there is a bounce happening, oddly enough in Bitcoin because, logic, right? The market was heading to the upside and Bitcoin was going down. Now the market's pulling back and Bitcoin has bounced. Now, obviously, it's going to end up bouncing off. So we filled in the gap. We pulled back into like this area down around 49, let's call it. But effectively, it's like 86 change here on Bitcoin. If we get back into VWAP, that's for sure 49.5 where I want to be reloading. But this entire zone here underneath 88K from 87 to 88, that could be worth it. So I'm just going to be eyeballing this for, if it doesn't get to VWAP, look for some kind of a topping tail or a rounded bottom, something like that, because I want to stay with the net short plan. We haven't broken low of the day on Intel yet, but that is, I think, obviously coming as that continues to go lower. As far as target here, I think this one's a little bit simple. Just go back a couple of sessions, our low at about 35.6 on Intel. So it's got some ways to go. Like you still have about 1.5% before I think this one gets to an absolute bottom. The market, again, just got red. So all shorts have worked. I mean, I was in AMD as well. It didn't work initially, and now it's going to be breaking those lows. So I was able to get it back on the second short. We pivoted to, obviously I like Bitcoin, so I wanted to be in Bitcoin as well. Silver, if you're looking at the metals, well, this is not a case where you're finding strength. There has still not been a single green candle here for silver. So sometimes the best trade you can make is to not make a trade or not force it. Because again, there has not been a green candle in silver. There has not been any kind of support level forming. I think now waiting for like a 62 or something is going to be the way to go. Just be patient with it. Like it's spent all day long going down before eventually bouncing at 230. So have to be willing to be patient and not in too early. This is falling like a rock. You might think metal strength on market weakness. Not today. It's like an everything pullback. And that's just not silver. Like you've got GLD doesn't have a green candle either. Gold doesn't have a green tick out there at all. So yeah, if you're looking for longs, you just got to be very, very patient with it.
We ain't looking for longs over here. I still can't believe like that AMD we're out of that, but that's okay. All right, man, the futures are here. So there's the cash cow there. So yeah, finally starting to print out a little bit here on the NASDAQ. So downside. And we had sort of said that, where we had thought this could go would be back. If it was going to be range bound, this was roughly the area. So I'm bidding 91. There we go. Did we get that? No, we did not. We're still bidding 91s. Hopefully that does fill. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so we get some 91s there. And now it looks like it's just how much lower can we go on the NASDAQ? So that's a good question, Sean. So let's have a quick little look here. Yeah, just, yesterday's top, sort of where we had come from is 53.60. I mean, I could see us getting into those levels. And then, barring any sort of bad news, I guess the market doesn't like the number there, but it is a downside push for now. So here we go on the TQQs. We nailed the top. I mean, it's exactly the levels that we wrote down, man. We wrote down 54.50. So we did get stopped out as we took a 10 cents there hit, but there it comes right back into the downside. So right now, just so you guys know, like, what we lost on AMD is literally a fraction now of what we're doing on this NASDAQ trade. So sometimes you have to be, in the game to be in the game. And it's too bad, though. Like, we did get stopped out right there. Tesla's probably broke below our 485. Oh, no. Oh, wow. Just bounces right off of our level again. Wow, this is going to be widowmaker for me, because I'm probably going to get in there now, because it's like now this is like 3 or 4 times that we've trusted that level would hold, and we haven't been on it. So the next time we're in it, maybe it breaks. But I'm just going to stay short the NASDAQ here and watch out for this name. But there it is, man. That's back-to-back jacks. Like, this is what we wrote down today, man. We wrote down Tesla 485 to 47 long. That's now hit a couple times. The TQQ short area was bang, right on. The AMD short was good, but it did blow up against us about $1. We got out we lost 25 cents on it, but it does go a little bit higher, and then we'll have to look for Netflix lows in and around 92.50. But yeah, so far so good there, and it was really AMD to the downside. I'm assuming Nvidia too has gone. No, actually,
not really. So
I don't know. Again, like I just picked AMD because I didn't even realize it was on our rundown. I looked at it. It was weak in the pre-market, so I was like, okay, AMD, you're going to be the one that I choose to go short, because we knew we wanted short of the market. Really like Marvell though today. Not today, but just in general, like Marvell. So they're up on this move. And I'm just going to take a little bit more out on the cues. Like, again, if we think it's going to be range bound, guys, today, the best thing to do would be to play the range. So right there, we did make a low coming in there. We're now trying to bounce off of that a little bit. So I could see us start to slightly extend a little bit into the high side of this trade right now. So I'm getting close to punching out those 03s, but I am bidding 97s, hoping to get those instead. We do not. So now we'll bid 03 and get those right now. So get a little bit out there at 03, wait for those 97s. But yeah, a little bit of a breakdown early. I'm out of just over half right now of this trade. So let's see if it breaks down a little bit more. I'll still keep that 97 bid. Hopefully that fills and we get a little bit of both there. If we get an 03 and a 97, it's just like taking it out at the O's. So we're still bidding. We're still bidding. I think I need to bid on something that will fill me. So I might have to switch the gateway there. I think I'm on NASDAQ right now. But all right, let's go back over.
It's the primary.
Yeah, let's see. You're short Intel there. Intel's been, I mean, glad we were able to get out of that one near that $40 marker.
It's been an absolute.
Like that stuff.
But you know what though, like it more than doubled up from when the administration or the government, whatever, the government took a stake in it. So anybody should be happy with Intel's performance from that $19 low. I'm looking at Novo. Like, this is one of the only things that, well, they've only traded 3 names, but those are all the 3 names they were looking to trade. The other one was actually Novo Nordisk, but it hasn't pulled back to break lower to get to that 51 for a gap fill. It's holding the range, the opening range bottom. So if it can do that, make another bounce here somewhere higher and look for just some kind of a trend revert, this would be the only place I'd be looking for a potential long. Well, it was the only one that was in the plan of action anyways. Bitcoin, it was so close to getting to VWAP. IBIT, I should say, was so close to getting to VWAP, and then just a little quick 25-cent plunge before it got there. But it's still trending up from those lows. Looking for 49.5 there. We're still in Intel, same thing going. But if you look at what happened in Google, remember how strong Google was? Under VWAP. Like, it's not even holding. It is still above yesterday's highs, so in theory, like, there's still some strength going on there. And then the other Mag 7 name worth watching, Amazon, arguably even better, it's also above yesterday's highs. So you're still seeing support, well, prior resistance turning into support or well above on some of these Mag 7 names, and that could lead, at least for some reasonable strength, I guess, in the overall market. But right now I'm looking for that Novo. On the back of this GLP pill, I guess approval, it's looking 9% up, just put in a higher low, broke this downtrend, so I'm going to jump in here, give it to the prior bar, and shout out to, thank you, the trader Sam. Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad from Puerto Rico. Thank you so much. Appreciate the super chat, and Merry Christmas to you and your family as well. Still got a couple of days to go. Santa Claus rally probably not happening right now, that's for sure.
No, that is for sure. And I wasn't here on Friday, and I wasn't here on Friday, but on Thursday I said, happy Friday. I hope everybody gets out of their Carvana on that day. So I really hope that someone at least took that advice right there for Carvana. So I remember talking about that on Thursday, and kind of was like a little bit of tongue-in-cheek action there, but I did mean it when I said it, that that run up there into the S&P right now, yeah, there's the flop on Carvana. So I would say, like, you could take your 15% or so and think about maybe getting out if you wanted to on Carvana. But that was just the swing short that I was talking about on Thursday. So if you did take that, man, that was 470 down there to 425. So Merry Christmas to you guys on that trade as well. So that was a good one there. Oh, good. Top VoIP made a play there. So good job by you. I'll put that in the chat so people can see. Get into the chat, guys. This is what we're talking about every single time. So you guys can, I don't know, it's moving too fast for me. So we can see some of those chats there, and we'll be able to put them up on the screen if and when I find it, which is not going to happen anytime soon. So what's up to you, Top VoIP? Thanks for that note there, and I'm glad that you did it. And I don't know where you're planning on getting out, my friend, but yeah, nice move down there on Carvana. Sometimes you got to take those trades. All right, NVO, Novo Nordisk there today. Bye-bye futures. I did put a trailing stop, and thanks to Dragon something, Dr. Dragon. There it is, Dragon Slayer. Thank you so much, right there. Yes, Dragon. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about here. And I really, there you go. I found this one. And I just want to thank you for that, man. I mean, there it is. You're a damn good pro trader. I'm fine. Calling out positions into the future. I mean, this is why we have this fun little thing there, Back to the Future. And it's just about, getting that feeling for the trade. And there it is. Something traders do. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much for the kind words there. But yeah, so I did put a trail there, 54.20, the 50-period moving average. We'll see if we break that. And I do have a bid. Let me put in a little bit more here at 92. Just reward ourselves for holding this back in. Then I have a bid at 80. There's the fill there. And I have a bid at 80, and then we'll let that see if it wants to drip down after that. So we have sort of our hands up in the air. Now we'll drink some water, and we'll see what winds up happening now. But it's so far so good here as the good day kind of keeps on rolling there. Just wish we still had that first short, but whatever. We can't just keep on talking about that one. Bitcoin 87 now finally breaking. So
it already broke.
Oh, yeah,
once.
did it? Okay.
Oh, way lower on Bitcoin. We got to like 86.6 on Bitcoin. Not looking very good. I mean, ETH as well. ETHA's not going to be doing too much better, but you've got Ethereum at 29. Oh, right, I haven't called this up yet. Shoot. Sorry about that. I can't show you that chart because I don't have any data because I hadn't looked at ETH this morning. But Ethereum's down at 29,000 even, but Bitcoin heading right back into the lows. The only new position, so all three shorts worked. I'm still in one of them. I'm just going to show you quickly NVIDIA because this is distinctly different from pretty much every other chip name that I've been able to pull up today. So it's actually making some higher lows. If the market is able to bounce, I feel like this is the chip name that you're going to want. But the new position for me was in Novo Nordisk. Simply downtrend break. I've got my stop underneath 10s. So we'll see if this long can work out. I don't want to add to this unless it gets above VWAP because it's kind of a rule break because I'm not long off the lows. I'm long a trend break at VWAP. Usually you want to be long a trend break over VWAP. But it's 10 o'clock and my VWAP is not going to be entirely correct because it's already missing data. Novo on the daily looks fantastic. Regardless of how the day trade works, Novo looks really good. If it closes above 50 2 days in a row, I think this will be worth a shot on a swing trade. And I say that as an Eli Lilly shareholder who is not afraid of this pill. I just feel like Novo, this is the news that effectively you've been waiting for. Like if you weren't waiting for this news in Novo, then I have no idea what possible catalyst could also make it go. Like the pill is the one thing they have that's more effective than Eli Lilly's weight loss drug. So you got to figure that this is going to be the catalyst that should work for them.
Yeah, I don't hate you selling some Eli Lilly. I mean, it's at those highs, so I think that that's a good idea there. As I said, Eli Lilly spent 3 days higher than these levels in its history. So obviously, as Neil mentioned there, not really affecting, by that Novo Nordisk. I think it's a good thing for Eli. I think it's a good thing for Eli Lilly. They'll come up with their product and
you know what?
They'll be able to figure that out.
So there's a note that I should have made. I remember hearing this. It might have been 2 weeks ago. That it's been shown that you can actually jump from one to the other without losing effectiveness. So which is kind of like I guess it makes some sense. I'm not a doctor or scientist, but if you think about it, that would mean that you could go from using like the pill to Eli Lilly's injections as well.
Yeah,
so like that doesn't. That's why it's not all the worst news in the world here for Eli Lilly because there is that ability to potentially go back and forth. But again,
I just think it means
it
clears the way for more FDA. I mean, they'll be able to figure out how to get an oral pill going through theirs as well. But yeah, I'm not a doctor, just a doctor of charts. No, not really. I know nothing about setups or anything. AAPL, that is for sure. I'm just a trader, guys. Trader and a dad. All right, so right there, Apple and a husband. Apple, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Let's check out what Meta's up to right now. And we apologize for the charts. Like Meta won't even work for me because I never called it up for you guys yet. Okay, so here's Meta on a 5-minute chart on E-signal right there. So yeah, nice move up. I mean, that's what got us stopped out of our initial TQ short, you know, and then the market kind of fell back in with it. So, you know, really so far so good. And we're getting more and more out. Now I only have a third left of that TQQ trade, as we did get another fill there in the 90s. And remember, although we do have that stop order in, and I'm going to get stopped out on the TQs if it does go back through 54.20, you know, I said that it could be a range bound kind of a day. So we shorted the top of the range and we're trying to get out of the bottom of the range. So I'm not going long down here, but, you know, essentially by getting out, it's covering your short position and, you know, not admitting, but, you know, sort of throwing in the towel there on the short. So we'll get another bid there at 13s. I'll put another bid at like 07 or so, 08, if that hits fine. But we're now 5 cents away from getting, do I have that stop out? Yeah, 54.21s. So if that hits, we're gonna pop out of that one because we gotta have a stop, right? We gotta have a trail out. Because if I let this thing go all the way back to the top side, especially on a day where I'm expecting it to be choppy, it's a waste of my time and everybody else's as well. So I'm gonna bid out right there at 08, see if I get another dip down in here. And then hey, look, man, if it winds up going down, it's good. We'll still have about a third on. And if it winds up going out on the upside, then we'll take our 30-cent profit and worry about the next trade. So that's what I'm dealing with right now. We didn't actually look back. We just missed that. I was at 08, it went to 10. What are you gonna do? Netflix as well. Wow, that 92.50, that's the price that we wrote down again. It went to 92.70 there on Netflix. So that would have been, again, a good buy. And let me guess, Tesla bounced again off 485? Yeah, so still in the range though for Tesla. So I don't really feel too bad about missing out on anything right there. The real trade would have been there. This one, easy to look back, but that first attempt down at that level, this would have been good as well, because if you already hit that once, you probably hit it again and it would have worked again, because you don't get stopped out at 485. So then it goes up to 487 again, 47.50. So the long working out on Tesla, I think it's about time we think about trying that. It looks like we will finally get stopped out, which is fine, man. It'd be a good, nice P&L name for us today with the TQQs. So we'll make back, obviously, what we lost on AMD, put ourselves into the green side of things right there, and look for our next trade. It's still 10.18 as we continue to pound back the waters over here.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. Stay hydrated, stay focused, and we're just trying to stay focused on some of the names that you guys have thrown onto the visualizer. Reminder, if you are typing symbols into the chat, first off, hit that $sign first. Novo's in there, Tesla, we've talked about Amazon, we've shown you. Trib, thankfully I have already called that slug up today, so that chart's gonna work just fine for me. But in order to be able to participate, you have to be a subscriber first. So hit that like, hit the subscribe button, share with your friends, but most importantly, hit the subscribe so you can jump in, ask questions, participate in the community, throw your ideas out there, give us the symbols that are moving the most or that you think are the most interesting. TRIB, by the way, did lose the bid a bit here. So it is heading lower as we speak, underneath VWAP, TRIB. That was one of two small cap runners that was right around $1. It was Hi-Ho, the highway company, and TRIB. That's trending down, so I don't know how much Sharif is going to be loving that one. I have break-even stop for the last of Intel, which might actually get there. But it's also at VWAP. So if we get another curl, I'm just going to reload it underneath the volume-weighted average price. But we're going right behind me to the small cap recap with Adara.
Let's start with the aforementioned Hi-Ho, as it's being called here on the show, H-I-H-O, Highway Holdings. They do have some news and a roughly $7 million market cap, so pretty small market cap here. They signed a letter of intent or an LOI to acquire 51% of Germany's Regent Weinbau Adermann. They're trying to get this deal closed by the end of March 2026, so pretty early into next year is the target for that. Let's take a look here at OPTX, Syntex Optics Holdings. No news on this one. I saw a roughly 6.2 million share float. Even smaller float for ASTI, this one incredibly volatile. Looks like it could be halted again. I'm not seeing any news for Ascent Solar Technologies, but it is worth noting here for ASTI, 3.5 million share float. So again, ASTI, OPTX, and HIHO on watch today, guys. Back to you.
Okay. All right, I'm
Tesla breaking out.
Oh, Tesla. Okay. Well,
I mean, not breaking out, but
No
breaking.
surprise.
It's breaking downward trend. You know what? I should be a little bit more clear. Tesla is breaking this little downward trend. So there's your double bottom. There's your kind of higher lows. When you're drawing a trend line, usually it's some of a line of best fit. Like you can do the wicks if you want. It would be effectively the same thing. You get the channel, but it's breaking the first part of it. It needs to break even higher. This is what I'm looking for Novo to do, actually. Similar thing, I didn't hit save. So if you do the wicks, which I'm not a huge fan of, it's more, there's your higher lows being put in. The second this is closing, which it's trying to do here above VWAP, then I'm gonna look to add and still kind of give it to that prior bar out. So looking for that trend up here on Novo Nordisk. Tesla, as soon as I said it, I just jinxed it. So yeah. I'm apparently bad luck because another topping tail candle in Tesla. It was, but that's the thing I always say about trend lines. Like, it has to close above. It's not. You can't just wick the trend line. You want it to close above, and I want the next candle to open and hold above that trend line as well. Otherwise, you didn't really do much of anything. Oh, there's another one. Julian in the chat saying Rivian, and then a little Ric Flair. Woo!
yeah, it's tanking.
Oh, well, I haven't looked at Rivian today. I was expecting maybe it was bouncing like Tesla, but Rivian down 3%. Here, I'll show you a daily chart because that's just going to work. Rivian down 3%, but still, remember, Rivian could pull all the way back to 19 and still be above that key breakout price on the daily chart. It gets a long ways away from bad on this little dip here in Rivian.
All right, TVIC or TIVC, hearing about that right now. Tivic Health, right there. So we didn't. I put my stop order at 25s for that futures trade. Oh yeah, that's right. It's not going to work. So TIVC. I apologize for this today, guys. I mean, unfortunately, our charts are still experiencing some data issues. So getting old data to come through, and if you haven't called it up yet, but there goes TVIC, starting to bounce right now. I'm not sure what the news is there, but it's starting to get going to the upside. TVIC right now from $2 up to $2.40. We'll see where that goes, but that's TVIC, another play that's going. We did have.
I don't see any news on this, by the way.
No. We did have some news on something else there earlier that, hi-ho. Let me just see what that's doing here. That got up to 240 or so, I think it was. Yeah, so 220. This is what hi-ho doing right now, coming back in. Looking, again, that 140, it was 80 cents yesterday, all the way up to 2 and change, now back up to 173, and looking like it wants to pull back just a little bit. All right, so here we go. We just got a 15 fill there, so that was whatever. Hoping that this continues to fall back in. And the reason why I upped it is just that we're at these levels right here, right now. So I just put it to 25, which is just a break of everything. The 200s here, the 50s here, VWAP, they're all here right now. And I know that based on my chart, these levels probably are not exact or anything like that, not even close, but you know, this is what it looks like on my other chart. So we're getting close right into here. We're still around all these levels anyways on E-signal. So we'll just see if we want to pull. I mean, maybe I could even up this into 50. Maybe I'll go to 54.30 because we just got a little bit of an out there. I'm just upping the stop area again, 54.31. This will still give us the trade. Like I went a little bit more short there at 20s, so we will lose on this last little reload, but I'm just trying to get.
It's NVIDIA blasting.
Okay, 185 blasting right now, and so is AMD, man. AMD's all the way back to 214.50. So yeah, the shorts maybe. I'm gonna hold off, man. We just showed you where my stop is. 7 cents away on TQs. Happy to do that. It'll still be green. It'll keep me green on the day, but we will give a little bit back if that goes. There's AMD. Yeah, nice move up. And you said NVIDIA?
Yeah, NVIDIA breaking out morning highs and yesterday's highs. No questions asked. 1% up is going to be leading the market on NVIDIA. Here, just going to quickly show you the 15. So no inside day for NVIDIA. This is going to be key if it can close this 15-minute bar above 185 bucks. And one of the reasons, I'm going to just quickly for myself, because what does AMD look like? AMD's pressing back into the high, but you know what? I don't know how much I'm going to like this one. again, at 215 is the level. It is coming back in. But I look at what's happening in like this other chip name. Like, does Intel not look weaker? Like AMD was a good short up top early, but Intel now, this is holding VWAP. That's what I want to see at 1015 or like at 1025, which it is right now. Are you showing me that trend down? So I've reloaded that one at VWAP instead of AMD. And Bitcoin, believe it or not, it doesn't stink. Like it's back above 87. It went to VWAP without even showing a curl. Goes right back up to the highs. I was kind of thinking it would do full V shape. But this one might be a wait for it to get to the absolute top at 49.6, and that's like 87 half or so if you're following along on spot Bitcoin or Bitcoin specifically. But yeah, like 87 half or 49.6, or wait for it to reestablish under VWAP. So there is a lot of strength coming into the market, led by NVIDIA. I'm checking Micron because that's been a strong one. Right. You know what? I have to remind myself that if I haven't looked at a stock today. Thankfully, like I look at a lot of stocks in the pre-market, but unfortunately, I haven't looked at a lot. So something like Micron's not going to pull up for you to be able to see a full chart, but you can see that it is. I mean, it's near the high. Breaks out at about $3 or $4 or so.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Right there. Yeah. So I'm just going to call up Carvana on here. Yeah. Look. Thank you so much. You went short Carvana around open that day. Perfect, man. 472.50. That was literally, I mean, the call I made when I wasn't even here. And there it was, man. We made it on Thursday. So back into there, Carvana was, if you come over here, 467, 468. Then it tipped up higher. And then there's the drop down. And here's where it is right now, 425. So you've now put $50 in your pocket there on a $475 name. So I think that's a good little 12 or so % there for you in Carvana. So I think that would be, again, a pretty decent spot. And remember, it's not that I'm hating on the stock. It's just like we had that huge run up on CVNA on your daily chart. And, most of that, obviously, part of that, anyways, has to deal with its, S&P inclusion. So it was just whenever I saw that, that's why I made that call. I wasn't here to do anything about it. I did see that it tanked into the close that day. So there it goes, man. Now Carvana, good work there. And it's on you, the baronet there. So that was just a really good call, and thank you for putting it on so we can talk about it. But congratulations to you at the end of the day when we talk like that. All right, SMR did have bottoms near $16, still there. Again, my chart's not going to do anything for this, but SMR did have a nice little area right here that we tried to support from yesterday, that's 1630. I'm not sure how low we got today or anything like that, but 1575, 1580, these look like some good lows. The other long that I was looking for today was Netflix. And that was 92.50. Okay, that's not coming back in. And then the Tesla 485 area held, and it's still here. So this is why, not to sort of beat a dead horse here or anything like that, but I think it's worth a try. I'm going to hold out because I think this market could come in. We just got another fill there, finally at 13. So we finally get a 13 fill right there on the NASDAQ. So that's it. Now our trail is now in. So let's just let this go back, man. I'm going to see if we get a 54 fill, and then we'll see about a 53.91 here. But we're doing our best here to hold this short, explain to you why we like it, and so far it's working out. So good little short here happening for us on the NASDAQ as we go back to the future. And it looks like we should have shorted that AMD as well, as that was a decent pop up to the upside. It's going to be hard for us to go back and forth with these stocks, man. It's
yeah, like I was just saying in the chat, someone said, it looks like you were looking at the wrong chart of MU. No, it was the right chart. I just didn't have any proper data on it because I hadn't called it up. So anything that we've looked at all morning and have already pulled up is fine. Like my Novo, which I've been watching because it was in play all morning, the chart is absolutely fine. And if this breaks trend, by the way, the only long could end up 1 for 4 with the only long being the loser if we lose this bid. But it did close above VWAP, so it's trending higher. That one's fine. It's when I go to look at, like it was Micron will be the example. It would be hilarious if the Micron chart suddenly worked. It doesn't. So there's Micron. Like I just called it up a couple of minutes ago, and then that's where I'm starting to get some data, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Like I could easily just, like I can show you Micron. I can just go over here and pull up eSignal or something. If I really needed to see the chart for Micron, and I would just throw it up on eSignal, throw a 15, 3-minute, like whatever, 5-second chart, whatever I need with eSignal is fine. And I'm not saying every trader should have like a backup. You don't necessarily need it, but it can't hurt. And for us, it's actually worked out pretty well, and execution's been perfectly fine for us.
Oh yeah.
That's actually one of the first things. If you're with real trading, execution pretty much is always up. But second, there's like, oh, my charts aren't working for a bit. Like orders are still executing. You always make sure of that because that's the most important thing. If execution wasn't working, well then wouldn't be, or it was spotty, you wouldn't put new trades on. But so far, so good there. So lower highs still being put on in Intel. It's holding the volume weighted average price. So we're going to continue to reload that. This time, if it gets down to 36, I will take the bottom. I thought the market was kaputs. I thought we'd break down underneath. Hasn't really happened. So I'm going to play this within the range. As long as it holds these lower highs, I think we're good to go. Novo is doing okay. What hasn't been good at all for the long is silver. I've been waiting for this to calm down and reminding myself that yesterday, silver broke this downtrend at 2:36 in the afternoon. So that might require a little bit of patience here. It's a much more, distinct and sharp downtrend, that's the word I'm looking for, sharp downtrend. So it could easily break it earlier. I think that's perfectly reasonable. It just hasn't done so yet. It's very close to. But I'm going to be patient. If it breaks trend, I want to go long. But understanding how long it took for this to happen yesterday, it's not, the thing about silver in this move is you're actually getting more trading silver by holding it and getting the overnight gaps, unless you're getting the low or catching that bottom or the reversion every single day. Because some of the gaps up where you're getting a lot of the juice. Like overnight, it's going to move. Some of these overnight gaps are going to be a little bit bigger than what you're capturing intraday. That was the case yesterday for sure.
You guys, 10:32, you're going to get ready to go over to the midday show very, very soon. I want to see how many people are actually subbed in watching us right now. We have obviously a little bit of a lighter day here. 7,400 of you watching. Please make sure you go in there, hit the like, hit the subscribe. I haven't refreshed this. Probably need to do that. We have a nice little Jerome Powell. Oh no, that's Jensen right there. Gold. What? Jensen's all about gold.
Jensen?
Right there. Oh, good.
Jensen.
1,000 right there. Thank you so much for the likes. I like that. 500. Oh, there we go. We got a couple more likes. We're at 547. Let's see if we can get to 500,000 likes. That would be 550,000. We already have 500,000. 550,000 likes, man, subscribers. If you can hit that subscribe button, let's get us 2 more thousand right now. If you're not subscribed and you're watching, let's hit that button and get going on that right now. So we'll take that subscriber off there and say thank you so much for all of the continued support. AMD does go up, does come back down in. Palantir's had a little bit of a mover there today again as well. We didn't start looking at this thing until 10 o'clock, but it does make that move into 191, now back up to 192.8. We do apologize that our charts are a little bit wonky here today with getting past data on symbols that we have not looked at. Could have shorted this again at 214.50. Didn't really hit though, so didn't really give it to me. I was waiting up here at 215.50. I still am though, in case we do get that run up. That would take me out of my NASDAQ short if that winds up happening. I do think there is a run. Someone did ask me if there was going to be a run coming for nuclear. Like, I just think that it's, Kramer said about month and 2 months ago that the year of magical investing has ended, and that is true, man. Like buying all these names that make no money or anything like that, it's really gotten hit, right? SMR, this is only a 30-minute chart, but it feels like it's been like it's coming from $60 all the way down to 15. So there is, again, like a little bit of opportunity right there to possibly pick something up on the low end right now of SMR. They all kind of look the same, Oklo, SMR, nano nuclear, everything. So there was the top. Here's the move back in. And this is, at some point they're going to start getting talked about again, as the data center worries right now is in the financing side of things. So if that can sort of shore up, then potentially, when financing is more secured and there's more talk about that, then possibly, that's when we get that run in Oklo. Or I just think it's, do your own research. Like there's CCJ, I think is a great name to be bought as well. But Oklo, there it is, 190 down to 82. So that's chopped in more than half. And then Cameco, CCJ, is a good name that's been here for a minute. So there's nothing wrong with this name, although it does have the drop-off, but a good nuclear name to get involved with uranium right there, CCJ. So yeah, I do think there is a potential for another run in this space, and let's just see how far it goes, though, if it does bounce back. I don't know if we get back all the way to the highs. I do think that some of the fluff has been taken out of that trade for sure. NASDAQ right back to VWAP. So this is like where we're getting ready to get stopped out. So if this does break, we basically 2 pennies away from breaking. So no, call that up. Yeah,
I had already pressed the button. That's
do it.
Hector Castillo here. Your son, your 2-year-old son. First of all, congratulations. Oh, Christmas time is the best when the kids are really small. Has a port with VGT. You want to add 1 to 3 stocks that could be big plays for the next 10 to 15 years. Any ideas? Well, first things, when you're looking for accounts like for the kids, whether it's education accounts or whatever it might be, I'm assuming you start out, obviously ridiculously conservative. I think that's the way to go, and then add a couple of symbols in there. I think Alphabet's got a fantastic moat. The description that I heard Joe and Sharif using, which I don't think we've said very often, but it's kind of apt. It's like a little mini ETF, because you get weird things like quantum, not weird, but you get abstract things like quantum with Alphabet. You get automated driving. You get cloud infrastructure with Alphabet. Then you get YouTube. YouTube is bigger than TikTok in the US. YouTube gets more views than, I believe it still gets more views than Netflix. I know it had passed Netflix at some point. So I like that name for sure. Outside of tech, I can tell you the names I like outside of tech the most. They're like Caterpillar and Walmart and Eli Lilly. Of the 3, I'd probably be more inclined to Caterpillar at these particular prices, but that's just for myself. I think those can be some big plays. If you're talking 10 to 15 years, then I think it's pretty safe to bet on AI 10 to 15 years out, even at these prices. Sean?
All right, guys, you've seen us use these charts here a couple times today. Make sure you do check out eSignal. Obviously very reliable as we're going to them today. And, we got to get that thing off the screen. Clear that trigger there. Yeah, see you later. I got rid of it. Over 50 plus brokers now connected to eSignal. So it's a very, very simple to use platform, as well as offering you all the screeners that you need. The tools are amazing. Option flow, anything you need is available in eSignal. It is a completely entitle-based system. So you can go in there and get entitlements to whichever market they support. You want to trade the futures, just pay for that. You want to trade NASDAQ, you could just pay for that. And if you're looking at some of the other more unique markets as well, eSignal is your place. Whether or not it's over there in the Nifty 50, Hang Seng, anywhere, check out eSignal, scan that QR code and grab your first month for free. We want to thank them for that.
Yeah, pretty apt today to talk.
Yeah, I've only shown it about 100 times today. All right, so there goes the NASDAQ. We'll hit the hot dog gun. We did good, man. That was a good trade. I told you guys, brought us back to Greensville, which is really nice. So, was red 0 for 2 there early as we got stopped out, and then didn't get stopped out of it all, but got stopped out of most of it. Bought it, sold it back, and then the move happened into there, as we were part of a big run up in Alphabet and all that. And there it goes. So now we'll clear out of that one. Realistically, I was talking about getting it out at 54.20. I don't know if my net changed at all, because we did add some short there and then got some out back near the downside. So if I would have stopped out at first, 54.20, we probably would have been almost the same. So we just danced with it a little bit more, which is fine. I like putting on risk at levels that I like. There's no other way of doing things for my style. So we just got to wait for things to get into levels. And for right now, I am bidding again on Tesla. So now that I'm out of that short, we had written it down again. And just for those of you watching, I know it's a little bit, it goes back and forth here, but it is the most clicked on media thing here. We do have AMD, the TQs, Tesla, Netflix. So Tesla 45 to 47. We write this note at 8 a.m. But that was a level that we were looking long. So, the first thing that hit on this note was our short on the futures, which hit at 54.50, which we just got. And then it was the Tesla long down into this area. So I'm going to sit there and see if we do get a little bit of a flow back into 486. I'll try it there. Then we'll try 485 and then give it about $1. So like 483.50, 484 break is where we'll get out if this one goes against us. Yes, ask nicely and you shall always receive, Ramin. It is now sector watch time with Adara.
Let's talk about the sectors that are leading the market. Health tech actually doing pretty well here. Gilead, AbbVie to the upside. Novo Nordisk not in the S&P 500, but they're certainly on watch here, getting FDA approval for their oral weight loss drug, their oral GLP-1. Consumer non-durables, despite some weakness in names like Pepsi, generally doing pretty well. Utilities very strong, energy minerals also very strong. Health services doing well, communications doing well, industrial services doing well. Finance had a really good day yesterday, and they're still maintaining some of that strength. Citigroup, which actually reached multi-year highs yesterday, looking to continue that up more than 1%. Let's move on to tech. Electronic tech a little bit stronger here than tech services, but there's lots of weakness here in the tech services space. As Sean and Neil were mentioning earlier today, Google very strong this morning. They announced yesterday, around 24 hours ago, around 11 a.m. on Monday, they're acquiring Intersect. I want to talk here about some of the weaker names in the sector, though. Oracle, ServiceNow, AppLovin, and CrowdStrike all down to the tune of 2%. Now, we do have news here on ServiceNow. NOW down after announcing the acquisition of Armis, which is a cybersecurity startup, for $7.75 billion. Rest of these, no specific catalyst, but ORCL, pretty good day yesterday, could just be pulling back a bit after that run. Back to you.
I'd forgotten that ServiceNow split. So ServiceNow now, well, obviously now down at the lows because $8 billion is, well, just underneath $8 billion is a hefty acquisition for them. And they're taking it not on the chin, but looking a little bit relatively weak compared to the overall market. Just jumping back over as we get back into the highs, you're going to see NVIDIA just presses through again. So NVIDIA continues to go. Let's double check. AMD's pushing through, so that looks continuously strong. For myself, Intel still looks weak, but if we're going to continue to break out, I don't want us pressing higher highs. Here's what I'm looking at. Like, if the NASDAQ is pressing higher highs, I don't know if it's an automatic reload at VWAP. If we hold the high, sure. If the NASDAQ's able to hold, as the NASDAQ and ES are able to hold the highs, that was just the ES. NASDAQ's kind of the same thing. If it holds the high, then reload the short. If it doesn't, then I can just stop it out above the volume weighted average price. Novo is still like gliding. The initial move obviously was much bigger on the dip at 930, but it's holding this trend. I'm going to get rid of the one for the wick, so I was doing that to show you guys and make a point. But it's now holding a trend line. The trend line's above the volume weighted average price, so if we lose 52.25, I'm out. But every time it bounces just in and around VWAP, I'm going to look for a reload. And then if we lose 52.25, I'll be out of that name for sure. It's just not. Look, it's 10:43. It's a holiday shortened week. There's a decent possibility with a stock like Novo that this initial move from 935 to about 948, like that was your chance to get the big time run on Novo. And the same thing with the overall market. Like I don't necessarily, or anything you're looking at, like I don't expect Intel to do another 3% move for me here. It gave you the low end of the range here after we use the AMD trade first. And I feel similarly about any other big cap tech name. IBIT could be different because I do still feel like IBIT still trending up, complete V-shaped recovery above VWAP. I feel like if it does give me another short, that it absolutely could get to the lows because Bitcoin just doesn't care when it goes to the down. It was range bound like everything else, and then look what happened at 2 o'clock yesterday. And nothing was really dropping all that crazy when Bitcoin decided to lose the bid. So I think it's a different story. For IBIT or some of the small cap names, you might see some more movement, but at this time of day, you don't want to be over trading for sure, right? And that's going to be the case tomorrow. It's usually the case where you get that early, big, massive volatility spike in any name, and you want to make sure you're taking advantage of it. Realize that we haven't gone over any halt names. Probably because I don't know if I'll be able to pull these ones up, that AFJK. What I can do, however, is any of the stocks that are halting, even though my chart might not be good. Oh, this one's fine. Why is this chart fine? AFJK, this chart is absolutely fine. That's not the one that just halted, but it has halted a couple of times here, up 130%. There are some runners, but this has no volume. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole at all. And the one from yesterday, oh my goodness, that space company from yesterday, they absolutely rugged you.
Oh, FJet.
Sidhu.
FJet. Oh, yeah, Sidhu. And FJet. FJet went down.
Well, FJet did as well, but it was Sidhu that I meant. We didn't really talk too much about this other than to say that they did do an offering, which we shouldn't be too surprised when a small cap company that doesn't make money has appreciation to go from $1 to $2.50. Well, they should raise money. It makes a lot of sense. Like why? Like you wouldn't be doing your diligence if you didn't raise money in that particular situation. So yeah, Sidhu did an offering down 34%. This was a great runner yesterday, but you know, they last for a bit, not for a long time. Really only good for maybe 1 or 2 days, and then you get the back end of the trade. Don't get caught holding the bag on these.
Yeah, for sure. People there, yeah, we always talk about that. I mean, they can follow an offering at any time, and then it completely destroys the stock. Wait a minute, I thought I had some, I guess I did not put some bids on Tesla. 486 is where I want this name. So if it comes back into 486, like, you know, we'll try a little bit down here. I'm at 46 flat, and then I do want to put another bid at 485, basically flat as well. See if that one fills up down there, and then if it does, good for me. We'll wait on Tesla. I know I see some talk in the chat that Tesla's pretty weak, and it is, man. I mean, it's not following what the market's doing. Tesla's down 0.38 today. But I'm just going to try this area. Like I said, this could be a possible range-bound day, and I think we nailed that, man. Like, we shorted the top of that range and got most of it out at the bottom. So that's a good one. We'll wait to see what winds up happening there. Besides the fact of shorting maybe an AMD or something like that, we could get into it. But oh no, it's not going to work. AFJK. Thank you to everybody in the chat there. Amy Healthcare. I don't know. This is an interesting name because, well, actually, I think the data is actually pretty fine on this one. Halted a couple. I don't know why this one's fine. Did I call it up earlier? Maybe I did. Halted a couple times. Derek, can you find out about AFJK today, up 123%? And I think this is a recent IPO or something because it wasn't really doing anything. Then it got lit up right there, 24.25. Healthcare name, AMI Health Technology. So nice move there. And on the daily, we're just looking at it. I think it might have been a SPAC. No news. Okay,
All I'm saying is no news. Looks like they had an IPO that closed on December 6th, 2023. So this is also not recent.
AFJK.
Oh yeah, look at the price.
Yeah, it does look like a SPAC to me, but as we go, we can find out more about that. The float is 2.4 million right there. The short float doesn't really matter. And as Adara goes and talks about it, circuit breaker halted. Combination deadline. Oh, okay. So
it is
yeah, December 8th. So it looks like there probably was a SPAC there. So they went in there at $10. This is it basically at $10, kind of like the whole time. Get some deal announcements, I guess, there in November. I'm not sure what was spiking up there or not at all. And then down to 7, and then boom, right now. So yeah, a good little look there on AFJK. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. And that's the value of getting into the subscribers, right? We can be part of the chat, and we can try to do this together. So I think Adara might have more news on this. What's up, Adara?
Tough one to find anything on. The most, I guess, relevant detail here with regards to the SPAC issue is apparently on June 20th of 2024, so that's well over a year ago now, United Hydrogen Group announced that they're going to be combining businesses here with AFJK. So it's been over a year and a half since we've heard anything here with regards to this business combination. Google didn't give me any updates. This doesn't necessarily say when this combination is going to close, but again, announced in June. Back to you.
At all, if there's literally nothing happening, that's way too big of a move.
I don't know about that one.
No questions asked. And oh my goodness, Drop System just put in SNDK with a wow. High of day for SanDisk. The market's strong as well. So SNDK again breaking out. It rejected 250 before. This is one where, as far as Micron goes, is as far as this is going to go. And I feel as if Micron could go even more. Like Micron breaking out fresh highs, I see in the memory space, I just feel like SNDK is the one. I want to wait for Micron to lose the high. But the idea would be if Micron wicked the high, then SNDK would be a short. It hasn't happened yet, and it's just so far away from its top that I figure any loss of that high on Micron, you're going to be able to either short off the 250 level or off the 280. But that's something to wait for. Like, I'm not advocating jumping in front of a moving freight train. Use Micron as your futures for that particular stock. Speaking of which, the market, all right, so the market is trying to put in a lower high. I'm going to go for the reload because we are turning around here a little bit on in the overall market. So I'm going to try to reload Intel. Bitcoin, I'm not necessarily there yet for Bitcoin. And Novo is really slowing down. So it's just hanging on to this trend line. but it's not really the volume so much lower. I don't think it's worth a reload. I think it's, if we look at if I lose a quarter, I'm just going to jump out of this. Maybe look for a small capper that's going to move around a bit because, yeah, volume really starting to die down here. You're not going to get any massive runners, I don't think. About 10 minutes to go, then we throw you to the midday. We're going to have, Sean already mentioned, we have Obi in for Joey options, but he'll be there with the professor for sure. And any names that we have not gotten to, just let us know. Like, usually I've flipped to a few more things to look at because of the chart issue. I've only been doing it when you guys are asking about things or when I'm curious. But yeah, just let us know. I can pull up that high ho to see if that's doing anything as well. But the two small cappers, it was high ho has been strong, and it was the other one that was weak. Actually, high ho's back at the high of the day, believe it or not, 150%, still going. Highway, what did we say it was? Highway something. They got a German acquisition deal. That's all.
Yeah, let's go check out who made money yesterday. I know the market is a little slow, but let's go find out who made money here at Real Trading. We are, of course, on a prop floor. So yesterday's totals, these are going to be the market. These are all US dollars, and these are the markets that the traders traded. So Amex, Chicago, so the futures, NASDAQ in New York. Someone yesterday, the second biggest trader yesterday was on Blue Ocean. So $7,500 over there on Blue Ocean. So if you're looking to trade some Blue Ocean, get involved with us here at Real Trading. You can do that. Then the Canadian markets, the Canadian TSX there goes 6,500. And then Amex TSX as well, 6,000. 55555, a bunch of fives there, some fours and some threes. And then here we go. We haven't seen this in a minute. Awesome. Hong Kong last night, $3,000. So the numbers aren't huge or anything like that, but there is at least something to do with that. It's too bad that Tesla didn't. We almost got long Tesla. It's starting to go back upside right now. Finally starting to wake up a little bit. 87.50. Oh, it just went to 488 almost there. Bounced off VWAP and coming back in. So I'm going to still wait out for this 486 area or so on Tesla. It's Money Talks with Dara, then we'll figure out what's for lunch.
Indeed, it is Money Talks time, and I want to start here by pointing out this support on the US dollar. Now, we know this level here of approximately 97.9 served as support going back to last Tuesday. Now today, once again, about a week later, serving as support once again. So a bit of a double bottom here on the daily chart for the DXY. As I've mentioned, we've really reversed that mini uptrend that we had starting in September, specifically September 17th of 2025. We had these higher highs, higher lows. We make this double top. Now trying to head back down here with lower highs and lower lows. I think the biggest thing to mention here with regards to the market with this economic data, it's going to be that we had the GDP print coming out this morning, Q3 2025, 4.3%. Well above estimates of 3.3% and the prior print of 3.8%. Durable goods month over month for the month of October. Again, this is a bit delayed data. This is negative 2.2%, so lower than the estimate there of negative 1.5%. Core durable goods month over month for October, not a negative print, but lower than we were expecting. And you can find this infographic with all this info on X at TTV Research. We did get some other economic data today at 10 a.m. The CB Consumer Confidence print coming in a bit lower than expected. I want to talk here about the CME Fed Watch tool because these odds of that rate cut coming through in January continue to dwindle. 13.3% of participants right now expecting a 25 basis point cut. Almost 87% expecting that rates will be held. Now, it's interesting as well. We actually had Fed's Hammock coming out over the weekend saying that she doesn't really see any need to rush these rate cuts, likely not needing anything until maybe the spring. A lot of these Feds not wanting to front load these cuts here. And that was also a comment made by Fed's Goolsbee, who was one of the individuals who actually voted for rates to be held at this most recent meeting about a week or so ago, 2 weeks now. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool, because for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that is now changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With this limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital, while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside, and this allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. And when you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. That's the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first valuation. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Yeah,
Get a key.
for checking that out.
Thank you very much,
Oh, yeah.
Dara.
We do have that. We have that key and we have this key. Okay, so here we go, man. Someone in the chat was like, hey, I think lunch is going to start with a T and end with an A. So I'm assuming that's going to be a troll of tilapia. But today, my friend, is an American flag.
We know what that means.
On there. Last week, we missed out on it. Today, it is back. It is fried chicken. So right there, we get a boo from Sharif, but it is buttermilk fried chicken with potato wedges and mixed green.
Sharif is gonna boo it. First of all, you must not have eaten it last time. Jeff Mendel from OTC Markets came by and took us to lunch. But we had a great lunch, but I still had my plate. I was doing my best to not waste any of it.
Sharif did eat it.
It was delicious.
Apparently, so.
Biscuits.
Different opinions over here.
Okay, well, I mean, to each their own. It was, as far as I'm concerned, it was delicious. The biscuit was actually delicious as well. I don't even remember.
I heard some good things.
I don't remember what the salad was that I had with it, to be honest with you, because all I ate was the chicken and the biscuit. But
yeah, it sounds like salads are overrated when you got that buttermilk chicken over here.
Well, yeah, you got it.
I like that. I mean, that's a perfect, for me, yeah, coleslaw would be nice.
Coleslaw.
Oh, I hope that's what it is again. I was going to say, when I heard Fabian say that, I'd be like, yeah, I'm down with some slaw. Up in there as well. All right, yeah, that's what's for lunch. I do have finally a new position starting, and I don't know, we'll take some shares on it, and we'll see what winds up happening. AMD, it just came right back into this level again. I wrote down 214 to 215 the first time. We did take it right at this level, man, and we got stopped out on the upside of that trade before it blew through. So I'm actually going to stop at the exact same spot again. 215. If we break it through, then fine, we break it through and we get stopped out there. So we'll just ho-hum that. Hopefully that doesn't happen and we do get a downside push. I just want to show you guys that, like, right now on AMD, we only have 3 minutes left. Like, the spread right here is 11 cents, to get your 100 shares. So it's like, I'm trading more than that in shares, right? And obviously not everybody will, and maybe you guys won't either. Maybe you'll trade more. But it's like, you got to be careful because, like, it can whip through. Like, if someone comes in with like a big 1,000-share order, or I don't know, 50,000 shares or any kind of size, like, this thing will basically could clear out like many levels. Like, you're not even getting, these are all 1 share, 300 shares. Like, I'm trading in the hundreds as a default. So it's just like, even me just playing this is like, I'm the odd man out. There's not even hundreds of shares going on through here. So just be careful, man. It's light trading today, so just watch out for your positions and understand that there is a little bit of a spread obviously associated with the stock. So it's just unlike any other day. I was talking about that earlier on AMD when we got in at the beginning of the day. I was like, holy shoot, like, this spread is like 30, 40 cents, which is why we're able to catch some of these. And that's why you have the crazy tails today, because like, it prints the spread and then just fills it right back in and goes the other way. So we'll be careful here. We'll get out on a 215 break. So I don't know where exactly that will go. We're trying to imagine slippage of that 10 cents or so. So I just throw out a market order and we get what we get, and we sometimes get upset, but that's what we're doing right now. So I'm doing that here.
The good thing about some of the orders that we have, though, is even with that spread on a market order through a key price area, oftentimes you can get inside, because a lot of our routing keys, which are essentially any order that you send out which can hit multiple gateways. It's called a routing key, so it routes to every gateway. A lot of them can also sweep the dark pools to the extent that they're available, and there tends to be liquidity there. So if you're at real trading, slippage isn't that bad just because there's a 10-cent spread, but you do want to have access to the best possible routing keys out there. So shout out to real trading for that. But I do have one small loss. It'll be Novo. It was the only long today that I liked. It broke the trend line, so with the second it established an uptrend, I got in. Only got one take profit on the way up, but then it lost the trend line. Volume is really starting to slow down. I mean, it was already slowing down, but volume really starting to slow down. It's a triple bottom, so it might give you some kind of a consolidation off 52. I'll look to see if it ends up just holding this, then maybe play it for just a consolidative low where you're scalping off of that low and then short. Intel, I did reload it. The NASDAQ did not make a fresh high. The ES did not make that break. Well, the ES broke the high, but the NASDAQ did not. So I reloaded at VWAP. So yeah, going to look for some small cappers as well that might move. If nothing is moving, you don't have to force trades or fight them. Just continuously tracking Tesla. It's got a nice little wedge sort of pattern, which is forming. But Yeah, I think you're almost over trading it if you work to that one. Yeah, it just got filled on Intel. Going to look for the low of the day here. Looking for 36.3 into 36 even. So if you just range bound like that 1% move, then we'll take what we can get. Been a good day today, again, but don't necessarily expect the crazy wicks you saw in the morning. Very unlikely you see that kind of a move in the afternoon, right? Like it should be, if it's anything like yesterday, there'll be lots of range-bound stocks. So don't be afraid if you're going to trade, play inside of that range. We're going to enjoy that fried chicken regardless of, it's maybe not everyone's cup of tea, but the biscuits and hopefully coleslaw should be hitting the spot for our lunch for us.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, it's 11:01. We got some out on AMD there in the 30s. It started to move back up, very, very range bound, as we said already. So, all right, we'll see you guys back at 2 p.m. For now, it's the midday show. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for watching. It was a great show. We'll see you back in a couple hours. Ciao.
I'm in trouble here. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That is not Joey Options. That is Obi. He is the one, Kenobi. Shout out to my man. I just got to load up to say hi to everybody, because we got a
How's everyone doing?
Hold on, just trying to load this up. There we go. Now we're good to go. Always Christmas. It's always Christmas.
I haven't sat at this desk in a while. How you know that? It's because this contract is still on the Z25 or Z25.
Let's say hello to everybody, Ob. Trader Sniper is in the house. Shout out to Peter Pie. We got Vamos. We got Dexter Smith. We got Dark Skern. We got Marco Hernandez, Outlawed Trader. Shout out to Papacito and Yummy Thai Food, Front Porch Trader, Noisy, Big 40, Nephew, Tismail. We got Veggie Food Lovers and Daniel Simon. Shout out to Machiavelli, the OG, Rogelio, Concepcion, Kurt D, Bora, 562, and Siesta, 44, 2 New York cents. Shout out to Robert Lewis, and yes, Chef, no. Ahmed's in the house. So is Buffalo Freaking Soldier, Yummy Thai Food, as I mentioned. Tilster, Jay Coingy, Eliza, Loudwork. Shout out to Evan and Jordan Fisher. One more here, we're going to say what's up to Wicked, Chunky, Slayin' Stocks. I love that name. Nice. That is a mouthful there. Good morning.
Don't be some chunky stocks. I'm down to slay.
Right.
You know what I mean? How are you doing, man? How's your morning? How's everything?
Everything is good. Just loaded up some of these small caps. Got a sesh at the gym, super quick. Right back now.
What was the day today?
We were doing hammies with some core. So a little bit of rector spinae group, a little bit of Nice. Abdominals, we're doing it 25. And we're looking at high ho, hopefully up into freaking intraday highs we go. This one is up 116%. I'm working into this one, having punched in at 88s. I'm looking for a DCA here at 77s and then 69. So this one for the moment is below the 10 EMA on the 5, but I'm looking for the higher lows on HO to hold. So the reason I've got a dip trade at 77s to get the money fill in between the 10 and the 20 moving average on the 5, and then why I have another dip trade planned, of course, at 69 is to front run what I perceive to be the volume weighted average price. If it loses that, I'm out. I'm not going to be DCAing into the $1.50, hoping, pleading with the stock to come back up. We're going to basically go on technicals. If it rides trend, we're going to ride with it, and then we're going to see what this one has to offer. I've got a lot more in the hopper here on the side with small cap gappers, but tell the people what you're looking at.
I mean, I want to start off with saying what's up, everybody, and small caps, obviously, holiday trading, small caps are popping. I looked at my scanner this morning and I was just like 4 or 5 in the pre-market. Just like if you wake up at 4 a.m. around this time, like there is straight bangers. You know what I mean? So like definitely early bird gets the worm during the holiday season, and it kind of makes sense. Everyone's kind of home. People are trading. They they're not at work. So maybe you get some more liquidity. Maybe you get some more volume into some of those small caps, and you definitely see that coming into fruition if you are up and early and you got some of those scanners on. So yeah, lots of opportunity in this market in that space for sure. But this morning, guys, I took a little bit of I wouldn't say a little bit of a cut, like pretty much break even on this. But if you asked me this morning, funny enough, I was sitting with Jose and I was just like, yeah, I'm trading this, and I think to myself, I have a little bit of bias and I don't really like it. If you asked me what price did you want to short Novo today,
Okay.
my answer was yes. I shorted every price.
Didn't matter the price.
Yeah, I was like, I don't care what price. I'm shorting everything today because this is a little, you know what I mean? Like, but here's the thing, man. Like, I had it off of the open, slammed down, very nice. 52 holds. This consolidation is nice here. I'm keeping it light, keeping it well. You know, there's other participants I see as well. People love to take the back through open, and guess what? When 5260s gets slapped, I see the push into the back through open. I'm like, all right, those players are here as well. Hello, how's it going? Like, let's see how far they take it. Yeah, sure, that goes up about 30 pennies right there into 53s. But guess what? Backside comes in. Oh, slamma-jamma, I'm coming right back in.
Slamming the backside?
Of course, always. What do you mean? That's what we're here for. Anyways, the backside comes in, slap it back in, back through open once again. Hello, they're gone again. Here's my mistake though. I take it all the way from 53s all the way back down to 52s. I got a little bit of size. I'm like, all right, now I'm convinced. I have conviction and I have a little bit of a strong bias. That's an issue. Because I'm like, I slapped 52s. This is going through day lows at 5170s. Doesn't come in. There was actually a strong bid. I think it was over maybe, I forget what it was. There was like a 10, there was maybe 100,000 shares, but a lot of size getting in on the bid at 52s, and then that turns right away. That failed to follow through. I don't normally take the breakdown like that on 52s, but this entry definitely like solidified my bias for going through the day low, and I held it back to VWAP, and I'm like, okay, this is not really going anywhere too much right now. Take a little bit of a chop for break even. I get back in, give it back to VWAP because I'm like, this is just going to orbit around. Step away from the desk to get ready. Comes all the way back down to 52s. Guess what? We hold 52s again. So as of right now, 52 held bid on Novo Nordisk. Let's see if we can cut through that a little bit here. But, you know, other than that, we groovy.
I like it, sir. I like you made me chuckle already, and as well as I think 99% of the people on the stream. So I'm already pleased that you're around, man. All right, here's what we're looking at, Fabian. AFJK, a monster, 89% in the Ville of Green, and it's also up 95% since the bell rung, meaning that it opened up the pre-market in negative territory. But alas, it is now halted down. Halt level 60, 55. Don't have the halt time. It's not on a trading screen, but it is losing the moving averages as well as my key indicators in a frickin' hurry. The volume, weighted average price, 67.50 or thereabouts. 10 EMA on the 5, 60.85. It is halted below that at 60.55. So it's already lost the previous halt level, the up halt level, which is at 62.60. As you know, I look at these intraday halt levels as areas of support and resistance, at least in the intraday time frame. So that's what I'm looking at now. We'll have to see if this one catches a bid or what its situation is. ASTI, also a multiple halter to the upside, 50% in Greenville, 740 high, but it is also losing it in a hurry with a bunch of lower highs with a topping tail candle into that high, and now we're below the volume weighted average price, which is currently at about 6 1/5, so 620. It's trading below the 10 EMA, it's trading below VWAP. This one might lose its spot on the side chart in a hurry. HIHO, this is the one I'm involved in right now. Not technically, I am out of the money, but I'm looking at getting more in. Now, I don't think it dipped down. It didn't fill me. It didn't fill me. So I was waiting at 77. I was waiting at 69, neither of which filled despite these bottoming tail candles both breaching the 10 EMA on the 5, trying their darndest now to retrace above the 10 EMA and close above them. HIHO up 125%, the leading gapper in the market at the moment. VUZI, here we go again. This one is going to take out the high of the day momentarily. It's 1 penny off the high of the day, 356 high. It's showing 55s. Umpteen amount of tests of the 10 EMA on the 5, none of which have breached. So this one has shown you a lot of respect for these moving averages, and there's the quick touch of the high of the day, but yet to breach it. VUZI up 22 1/3, certainly in focus for me. RZLT, also big breakout there right at 935. Did bub kiss in the pre, but this is a multi-day runner. Take a gander at what it did yesterday, 930 as well. It caught a bid, and it looks like the buy program shut off at 1130. You never really know when they're going to shut off 11, 1130. They typically don't run into the afternoon, or I mean into lunch. So anyway, the buy program is back right at 930. There's a whole bunch of market on open orders, and this thing has a 243 high. Trading right around the 10 EMA at 2 1/3. This one's going to have to put in some higher highs for me to get involved. UAMY also putting in a great chart pattern here. Also the breakout coming at 930. Barely did anything in the pre, but this is another multiple day runner, almost looking identical to RZLT in the sense that in the sense that it caught a bid right at 930 on both days, yesterday and this morning. And this one is trading at the volume weighted average price, but it's giving me hints here of a head and shoulders pattern. I need to see higher highs. Ideally, it prints above that 615 area top, if not 620. So that one will be also in focus. HYMC, a bit more of expensive of a name and not much in the way of a notional move. We're talking about $3 on a $28 name. $27.99 high, trading at $27.11 now. There does seem to be support at that 27 area, so that could be an interesting pickup. Look at the topping tail candles that all breached 27. Very few of them actually closed above it. The only one that was able to close above it initially was that implied balance pop right at 930. That's the implied balance high that takes us to 27.42. It's trying to hold above 27, which I also like, not just to the psychological support, but because the 10 EMA on the 5 is also hanging out there. So those are the ones I'm looking at right now. Oh, but looks like I did get that ad on HIHO. Let's see if this one holds above VWAP. I have an 83 cost basis showing me 79s.
Yes, sir. So that 52, while I was talking, it finally came in. I'm like, all right, well, I don't have 52.40s here. That was nice. That was a nice VWAP hold. Again, kind of wasn't there for this 52 half test as well. It's coming back up through 52. Again, this is where buyers were in the morning. This is where buyers were once again around 10 o'clock. And I was talking to a couple of people, and I'm like, yeah, sellers started to get a little absorbed here around, like, I would say after like 10:10. I was like, all right, the probability of this kind of coming in as of like right away right now, not very high. So I kind of lightened up a little bit, lightened the load, and then let it kind of do its thing until it shows me that, yeah, sellers are back in charge. If I have strong conviction that bigger picture, short term, this is mispriced, and I want to sell every price in the opening range, then I do have to give it some time, because again, the idea can be right. The timing doesn't have to be, you know what I mean? Unless and until it actually starts to show you that it's going in your direction and participants are on your side, then and only then am I trying to get as aggressive as I can here. So a little light here through 52s, and I'm chasing through the lows once again. I don't want to necessarily do that with any sort of aggressive sizing, but guess what? The market, especially the NASDAQ here, this is where sellers were before, and we're coming right back up into here. So maybe sellers are here once again. So I'm watching that as well. Take a look at NVIDIA. This is a 15-minute chart on NVIDIA. This is straight line up. Holds VWAP. Sure, we violated a little bit, but catch a bit of a bounce off of pre-market highs as well as prior day consolidation highs as well, in and around 183. 183.80s here, 184s-ish, and yeah, straight off to the races. Nice squeeze. Well, I don't know about a squeeze, but a straight bid all the way up to 186s, 187s coming in now on the horizon for NVIDIA. Another name I was looking at was Amazon. I know you guys think I love Amazon, and guess what? You're right, I do. This consolidation breakout, what I think was very much the trade this morning. I was watching this yesterday. Supply comes in right off of the open here, 229 halves. Once again into the close, nice little buy imbalance, gets slapped right back in to the close there. Comes right into 228 40s, 228 halves roughly. But take a look at where that supply slaps right back in. It's at the 229 halves. Look at it here on the prior day, Friday, getting slapped right into 229s. Once again, on Thursday, guess what? What more do you need to see? That this is a little bit of a consolidation range, and whenever we get to the high of this range, we keep getting sold off. But today was distinctly different, as the market was really strong, and then I was watching Amazon as well. I was like, maybe we get that selling once again. I didn't take a single fill. You know why?
Why?
Because buyers were very dominant and the tape was very, very obvious. But you know what? Maybe in that moment I should be flipping for the long, but I have a little bit of a bias. That's what I said earlier. for the reversion, and I'm like, all right, this breakout is definitely very high probability, so I don't want to touch it just yet. I look away, I'm getting busy with Novo, and guess what? It does eventually come in here, but all the way up at 232. So that breakout was the trade here on Amazon, coming back into VWAP as of right now. So a little bit of a sideways consolidation, to say the least. Tesla was another one, another fan favorite here, but choppy mess is Tesla on the day today. So nothing really happening there. But here's one that I had on the back burner, man.
Okay. I
was just like, you know what really deterred me away from this one? Low volume coming into the open.
Oof.
Guess what? Yesterday, I noticed this. I actually got into a little bit of a short into VWAP. Here, it continues to go. There was a very obvious seller who sold all the way into the close on Starbucks, right? And I was like, they're going to come back for a refill this morning. Guess what? He almost spit out his coffee. You know what I mean? But take a look at this. 80K in the pre-market, dude. It's doing crumbles for action. Guess what? Sellers step right back in off of the open, and oh my God, that thing got slapped all the way down for another 2.5% move to the downside. So a big mistrade on my part was the Starbucks continuation. So I only had 4 tickers this morning on watch. Novo was one of them. Starbucks was number 2. And then I also had natural gas futures, which were pretty strong. But again, commodities kind of strong. I saw copper at all-time highs. Gold is pushing highs. Silver's pushing the bid as well. So yeah, commodities catching a little bit of a bid in this kind of environment. So it makes sense. I did have eyes on that. But Nike was the one, and I have not looked at it. So let's take a look at it together. Okay, so and it didn't just do it. So kind of a similar action there, but you can see here, distinctly different. The seller wasn't as aggressive. The selling wasn't as aggressive. You can see, let's compare both Nike and Starbucks here. You know what? I don't like the fact that Novo's kind of bidding right back up. I know I said I don't have that much, but I'm just going to tap out of it right here because I'm not even watching it that much. I don't want to let it go to 52 halves where I did originally have my stop. I was going to chop 52s, and 52s were where buyers were before. I'm going to kind of respect that because we did pull back in, but if we're going to pop back up, you know what? Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. So right here. So take a look at this action here. It is very strongly sold into the close here, but distinctly different from that of Starbucks. Take a look at this. That's a grinding seller. There's definitely a little bit of a sell algo, sell program, whatever you want to call it, that's sitting on the ask on Starbucks and maybe even hitting into the bid periodically as we go down. I was watching the tape a little bit. So you can see here, distinctly different, sold off into the end of the day. Yes, you can be like, okay, well, similar patterns, but Nike was not that way. We did have a little bit of a chop. We had the strong bid that comes into the close. We get sold off again, but choppy sell off. So that's a little bit of a nuance that I'm kind of thinking I should, journal, note down, and take forward. You can see here kind of a choppy mess coming into the open here on Nike, holding the bid, holding this end of day range. So those were the only 4 things. Let's take a look at natural gas here. That's Henry Hub, our boy Henry. Henry Hub, natural gas futures. I know this data is going to be a little bit delayed here, but we can take a look at potentially UNG.
I got it live if you want it. Yeah,
so
let's load it up.
Yeah, so we did get a bit of a bid in the pre-market. That got sold off, and then now we're stepping up higher a little bit here.
Continuous contract or the January contract?
We'll just do the continuous for now. Yeah. We'll see how that's doing.
What time frame do you want?
Let's just go on a 3-minute because
3 minute?
we're trying to
there it is.
Look at it intraday. Okay, so yeah, that's roughly around where I have it here. Yeah, so you can see a little bit sideways action, but the bid is coming in off of VWAP. So the buyers are maybe a little bit of a continuation from yesterday was what I was looking for because this was a puke. If you look at this action right here, if you come to my screen, yesterday you see a 7% drop from the pre-market session going into the open. For about 2.5 hours, we sold off on increasing volume and then bid back up. Beautiful, beautiful 50% reversion, roughly, of that down leg. And we got a little bit more in the pre-market. So I was like, all right, if we're going to reclaim where these sellers came in yesterday, I'm looking for a little bit of a push. Sure, it's not as clean. And some of the vehicles that I was looking at potentially to see this similar move was UNG. Sure, UNG is not doing any sort of crazy volume just yet. Only about 6 million shares traded, but the average volume is 13 million. So, by the end of the day, I'm sure it'll do a little bit of the average and then some because you look at this. yeah, relative volume on the day got 0.86 as of right now, so nothing too crazy. But the pre-market was definitely doing some relative volume, 7 times, Sharif, in the pre-market session. Sure, it's a little bit of a crumble, but doing more than average, more than usual, does get me interested. This was a bit of a mismove, but yeah, those were the only stocks I was watching on a day like today. Now, NVIDIA, sure, one can say that if you're watching these top stocks, you're sure there's going to be price action trades that definitely come into play. Take a look at this. Yesterday, we had a bit of a consolidation day after a gap up, so I'm watching the range here of NVIDIA. Look at that, kind of comes into the low for yesterday's range, can't really drop down, and then buying just comes in very aggressively. Sure, it's a little difficult to get back in here, but you're like, okay, buyers are definitely here, and we take it to the top of the range, we pull back onto VWAP, you don't even have to get involved on VWAP. Take a look at this, morning session highs coming in just shy of 185s, and that holds 185s like a champ here in this consolidation for about 15 minutes. And then we're off to the races. 187.28's coming in right now on NVIDIA. So that's a bit of a miss for me in terms of price action trading. When you say some things just fall into your lap, this is one of the trades that definitely would have if you were watching it closely. The NVIDIA long through 185s, even the hold, the sustain, the above high opening range highs, high a day as well. That was really nice as well. But let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading?
Definitely.
I want to know, where's the next trade? Because I'm sitting on my hands. It's holiday trading.
I think that's a question I'm going to have to ask along with you. I don't usually ask that.
Yes.
Usually there's a bunch of small cap gappers that, you know, get
Show me what you're looking at.
Well, brother, I'm in
involved.
3 trades, but they are super slow. But I got to remind everybody, thank you, Fabian, for this. If you're not getting into the chat, guys, and voting for your favorite tickers every day by throwing in that $sign, it's got to be preceded by that $sign to register. Shout out to Fabian. You're not going to get your stock on the afternoon rundown. Oftentimes, we're always told, Sharif, this was doing a whole bunch of volume. It had fantastic price action. Why the hell is it not on the afternoon rundown? Well, there's a simple answer for that. Because it didn't make the list. So you're going to have to get into the chat, make some friends if you're a loner, and get them voting your way, right? Otherwise, you know, you're only going to get 1 vote. So get into the chat now and please vote. Thank you very much, guys. We do appreciate it. And of course, I'm joking and exaggerating for effect about being a loner, myself included. Here we go. So HIHO, we've got a couple of prints on this one. It's not exactly showing me what I want. Okay, it's still putting in lower highs. It's still above the technicals that I like, which is the 170 breakout. So I'm going to continue to hold and average into pre-planned levels. All right, now we get a little price spike up. We're going to take some out here. Okay, so HIHO, not exactly going as planned, but not going against me either, and we're taking some profits on it. UAMY. We're also taking some profits on this one for beak wetters so far. But again, this one not really going as planned either. We're getting higher lows, but we're getting a whole bunch of resistance into that $0.01. That doesn't really surprise me because we didn't spend all that much time above a $0.01. And when you view it on the 5-minute time frame, the prints that we have above there, some of them, I want to say, if not most of them, are topping tail candles. That immediately, to me, tells me that aggressive selling and or profits or short selling or profit taking is taking place at that level. That doesn't mean we can't, you know, pass through those sellers and or profit takers at a later time, but it is something that I need to be alive to. Because if I keep saying, well, why is it not moving past $6.20? I've got my reason. I may just not be happy about the reason. So that's 1. 2, VUZI. Also continuing to hold the 10 EMA on the 5. We've got a couple, or sorry, not even a couple. We don't even have any profits on this one. Am I in the money or out of the money? No, still waiting for the first print to come in at 54. It's been up to 54. It just doesn't cross, so I don't get the print. So we're going to pack our patience on all those. So HIHO, really the only one that's concerning me because of the lower highs. I can't say that that one is continuing with the trend. It's the wrong trend. It's lower highs and lower lows, but it's still above my technical areas. So that's why I stay in the trade. VUZI and UAMY are both riding trends of higher lows. So that one, I don't want to say I'm not concerned about, but I'm less concerned about. So that is my look. Those are the 3 that I'm involved in. But always, guys, as always, if there are small cap gappers or grappers, gappers that are making moves that I don't have eyes on, that I haven't mentioned, that weren't on my side charts, please tag me so that I see that red rectangle on my chat. Otherwise, I could miss it by accident. And let me know exactly what you guys are looking for here. I'm seeing this ticker called Lion. Yeah, I know, right? It's immediately attractive. LION, it's not up big, 9 1/3, but it's got a good looking chart pattern. So it just earned its way onto the side chart, and we're taking off that hot garbage STEC. STEC, that just lost its spot. Commodity King says Marvell. Brother, I don't trade large caps, but I do like Marvell. I like it because of custom ASICs. I've made that point very clear. Pardon me?
Marvelous.
It's marvelous, right? I love that. It's always gave me that vibe. MRVL, like you can't think anything different.
Yes.
It's trading at highs, by the way. Shout out to Commodity King. Outlaw Trader telling me to look at Sun, SUNN, he means. SUNN. There's no volume on that, brother. I can't even get the volume, so illiquid is this one. So that one, I'm going to have to, okay, I think I'm typing the wrong one, SUNN. I don't have a Sun, brother. The only one that I have there is on a different exchange, and I don't think that's the one that you're talking about. Let me know again, Outlaw Trader. Pardon me. 2 New York says, please look at KYTX. Looking. Okay. KYTX, let's have a look at that one. Not bad. Okay, let's bring in the side chart. Let's have a little bit of a discussion on KYTX here, because now we're looking at a bit of a pattern. Kyverna Therapeutics, KYTX, that's what it is, $500 million market cap and a good looker. 8%, not rocketing up, but there you go. You get the higher highs, you get the higher lows. It's not exactly the most liquid stock, a little bit less than 1 million shares traded on the day, but it is an $8 name, 938,000 shares. We're talking about KYTX for those trying to follow along. I'm sorry, not throw on that ticker. There you go. Yeah, I could be persuaded, certainly get into this if the volume's a bit more, but just having a cursory look at it here, you can automatically tell 2 things. 1, the majority of the prints, and by majority, I mean 80% and over, are respecting, for the moment, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, which will always be the green solid lines on my chart. It looks, though, that the money fills and the deeper areas of the retracements on this one are coming into the 20 EMA on the 5, and that pleases me greatly, because you're looking for that riding of trend to hold off the 10, and then when you get a bit of a deeper retracement and the shorts are taking profit, you get into the 20. So that's one observation. The other one is I could be looking at confirmation bias here with respect to the 20, which is the yellow line. Why do I say that? Because we know that this topping tail candle here, which was a reversal candle at 948 on the 3-minute chart, by the way, ended up finding support at 855, resistance, excuse me, at 855. Well, lo and behold, that 855 came in as support over here, and then triple bottoms over here between 1054 and 11 o'clock. So that 855 is a key area of technical support, formerly resistance, something to be on the lookout for there. So KYTX, not a bad looker. Ozan saying MNQ, I'm not trading the MQ. I like you, Ozan. He tried to fool me like I didn't know what the MNQ was gonna be, but I appreciate that. I'm not gonna take out that one. Benton, fellow gunner, saying SOC. Yes, Benton, you are absolutely right. SOC is taking out the pre-market high, and by extension of that, of course, it meets my requirements of trading above the volume weighted average price and above the pre-market high. Shout out to the OG Benton. And there it is. It took out that early 730 area spike. As Obi was saying, these small cap gappers, they live in the pre-market. They live in the aftermarket as a result of the lack of volatility halt parameters. The degens, like myself, their hands start shaking, Ob, when there's no volatility halt parameters. They see all the profits and, they're like, wow.
You also have to remember, not a lot of institutional participation until the open. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like sometimes the algos don't jump in until after the open either. So it's a little bit cleaner. Obviously not all of them, but some of them for sure. So it's definitely a little bit more of what you see is what you get happening there. Yeah, Novo trying to break through this 52, but I don't want to hit it down here at the day lows. Initially, I was trying to take some inventory through 5176s, which is the current day low, but now I have eyes on NVIDIA, and some somebody in the chat pointed this one out a little bit earlier, and I don't know if you probably saw this one, ASTI. Did you talk about this one?
Yeah, of course.
Look at the reversion on this one. Oh
Big
my God,
reversion.
halter, and it kind of pushes through 7, can't get through the 7/2. I like that. Pulls back in. Here's the thing, where do you really want to get short this thing? Maybe on the break of trend, maybe you start getting in some here, but this is the first time, this probably halted down here as well, but maybe through here, but that's a little bit of a chop seed. I don't really know how to short this one too well. You got to be able to kind of, really watch it. There's a high volume candle right here on the push of 740s. Maybe when you see that and then the pull back in, maybe getting a little bit involved, maybe get some more here into VWAP and then take some more through the 550. We're pushing through $5 now. This definitely looks like it's making a beeline all the way to day lows here at $4. So shout out to whoever pointed that one out. I know Sharif said he looked at that one earlier. Beautiful long as well, but the backside's coming in real nice, and you can see the expanding volume coming in through the breakdowns as well, giving you that confluence of sellers being in charge. So you're like, okay, cool. If you're sitting short, if I'm sitting short this, I'm like, all right, cool, let's go. Like, this is good. I don't want to get out of this just yet unless we do something crazy like halt back in. But here's the thing. Buyers were here before at $4.
Okay.
Maybe they could come in anywhere around here. And so I got to be wary about that one. But again, not really my lane. So I can just to speak on a little bit of price action. But these things, when they move beautifully as well. I think we got a call for Adair.
Let's talk about cryptocurrency, guys. Here's BTC in the daily chart. And I think it's kind of interesting because since we made that big drop on Friday, November 21st, just over a month ago, we've made very subtle higher lows. So the most, after that, we get this December 1st drop. We get a slightly higher low as of December 18th. Now today, trying to form another higher low. This base right now at 86 halves. If you take a look here at the 15-minute chart, you can really see where we get this basing out here on Bitcoin right at 945, bit of elevated volume, then we come right back up. So interesting look here for BTC. Let's see if we can actually clear and stay above, though, this 87.8 level that's serving as some short-term support resistance on Bitcoin. Before we send you back to Obi and Sharif, I do want to also let you guys know, I know Sharif and I mentioned this earlier today, but Coinbase actually acquiring the clearing company. So this is going to be another predictions market type move. What makes the clearing company interesting, though, is that apparently they actually use digital ledger tech to clear and settle trades in stablecoins. So this actually allows for instant settlement. Interesting note here. It's also worth noting here, founder of the clearing company, Tony Gemael, also worked with Kalshi and Polymarket. So experience in the space. Coinbase, along with Robinhood and DraftKings, all trying to get moves into that prediction market space. And this one actually very crypto related with that stablecoin touch, guys. Back to you.
Couple of million pounds. Yeah. But I got to cover this.
Right. Cover it.
There goes freaking O into $2. We got 77s on this monster. Go high ho, up into the day's high we go. 221. We're still about a fifth of a dollar, obviously off that high of the day. We're waiting now north of 2. So this is the litmus test. Can 2 get cleared? We've already seen 2 is a key area of resistance on HIHO. I don't care if the topping tail candle goes into 221. It spent almost no time there. Neither have any of the other prints. They've all been quick wicks above that $2 and then down we go. And this is, let me make my point to you guys. Let's see how many candles actually breach 2 and which ones are not wicks. One candle breach, wick. Another candle breach, wick, wick, wick. All right, you guys get what I'm saying over here. So clearly $2 a key area of technical resistance. If the shorts are going to insist on holding the line on $2 and we continue to put in higher lows, I don't think it will be good for the shorts. I could be wrong. We're going to pack the patience. We're going to build the position into the higher lows, and then we'll see what comes of that. So HIHO certainly in focus for me. This one I got wrong. RZLT, I felt that this one was heading down to the WAP, back to VWAP, and was going to lose it. I got that one wrong. Clearly, there was a buyer here at 30 pennies, given the bottoming tail candles and the lack of prints of anything, wick close or otherwise, below 30, and then rocketing up into the day's high, 243, RZLT, up 18 and change. I should have been trading this one rather than the hot garbage Vuzi. Oh, Neil's brought the oily chicken. Get that oily chicken, Neil. I hope it's as oily as humanly possible.
Is it the same, was it fried chicken and like butter biscuits as last time?
yeah.
Yo, okay,
Look,
while
bro,
I
it's
was eating
fantastic.
it, it was good.
It's good.
And then like 15 minutes later, I was like, oh.
I'm not gonna lie to
That's
anybody.
heavy.
It tasted fantastic. It tasted fantastic. It's just not my cup of tea, right?
Fair, man.
I just don't. I don't enjoy the.
Especially if you eat healthy, you work out. Look at that. Here you go.
That's actually excellent, Fabian. You can barely even tell that there is like an artificial screen when you do that, by the way. So good luck there. All right, be nice.
It'll make you feel a little, off kilter for
What
sure.
was that movie? Remember
healthy,
that documentary about fast foods back like in the early 2000s?
Super Size Me.
Super Size Me.
Yes.
Remember what he said specifically? And he ate McDonald's 3 times a day. And like after like the 5th day or something, he started getting depression and stuff like that. Like it affects you.
You saw the other thing where like this dude left his like McDonald's fries under the bed for like years.
Hold on,
guess
what
what?
happened?
They never went back. Like there's no mold. There's nothing growing on them.
Yeah. Wow.
Like think about it. Not even the bacteria and fungi are just like we're not gonna mess with this stuff. You know?
I love it. He knows fungus in plural. I love it. Fungi.
What do you mean?
You never seen Seinfeld where he like
funguses?
Yeah, funguses, and then Kramer comes out fungi, right? That was a good one.
Stuff.
Get it, Obi's jokes, man. I love it. All right,
Angry
guys.
wife.
Look at Neil. Neil's going deep. Show him, Neil. Show what you got, Neil. Show the people, bro. The people want to see the plate. They don't just want to see you eating, Neil. They want to see the plate. There you go.
There it is.
All right, can we get maybe a better
I need
view
some
of
dipping
that?
sauce for that. It's a little maybe a little dry for me.
You got potato wedges there, Neil?
Taters.
What are those?
Yeah, those
Tater
are some,
tots?
yeah, those are some wedges. Those look like wedges. Let's go. That's good.
Okay, those are potatoes.
Yeah, because last
That's
time it was
good.
biscuits.
No. I'm definitely down with potato.
Yeah, definitely. For sure. That's
Everybody's getting
good one
hungry
right
in the
here.
chat.
Yes.
HT says finger licking good.
Yes.
All right, guys. All right.
I'm looking for this Nvidia to be finger licking good as
know
we
you are.
break the trend.
You're waiting for the reversion, right?
I mean,
case
I'm in
anybody's
it
wondering.
now. Let's see if it follows through. That's the question, right? Yeah, a little bit of a pullback. Is aggressive buying that just happening, right? Remember we talked about the 85 all the way to 88s. Let me take a little bit of a measure of how far of a breakout that was. Look at this, 52, a little bit of a shake and bake fugazi action happening here, looking like it's going to break down. Markets are turning a little bit here, but it's still chopping the 52, so I really don't want to mess with that right now. But yeah, the 55 push, about 1.6%, about $3 off of that. Yeah, so that's pretty nice. Nice little push there, but let's see if we get a bit of a reversion. We're pulling back into some of these moving averages, trend lines, whatever you want to use as trend indicators. My question is this too far too fast? Is it too far gone? Are we going to pull back into VWAP? The market tailwind is definitely going to be a big factor here. Yeah, NVIDIA catching that bid off of, maybe, well, one can speculate, maybe people are more interested in NVIDIA now because China's opened up. They're just like, we were making money, now we're going to make some more. And we're at all-time highs. We're near all-time highs as well. So it's just like, all right, cool. How much further can we go? I don't know. But I keep pointing out that 6-month and 12-month chart on the SPY. We are squeezing, dude. Any and every reason to buy, we will probably get some strong buyers, right? Here we go. A little bit of a pullback. Let's see if we can pull down through 187s here on NVIDIA with a bit of a reversion. Let me take a look at this market and see what else is turning. Tesla coming into the low of its range. Amazon holding VWAP as well. Google, bit of a test of high a day. Let's pull this in. I gotta look at these charts while I'm talking about them so you guys can follow along as well. Bit of a test of this high where we did get that beautiful, look at this reversion. Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God. Pull right back in. What is that percentage? I want to do a quick measure of this one. Right here. Ooh, 1% pullback. That's beautiful. Right there, intraday, and then he wipes right back. Oh my God. The reversion of the reversion. And then a VWAP hold too? Come on. The force is balanced on this one. Let's just say that. Excuse me. Google coming in towards VWAP here, but Softy making a line towards high a day there. That was quite a nice slam in on the first candle right there as we pushed up into, I don't know what this is, yesterday's levels, right here, yesterday's pre-market levels where sellers came in pretty aggressively. We rip up into that area. Coming into today, we slam right back in. Nice chop, 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 chop. I don't know what to do with this here, but now we're breaking the range highs of the morning. So this could be something a little distinctly different. The market is, again, at its highs as well. Let's take a quick look at Apple here. Okay, a little bit of a pull up there. I was at 269.5. So yeah, let's look left here on Apple and see if we can figure something out. Okay, cool. It's a bit of a low of range here. We attempt to push here. What is that, Thursday? That was a pretty strong flush. Beautiful reversion, hold of VWAP for the rest of the day here. I think I remember what the market did that day as well. So yeah, it kind of makes sense. But yeah, a bit of a bid coming in off of that 270 reclaim here. VWAP, buyers definitely there. And then now attempting to break high a day as of right now here on Apple. That's a strong volume candle on that push. That wasn't even on the push of high a day. Okay, that's interesting. Someone maybe taking some off when the high a day fails to follow through. But you got to give it some time sometimes. It's consolidating near the highs. Now we're pushing 272s right now on Apple. I'm still looking for this NVIDIA pullback though. How far will it pull back? I don't know, man, because this market is kind of strong. We're holding up. So if we make a higher low anywhere along the way on NVIDIA here, so it's more than within range. More than within range, right? So we can pull back in. What do we have here? So 187, I'm at 187.48. Okay, cool. So hasn't really gone too far from where I got in. This was a little bit of a flush. So if we're gonna hold in and around this area and pull back up, again, I'm more than willing to be wrong on this one. Again, holiday trading, gotta keep it light, gotta keep it tight, because you don't wanna put on too much risk unless you see something. And then when you see got to swing.
It's got to be like what? So do you have a rule A plus, B
of
plus
course.
setups?
Yeah.
On, you
So
know,
I'm
holiday
still
shortened days.
No, but even then, like
weeks. I mean.
Yeah, of course. So it's just like even then, like anything can show up, anything can fall into your lap, and if something nice falls into your lap, you definitely have to slap it, right? So 187, 188 kind of is the highs right now.
Rewind.
Oh, what do you
Rewind.
Mean? We're doing this live. We're doing it live.
Hold on.
Doing it live. There's no
something falls into your lap.
Come on, you don't have to repeat what I said.
I love it, bro. It's fantastic. And you say it with the utmost confidence and the utmost like nonchalantness. It's matter of fact to you, Wob. It's fantastic.
Here's the thing. Sometimes there are participants of the book. You're just like, what's happening? What are you doing there? You just gotta get it out of the way. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of buying power. But I don't have that kind of buying power. But
I'm loving it.
It's the idea. It's the idea of being like, all right, do I think this is mispriced? Let's take out some of the book there. So it's coming right back into 188. So I think we'll let this chop around a little bit. I don't know if this is going to be day high here just yet, but we're going to give it a couple tries here. It is a little extended in my books here, but again, market can do its own thing. For the longest time, and I don't have to. What's the saying again? Market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent, right? Yep. So it's just like, all right, cool. We're not trying to reach insolvency here just yet, but
we don't need that life.
We look at it. We look at the. But here's the thing: when people say that, it's irrational relative to who? Relative to me, right? Who am I? Nobody, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what you think. Market's going to do what the market does.
The market's going to do what it does.
If you think it's irrational, that's on you. It doesn't matter. But sometimes, sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, let's see if that pulls back into day highs there, and if it does, then we'll be out, we'll be done, because this is very, very strong on the day. It is breaking out of this range. The long was quite nice, but again, I'm looking for those players to take a little bit of a break here as we pull back in. Starbucks. Yes, still very, very strong here. Let's see if we're doing any sort of relative volume. Absolutely not. Not even yesterday. Look at that. Low key, just bleeding.
Low key.
And bigger picture here as well on Starbucks. Let's go to a higher time frame. Let's go straight up to the weekly, right? Okay, that's a little bit choppy. But going to the bigger picture, we've kind of, we're kind of in this bigger picture range here. And if sellers are going to step in, kind of in this chop, on low volume, yeah, I got it on watch. I'm trying to figure some stuff out on this thing here as well. But again, in kind of no man's land in the bigger picture here as well on Starbucks. So we've been stuck in this range for multiple years. I guess 68, 65 lows with a high of 115s here on Starbucks. But yesterday's action was kind of distinct, so I just wanted to take a little bit of a continuation. I'm not that good at continuation trades. So I'm trying to get better at that. And this one came in quite nice, so I definitely have to, do a little bit of a journaling and writing some stuff down for this one. see if I can kind of capture something like this once again, how frequent something like this actually succeeds and happens, and how long of a pull we have. Look, it's about 2.2% roughly until we get a little bit of buying, and even that buying gets sold right back into, distinctly different from that of the markets right here. I just also want to do a pulse check here. J&J, what are you up to? Berkshire, what are you up to?
I like what you call that.
Right
pulse.
here. Okay, interesting, beautiful reversion happening here on Berkshire. Already happened, almost 100% pullback into opening range lows here, so that was nice. You gotta be watching some of this stuff, man. You can't catch everything at the same time, but you know, that's what we're trying to do. Trying to catch as much as we can and have things brought to our attention. What's going on? Okay, this is my 11:45 alarm here.
Oh.
It's a little vulgar, but it's basically telling me that, you know, if you haven't got up yet,
That's
go
nice.
for a walk.
So yeah, okay, that's smart.
What the hell is even that?
Well, it's his alarm.
Yeah, it's
what it is.
my reality check alarm. Sometimes here's the
Time
thing.
to stretch.
You know what I noticed?
Yes, sir.
If I'm tilted on a position
Okay.
and I'm bag holding a position, I'm usually bag hold it from like 10:30, 9 o'clock all the way into 12 to noon.
Interesting.
Sometimes because it's just like maybe
like
it's just
how you-
chopping around.
Fair.
Maybe you know it hasn't hit my stop, hasn't hit anything. But more likely than not, if I'm doing that, probably wrong, right? I'm like locked in, deer in headlights. So it's just, I was like, okay, over time, I'm just like, I need an alarm to kind of pull me out of the zone.
smart, man.
And be like, all right,
like that.
reassess, step back, punch out. It's okay. Tomorrow's another day. Where's the next trade? Nobody cares, right? Take a breather and, you know, manage that mental. So that's my alarm. Around 11:45, I go for a quick walk, even if it's around the block, even if it's going up to go get another cup of coffee,
Right.
because I want to continue watching the position, right? Exactly.
I like how
So-
you've been able to actually narrow that to a time. So you're
Well, it's journaling.
super.
It's pure journaling.
Well, there you
like
go.
journaling, I'm
Yeah,
just
you're
like, yo,
acutely
these are
aware
trades.
of that, right?
Yeah, like some of my worst trades, I'm just like, I'm just bag holding or I'm fighting the front side of the move. It's one or the other, right? So those are my worst days when I'm fighting the front side or when I'm bag holding something that I know I shouldn't be in. And a lot of times, especially for those bag holds, I'm still kind of in the position zoned in at 11:45, and it hasn't really done too much.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm just like, you know, reality check. Let's get that done.
I don't want to speak
So
on your
where's,
behalf,
the next
obviously,
trade?
but when you're really zoned in, especially when you're not doing that well I mean, speaking for myself, you have a tendency to become myopic. And you kind of don't really notice maybe there are some other names that I need to be focusing on.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's time now to kind of give my central nervous system a bit of a rest, right, from the anxiety, the stress. So I like how you actually were able to narrow down a time. That's really smart, Oak.
Yeah, there was so much overlap. There's so much because you just go through like when you especially this is the thing about like you got to journal. You got to be detailed in your journals. You got to be like, all right, you know, how do I do on my best winners? How do I do on my best losers or my worst losers, whatever. Yeah, and then kind of look for factors that kind of come back over and over again. If it's easy to spot, then it's like, okay, what's the solution? What's the solution to kind of fix that? Sure, I still fall into that. I'm not saying just because I have the alarm, it doesn't happen anymore. I still fall into that every now and then, but significantly less.
There you go.
Right, so it's like that's all it is. Just how do we get a little bit better every day, and that's one of my things that I've done to get a little bit better for the next day here. But
all right. I just want to cover some of these trades. Look, HIHO came into VWAP. I added aggressively into that 70 penny area. We scalped up into 80s. I'm out of the position. Reason is there is an 80 seller here, and there was also a previous area of support in and around 80 that's now, I feel, being used as resistance, a bit of a shelf, so to speak. This is the shelf I'm speaking about. There was buyers at 80, buyers at 80, buyers at 80, including myself there. And then it touches 2, which is technically yet another lower high, dropping back down. This one's gonna have to set up a bit differently. I don't mind picking it up again off VWAP. If it comes in there, shows me maybe a bit of a reversal candle, I'll get back in. I'll also get back in if it comes into that volume weighted average price and the subsequent candle is an aggressive 5-minute candle to make a new high. So that is my look right now on HIHO. We're profitable on it, but we had to add aggressively into the volume weighted average price, a position I don't typically take, to scalp up some into the 80s there. So we're going to set up a little bit better and a little bit more strategically on HIHO rather than just trying to catch all the lower highs. SOC, this one Benton gave me. I don't mind this one at all. 988 high, it takes out the pre-market high, but now it's got a 4-candle red setup on the 5 where it really doesn't catch a bid. So Benton, I'm looking at that $9 area. That's where the volume weighted average price is, a little bit lower actually. Is VWAP than the whole dollar level. I don't mind setting up at that level, but I don't want to catch a falling knife either, so it's going to have to show me something here bullish for me to punch into SOC, but it's up a respectable amount, 20 3/4. Let's see if this one can work up into area highs. I added on VUZI, we got a couple of bottoming tail candles, all of which were below the 10 EMA on the 5, but all of which also were above the 20. So this one tells me that the money fills could be in between that 10 and 20, something that, you know, we've been talking more about lately. I got 52s on this one. We've got a good amount of shares, looking for this one to ride up, maybe test that 60 penny high. 60 penny level. It's a 58 penny high. VUZI, look, it's not a rocket ship, but I don't expect rocket ships today. At least not yet, maybe when we see a bit of a different one. This is the one that I'm lamenting not having gotten into, and I don't have really an opportunity here to get in. It gave me a 2-candle red pullback on the 5, which I didn't take advantage of. I was alive to the 40 support, $2.40 area support, prior area of resistance, but I didn't think it had pulled back far enough for me to weasel on in. So I missed that one. I didn't really get a pullback into the 10 either. The 2-candle pullback was still substantially above the 10 EMA on the 5, so I didn't get my entry into that one. So we'll have to see how that one goes. I also had to flatten out my trade. I think I took it off. On UAMY, break even on that one, barely lost any money, but it's lost trend, so it's lost me as a trader. So we're focusing on VUZI, and I'm also focusing on SOC. Let's see what Benton has to say. He says, Sharif, agreed. I'm in at 881. That's a great price, Benton. And sold some at 950. Calls expiry Friday on SOC. He's playing it the options route. Doesn't really make much of a difference. Well, it does, of course, but the technicals still are the same, whether you're looking at options or equities. So what I'm looking for, Benton, a $9 hold, maybe even a bit of a deeper move below 9, maybe into VWAP at around, I want to say 8 mid-90s. That's option number 1 on SOC. The other option is to get that pullback and then to get that first 5-minute candle to make a new high relative to the prior candle. It has to be on a closing basis. So that's what I'm looking at there. I'm still seeing HIHO continue to bleed its own blood into the volume weighted average price. So we're going to keep tabs on that one. And if it's setting up here in a way that's advantageous for a bounce, I'm going to get in, but I need to see more. I don't want to catch a falling knife, especially with the unbroken, Fabian, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high issue that we've been dealing with. And here's kind of what I'm talking about. Let me show you on the black charts. It's a little bit easier to demonstrate there. So if we were to take this topping tail candle at 1010 as the area high, and of course it is the intraday high, 221. Then you have the subsequent area high at the 1050 candle, the high of which is 208. Then you have a subsequent high, 1130, the high of which is 199. You get it? Lower high, lower high. So that's not going to work out for me. It's got to change that trend for me to get interested and to pack on some shareage on HIHO. I was also looking at Lion, Fabian. Lions, Tigers, and Bears. I was thinking about this one for a move into the volume weighted average price. Alas, it is losing VWAP as we speak. Let me load it up on the watch list over here because it doesn't update. There we go. So VWAP a little bit above that $9 area. I want to say by 3 pennies. You also have this area to keep your eye out on, which is about $8.95. I feel like I'm grasping at straws here with Lion, especially since it's not up so much and likely won't be on a lot of people's radars, only up 7 3/4 on the day. So maybe I should be looking for something a little bit better. UAMY is making me feel bad about myself. It found support at 6 and now it's rocketing up back into 615, but you know, you can't win them all. What else is there? SOC, we're getting finally a green candle here, not a bad look. And VUZI, still hanging out in the 3 mid-50s, so not a whole lot for me to punch into. Obviously, there was HYMC as well, Ram, but the problem with this one is it's awfully expensive. It's awfully expensive, and it's still putting in lower highs, Fabian. Look at this. So even though you're getting that clean area of support in and around 27 single digits, I mean like 27.08, maybe 27.10, even low double digits, 12.13, something like that. You're getting that hold. But what you need to be alive to as well is the other side of the pattern. So you're getting 27 holds, but you're also getting lower highs. So at some point in time, that could be a flat bottom break through that $27 area. And 27 it's not a shock that it has support there. It rejected $27 multiple times before it cleared it and got up into 27.99 technically. So that is my look there. We're going to pack our patience, and it is a bit of a slower day, so we're going to have to be, quite strategic about what we're doing here. So we got to pack. We got to pause for a second. We got to go up to Adara, who's got breaking news at the big desk.
Keep an eye on some of these quantum plays, guys. Here's IONQ. Global Times, which is a Chinese news source, they're reporting that China has made a new breakthrough in quantum computing. Apparently, this is called Zukonzi 3.2, which achieved quantum error correction below the fault tolerance threshold on a surface code. So again, keep an eye here on IONQ, QBTS, RGTI, and QUBT. Again, Global Times out of China reporting that China has made a quantum computing breakthrough. Back to you.
Have to keep an eye here on the quantum names because that could be a big move down. Obi saying, look, the market still hasn't reacted. Adara quick with the news, but usually these algos respond pretty quickly, so we'll have to wait and see there. Obviously, any sort of competition coming from China is not going to be met well by the market here. Not SOC. There we go on Mr. Voozy. Voozy, give me a couple of prints, please. This dang punch having added back into that 50 penny area, and up it goes into 56s. We are now 2 pennies off the high of the day, which is 358. 3 bottoming tail candles, all that breached the 10 EMA on the 5, were kind of what gave me the tip that this one was one to add into. Once those bottoming tail candles closed and the first 5-minute candle to make a new high came in, your boy added. So we're going to wet the beak over here. Let's take out some at 56 and keep an eye out on that. Alfonso, 64.58. I don't know why it's blocking your comment, brother. You didn't say anything bad. All you're saying is tell me to look at PCLA, and that we will. So let's go ahead over here. PCLA. Oh, you know what? I love the chart pattern. I hate the price. Okay, so I have a bit of an informal rule. I don't always follow it, but I want to say like over 80% of the time I will. These stocks that are trading south of $1, they don't get a lot of love from me, okay? They're harder to trade. There's technical support and resistance every which way, so many different areas or price levels at which to post sell orders, so I don't like them. Having said that, if the pickings are slim, we may have to get into it. So this is a great looking chart pattern that you just put up there, so I like it. Who are we gonna take off here? We're gonna take off Afrojack, AFJK, because that one lost the volume weighted average price and it's on Uncle Sheriff's shit list now. So at PCLA, that is what
don't want to be on that list.
Nephew call. Yeah, you don't want to be on Uncle Sheriff's shit.
Don't be on the naughty list.
Especially going into the the Christmas season.
Yeah,
you might have to
exactly.
talk with Mr. Chris Kringle, and you might get coals.
You might get some coals in that stock.
You know exactly what Ram's getting.
Oh,
she's getting bear coals.
Bear coals.
Bear coals. She doesn't celebrate Christmas, but she's getting coals anyway, right? So shout out to her. We love you, Ram. PCLA looking real good. What?
Ram, say what?
Ram, say what?
Chat, what do you say?
She's talking to the chat. I love that. I can't hear you, Ram, because I had to turn it off because Neil and Sean were super loud and they were in my ear. Hold on, say that again now, Ram. I've turned you back on. But peace. Go ahead.
I was just asking chat what he said.
Oh, yeah, I said you don't celebrate Christmas, but you're getting coals in your stocking anyway.
Okay, you're getting a fatter bag of coal.
You're getting a fatter amount of coal. Shout out to you, girl. PCLA looking good, guys. I might weasel into this one if it's warranted, but I'm definitely not going to be quick to jump into it. But there goes Voozy into the high of the day. Your boy wet the beak there into the high. We got 52s on with the ad, now showing 59er. Let's go ahead and post that at 60, and we're gonna post up at 64 as well. Let's see if we can take out the top on this one. Not a bad look there. I missed a super chat. Casey, 520 frickin' 6. Printing on AIRI. Let's go have a look at ARI. Is that how you say it? AIRI? Air Industrial. Oh, okay, Case, I see you. Case, this barely doing any volume though. Fabian, if we can show the chart, please, sir. AIRI. That's what you said, right? AIRI, yeah. About 500,000 shares, traded Case 513,000. Doesn't matter though, because you're printing up a storm on it. Tell me what your technical setup is on this. It's respecting trend, to be fair, even though the volume is not that great. It's got higher lows, higher highs, coming into that 3.5, up 13, 14% over here. So let me know, Case, what your setup is, but not my cup of tea given the lack of liquidity.
Please.
But not a bad look.
Happening now.
All right, so we're going to keep an eye on that. The OG Bovin saying KYTX is moving, so we'll look at KYTX before we go to happening now. And Neil's lesson of the day, fantastic call out there. KYTX looking real good. So we're going to have to take somebody off over here and replace them with KYTX. I don't know who I'm going to take off, though. HYMC, I'm unlikely to trade because given the price. So we're going to put KYTX up here. I like it. Let me know what your move is on this, Bovin, but $9 approaching here on KYTX. I've mentioned this already, because I remember this one was a double bottom into that 20 EMA. So do you have anything you want to mention quickly before we go to happening now?
NVIDIA through fresh highs. So I said this in the chat a little bit earlier. Okay, my stop was at high a day. You don't need for your stop to come in to get out. If the price action is telling, it's probably easier just to get out a little bit earlier. That's something I'm kind of working on and learning as well. And yeah, the price action was very telling. We held above halves. We started pushing up a little bit higher. And I was like, all right, that's all she wrote for the little bit of a selling. And the buyer's stepping right back in. I don't need it to break high a day to tell me that it's going to go through high a day. So, right. That's all. So out of that one, we'll see what's the next trade.
Before we get into our what's happening now in Neil's lesson, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics because concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE listed Origenics, or OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. Learn more by scheduling a meeting today. It has been quite some time since we've seen a red 15-minute candle here on this S&P 500. As you can see, last red 15-minute candle was at 10 a.m. and then we just keep rocketing higher, though again, momentum may be slowing down a bit. These candles getting smaller and a bit shorter. A lot of strength here in this market. Obi just mentioned NVIDIA at IF Days, NVIDIA and AMD, both getting positive analyst notes from Raymond James, basically saying that their revenue in 2026 can certainly accelerate if, and especially if we get these chips being sold into China. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens there. But either way, certainly some positivity. We also had GDP coming in much stronger than expected, and US President Donald Trump giving his approval to that GDP print. Let's take a look here at IONQ. Not a ton of move here in these quantum names, but I did mention a couple minutes ago, Global Times, an outlet out of China, reporting that China had a major quantum breakthrough. Let's talk about NVO, Novo Nordisk, up 7%. At one point, gapped up here pre-market after announcing that the US FDA has approved its Wegovy pill. Its competitor Eli Lilly also initially had a good start to the day, but giving up a lot of that strength. I have to talk about a name that's really weak today, in contrast to that very strong market, and that's ServiceNow. NOW here, moving into this AI-powered cybersecurity space, announcing the acquisition of cybersecurity startup Armis for $7.75 billion. Apparently, this acquisition is set to close during 2026. Now make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to cyber secure yourself. A lesson of the day with Neil. Neil, how was the chicken?
A while ago. I want to shout out to What's wrong with my mic? Oh, my mic fell. Uh-oh.
Welcome to a live show, everybody. It happens every now and then. Please be patient. Thank you.
My mic fell down. I didn't eat the mic. Okay, so first things first, it was delicious. So delicious that I can't even think straight. My plate is done. I didn't eat the wedges yet. Oh shoot, that's fine. I've already finished all of my lunch. I haven't eaten the wedges yet because I probably need like ketchup or something with them, or like barbecue sauce. It needs something. They're a little bit too plain. But now we're back on. Like I said, the chicken was delicious, but I got to thank Obi for the reason for the lesson of the day, because he said two things that I really liked. And sometimes I'm like, I have an idea in my mind, and then I hear something or something comes up, and I'm like, no, this is what I want to talk about today. And it was when he had that alarm going off. And he's like, oh, this is the alarm that if I'm fighting something or against a trend, it's usually around this time, and I got to stop doing it. And that's one part of it. And the other part of it was Obi said, sometimes you don't have to wait for a stock to get to your stop. You can just decide to get out of it before it hits your stop and save yourself some money. So with those two things in mind, I want to talk about the fact that you always have options in the market. This morning, I liked two names in the chip space short, Intel and AMD. Now, AMD, obviously on the front end of the trade going into the level I like, which is this resistance in here, I got stopped out. I saw some massive topping tail candles corresponding to this level from yesterday in the morning, so I re-shorted it. And you'll note that when it bounced here at 214, I got out. Did I re-short there? No. Why didn't I re-short there? Because I had to look over at, look how parabolic that is, at the other stock that I liked short. Now they both did the same thing at the open. They both went up at the open. Now I got the curl on AMD. I didn't get the curl on Intel. But Intel was much weaker on the way back down. So it showed me that on that reverse, Intel was weaker than AMD. So which one am I going to continue to short? Intel, which held VWAP up until the 5th time that I shorted it, whereas Advanced Micro Devices has been trending up and is still trending up since the bounce. And one small thing like, okay, well, just because I got back my money on AMD doesn't mean I have to go fighting that stock because it's going to move more percentage basis. It's trending up. Why short the stock that's trending up if you're compelled to short a tech? Just short the one that's got a lower high. And you've got options. You could be short SMCI until it broke VWAP here. This pulled into VWAP and was clean. There's almost always something else if you're patient enough and willing enough to look elsewhere. And the other thing here I wanted to mention is AMD, it's starting to look like something for me. There is a trend to the upside. And if I'm going to short it off of that high again, I need a reason to do so. And that reason will almost certainly be that it breaks this trend. I'll wait for it to not be trending up to go short. It's a simple thing to say, and it sounds so intuitively right. Like you can get short scalp, get short scalp if you're perfect, but you don't want to be short in an upward trend. You can get short, or you can in an upward trend and make some scalp trades, but you don't want to just be short as it's trending to the upside. That goes back to that line of it's okay to be wrong, it's not okay to stay wrong as a trader. Traders who stay wrong end up losing money. You can be wrong plenty of times as a trader and make money. I'm wrong all the time. I mean, literally, like every single day. Like I'll have days where, sometimes my best day in a week, I might trade 8 symbols and I was like 4 for 8. And it'll be my best day in the week. Why? Because I lose small and let my winners go. It's just going to be that simple. Now, there are other days like where you don't have any losers, but you know what? It's weird. Like this isn't, like I haven't really had a loser today, but it's not my best day because there was no big, massive home run that I was able to get perfectly. Like Intel didn't follow through, unfortunately. Like it did, like it's a good scalp, but at no point when I'm shorting here did it follow through and I didn't get the top. So there's no home runs there, but it's a solid stock. And sometimes it's just how it is. Now, the other side of that coin is there are going to be situations where I don't need to let it go to the high of the day. And the example I'm going to use is when I was short on the back end on AMD here, there's no chance I was giving it to a wick top. No, like even if I set a stop, when I'm looking at that tape and it's relatively strong, I'm just going to make sure that sometimes it's above my entry, it's above this level, my stop's up here, and there's strength, 15 cents, 20 cents beneath it. Sometimes you just got to get out of dodge, especially when it's strong relative to its cohorts or strong relative to the market. And then the other thing, just on the same point, someone asked me about Bitcoin, and I want to make the point here. Because they were like, well, I said there was a double top in the chat in Bitcoin, and they're like, well, is it going to not get through 88? And my answer was, I don't know, but it's a double top, but I'm not going short unless it sets up. Bitcoin worked because when the market was breaking out, it didn't break out. Relatively weak, under the prior low, short VWAP, fortunate enough that it filled the gap to my target on the 15. Sometimes that happens, but I don't have to be short. I can want to short the 88 level, but unless it breaks this trend, I'm not going to do it. That doesn't really make any sense. So Bitcoin actually has a chance to go green here as we speak. It just comes down to something that's simple to say, but not simple in practice, right? And that ultimately is you don't have to fight the market. The best thing about trading is if there's like 20 semiconductor or a million semiconductor stocks, I don't know if there's actually 20. There's multiple quantum names. There's multiple energy names. There's very few things that are going to be unique if an entire space has news or some kind of a catalyst. So you can pick and choose which one you want to trade. And when you have options, you don't have to pick the strongest one. Like look at NVIDIA today. Like if you could have wanted chip short, but look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's up 2.5%. Are all chips up this much? No. Are all semiconductor stocks this strong? No. There are weak ones out there. So you just try to pick on those to the best of your ability, and you'll be a heck of a lot better off. I love that idea of the timer that Obi was talking about, and it led me to thinking about that same concept. Like getting away from the one that isn't working and find the one that is fitting your trade plan. So and hopefully you guys enjoy your lunch and midday as much as I enjoyed my chicken. Sean just sat down. He's about to enjoy it as well. But we'll send you back to the boys. It was delicious. But there's no biscuits, Sean. There's no biscuits.
No biscuits,
Man
come on.
is very disappointed that there are no biscuits. You should have seen his response.
Gotta have some.
I like Neil telling him that. He's like, there's no biscuits, guys. It's like blaspheming. How dare you bring oily chicken without biscuits?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
No,
here, let's be real. China. Well, what did China have to do with this, Fabian? I mean, like, what are we going to blame them? Don't be rude to the oily chicken. No, seriously though, guys, let's get back to work over here. Your boy worked into SOC. Shout out to Benton. Benton giving me this one. This is still putting in higher lows. It looks like the technical area of support is around the 20. There is resistance, though, at the $0.50. We've got a triple top here on the 5. Neither of these 5-minute candles can breach the $0.50. So we're accumulating a position here, looking for the $0.50 break and a test possibly of that high of day at 988s. There's 46s. There's 50. Now we just momentarily got above the $0.50, and as such, we got the beak wet. But we are looking for continuation, not a quick wick, and then a move back down. So let's post here towards 60 and see what we get here. But yeah, the selling coming in again on SOC right around that $0.50. We're going to have to pack the patience. VUZI, VUZI, topping tail into 362. You then start getting concerned, right? Topping tail. Is this a reversal candle? Well, we put in a 1-candle pullback. That ended up being red, and we pulled into the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart. And we are holding there. It doesn't mean we're going to continue to hold there. In fact, the current candle setup is lower high, lower high, lower high, and the equal amount of lower lows as well. I'm talking about VUZI, but I'm trying to set up in the right way on this one. Gel press, nah. I don't even think it's that bad, Neil. I just, I have to exaggerate for effect. That's kind of what I do. So that's what I'm talking about. There, Neil was saying that the chicken was maybe not that healthy, but I took a quick look at it back there. It's not as oily as I made it out to be.
Really? It's definitely oily.
It's oily. It's fried.
It's unhealthy. You can't deny that it's unhealthy. Is it good eating? For sure.
Let me ask you, have you ever peeled the skin or the the fried part of the chicken from like KFC and stuff like that? Neither have I. And
why would I do that?
Because then you're going to take off, number one, well, it's blasphemy for the very committed chicken eaters. But for those who may be a little health conscious, there's a lot of fat and there's a lot of carbohydrates there. But I do appreciate the way you set that up and made me feel very bad about myself.
No, if it's like burnt or if it's like, if it's too, I actually had a burger recently. Right, and I'm like, they had great reviews. I'm like, I want to try these guys out.
Okay.
So order this burger. Comes to me. It's in the whatever, the cardboard or whatever.
Right.
Open it up.
Take a look.
A big burger, huge tender.
Get behind that.
At the bottom there is a pool.
Of oil.
Oh. And I'm like, I got to do this. It's such a highly rated burger. You cannot eat that every day.
That's crazy.
That's like maybe once a month.
No, man.
I take a bite into it, the oil's just running down my hand. Oh my God, but it tastes so.
Of course it does. Of course it does. But
Huge tenders.
Why,
Nice
Fabian?
and spicy, you know. So
killing my hair.
also IONQ, we were talking about that
Yes, sir.
IONQ move
How's
with
it
the
doing?
quantum thing.
Did it
I got a
turn?
little short through 53s here. Let's see if we can break down the range lows. Let's go to IONQ to take a look at what I'm looking at right here.
Sir.
So it's been kind of chopping up VWAP here. You can see that nice little orbit happening. So we recently had some news, no real reaction to that in the quantum sector, not really expecting too much, but you can see a little bit of a test of the lower end of the range. So let's see how we do here. Can we get back to the highs? Can we get through these lows? I'm definitely looking to get a little bit bigger, but that would require some more price action here. Okay, what's this? Hello. Maybe a prior level. Okay, we violated it, but I guess it came back in right here once again today at 54 halves. Actually, I want to go back and take a look at where this support and resistance line is coming from. If it's chopped it up way too many times, then it could just be, it could just be coincidence. Here right now. So great song, by the way. Here we go. Yeah, supply. So maybe a little bit of a supply zone happening here on IONQ in and around 55s ish. But yeah, just risking to the range highs. Let's see what it does here. Let's see if the quantum sector kind of comes back in. Do we get any sort of a distinct selling happening? Okay, so Novo. Seeing a little bit of a maybe cleaner action here. Don't forget, this thing is a dual traded, right? And when that market closes, Jose and I were talking about this as well. It's like when that market closes, the ARB boys can't really do too much now after that because that market is now closed. So maybe, just maybe, then they might give up the 52 bid. Guess what? That still hasn't happened. So we'll see. It's just chopping around VWAP and 52 right now. So a nice little sandwich of about 20, 30 pennies. VWAP sitting at 52.27s. So sideways range here. I was honestly looking to take inventory through the day low earlier, but if it's going to chop up, sure, it's good news, and it's okay news. So definitely want to keep eyes on that here. And Nvidia, I'm keeping my eyes on Nvidia here. This is what I was looking at a little bit earlier. Didn't really come in. So you know what? Sure, we can adjust the lines here a little bit here. But why did I take it from here? Because this is the point from which we broke out of that 85s and held. But bigger picture, where does the bid actually come in from? Maybe down here, and maybe now. Now I'm just line fitting. I feel like I'm line fitting now. But again, let's see if there's a distinct break in trend now after we've tested 88 halves. But let's go to a higher time frame. Let me just step up here. What do we do? Let's go up to a 30-minute right here. So look at the 30-minute. Okay. Absolute strength on the 30-minute. So this could definitely continue. You can see here, nice little hammer candle to the upside. On Nvidia 30-minute. So it is a bit extended. What is the market looking like? All right, the market looks like maybe we're taking a bit of a turn here. So let's wait and see if that is the high of day on Nvidia. 188.55 is currently printed as the day high. So Starbucks continuing to come back in to the downside here. So yeah, we did get a little bit of a bid. Back on the 30-minute, let me go down to a 15. We got a little bit of a bid here, but that's coming right back in. It's kind of, again, more kind of hammering in that more seller dominance happening here on Starbucks to the downside on the day today. Eyes on IONQ, 5280s. Okay, that's coming in a little bit there. Something that's more sold off that might be a bit better. It's also on the top volume leader list. Here, actually, it's number, what is that, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's number 10 on the volume gainers, exactly. Quantum, apparently, we're not appreciating today, Sharif. So QBTS here, more sellers on this name. Okay, we got some relative volume as well. I guess we had news yesterday on QBTS. I didn't know about that. That was a beautiful, nice, strong push into the end of the day, and now we're getting faded. All right, cool. So maybe this has more incentive to sell off because you have short-term participants potentially from yesterday. The strong action, beautiful reversion coming in on the day today. Here's the day low coming in through $30. Day low sitting at 29.84 is currently trading at 29.88. It's only about 4 pennies away. So adds confluence to my IONQ, yes, but seems like I should be short on D-Wave here as it's making waves to the downside a little bit stronger than the rest of them. What else do we got on here? Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab was interesting in the morning. Go to Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab was interesting in the morning. Definitely been doing some decent relative volume over the past couple of days here. Look at that. This was a sick trade right here if you had it going into the after hours, man. Held offer on 70 halves pretty much all day. You had a strong bid, and then we couldn't even sell off down to VWAP. This was last Friday, don't forget. So right here, boom, for 3 hours and 45 minutes, right into the close, we pretty much hold, and then after hours, we might get a piece of news or whatever. I don't know what happened, but boom, that seller lifts and then gets slapped all the way to 75s, almost 75, 74s and change, 80s I have here. And next day continuation, that's nice. Now we're kind of in this range as of right now as we attempt to push prior day's high once again, but can't really get that far. Only 79.15s is the current day high. Tight chop around VWAP as of right now. What do we have here?
Let me just cover
NVIDIA.
this.
Yes.
SOC is going, guys. The flat top break through the $0.50 manifested. We are now in the low 60s. Look, it was a triple top at the $0.50. That short seller at the $0.50 is now removed. Now we're looking between this current price in the low 60s, and we're looking at that HOD, the high of the day, which is sitting at 88s. We've got 42s on now, showing me 64s. Let's set up a beak wetter, of course, at the we're contractually required to post at 69 anytime there's price action in the 60s. So we're going to go ahead and post at 69, and then we're going to leave a little bit there to see if we can run up into that HOD. Again, 88s showing up there. So that's the trade on SOC. Pleased about that one, and pleased Benton brought it to my attention. Shout out to the OG and COYG. For all those who know. If you know, you know. This one as well. PCLA. Look, sub $1 name. Pickings are slim, so I'm going to get involved in this one. What I've given it is, I've given it to the hammer candle low. So look at the candle at 1210. Let me just see which one it is over here. Yes, you can't see it because the triangle is there where I punched, but it was a hammer candle that ended up, bouncing off the 10 EMA. I'm giving it to that low, so that takes me about to 38 pennies. We're in at 42. Let's see what this one does. Got a topping tail into essentially 45. Technically, it is 44.83, but it's still holding the 10 EMA on the 5. So I want to build my position into this and allow it, I guess, to kind of run up here and maybe take out the $0.50. So that's my focus right now on PCLA. We're going to see what this one has to do. We got the print at 69 on SOC, and then it immediately dropped into the high 50s over here. So we've got 42s on. The question I always ask myself, do I ride trend and add more shares into that 10 EMA on the 5, the area where I'm basically observing the area of support. So currently, the 10 EMA on the 5 is right where I got in at 42. So it's not time for me to add yet here on SOC. How's PCLA doing? Well, it's coming down. And now we're 3 pennies out of the money on this hot garbage. If it doesn't hold the hammer candle low, I'm out. Even though the 10 EMA is, I think, a skosh below the hammer candle low. So if I get stopped out, that's fine. If it rockets back up, I always have the opportunity to get back in. If it prints, though, anything above 42.5 pennies, I'm going to add into this position. So we'll see what we get. Do I get stopped out, or do we move back above into the low 40s? So that's my observation on PCLA. The OG Bovin telling me OPTX is doing things. Let's have a look at OPTX. I haven't quite looked at. I did look at that one, Bovin. It's below the pre-market high, which is why I didn't mention it. I like your other one though, STEC. So the reason Bovin is talking about this one is it's just reclaimed VWAP. Of course, I'm talking about OPTX. Let's throw in that ticker there. The reason I'm not quick to punch in, obviously one of the rules that I have is that it has to be trading above the pre-market high, above the volume weighted average price, and that it is. It's above VWAP by a substantial amount now, I think to the tune of 10 pennies. But it's this candle here. Oh, hold on. Did we clear that? Oh, we did clear the pre-market high already, right at the 939 time slot. Let me switch to the 5. This is throwing me off here with this 3-minute. So topping tail candle. That's an official high of the day print there. Let me put in OPTX on the watch list on the side because it's not updating the highs and the lows on the day. Still not updating the highs and lows. Thank you, OPTX. You're so helpful. I don't know how to feel about this one, Bovin. I don't know how to feel about this one because we didn't really clear the pre-market high with any vigor here. I mean, that 520 high is 343. This 940 high is 354, and then it ended up closing below it. So I see what you're seeing on this one. I don't want to be quick to jump in, though. And it did have a decent afternoon yesterday. It was running into the aftermarket, so this one does have a bit of a tailwind. Opens up at 4 a.m., gaps up aggressively with decent volume, mind you. These candles in the pre-market had almost 1 million shares of pop. 800 on this one, 940,000 on this one, 600 on this one. Okay, drops a little bit here to 400,000, but that's still good amount of volume here for OPTX in the pre, especially on a bit of a lighter trading day. In addition to that, the volume bars on the bottom, look at that. We're getting higher lows on those volume bars. So these successive candles now are doing over 1 million shares of pop each here. So I like this Bovin, but I'm going to pack my patience. Here comes PCLA, seller at 42. Can we shake him? I got the 43 print. The breakout could be on here on PCLA. Whoa. Let's see if we can move up a little bit more. We held the 10 EMA like a glove, which is why I didn't get stopped out. Looking for continuation above 43. I'm now waiting at 44 as we're seeing 43 and a half, 43 and a third. Looking for a move up into the higher 43s here. We're not getting that, and this is kind of why I don't like it. Because there's just such a thick trade, man. Yeah, so a couple of beak wetters there. It did breach 44 momentarily. Now we're looking at 46, so that will have to be a high of daybreak. Oh, so PCLA looking okay, but super thick. What do you got?
All right, guys, for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many people on the sidelines.
Not good.
But that's changing.
Good.
Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters. That's discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you get to keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Oh,
what happened? Hold on, Ram.
Is this a fire alarm? Here we go. Here we go. All right. This could be the signal. I don't know.
What's going on? All right, sorry guys, we got the building intercom. I think they're just talking about.
Oh, the principal's talking, Sharif.
The principal, the PA. Oh,
you remember?
They're so good. Did you ever play? Did they in your high school? I know where you went. I'm not going to say it, but did you guys play music on the way to class? Like
yeah,
like
in the morning. Yeah, in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
When you heard that music, you just started doing you double step.
Double step. Yeah, you got to
exactly.
quick it up.
Yeah.
Did our school have tardies?
Yeah, I was one of them.
Likewise. There goes PCLA into 44 and a third. We're now waiting at 46s, Obe. You know, I hate to celebrate pennies at a time here, but that's what small cap trading, especially south of the dollar, is. There's a seller here at 44, but what keeps me optimistic about this trade is the higher lows that we've been putting in. So a key hold off the 10 EMA and then higher lows. And there goes SOC. It fills me at 88s, baby. That is, or 82s, excuse me. The high of the day is 88s. We got the 82 beak wetter there. Good run up here on SOC. Shout out to the OG Benton for pointing this one out. I wouldn't have had eyes on this one. And now we are out of shares. So now we're going to wait for a retracement into the 10 EMA on the 5, which is currently showing me the $0.50. We get something like that, I get back in. We're going to keep an eye here on SOC as it rides up possibly into that high day. Now watch for the price spike if this happens. If we clear 88s, which is the current high day, watch for a squeeze into 10. Given that we're so close to that $10 area. What I want to see is how we trade at 10 bucks. We know 10 is going to be a psychological area of resistance. Look at this one, takeout highs. Ooh. Now we're into 88s. We're at the high of the day now on SOC, retesting that HOD. There's a new high of day. It is 90. We are on the way up here on SOC. It's going without me though because I don't have any more shares. I'm not going to punch in at highs. Here comes 10. 996 high now on the breakout. Great strength, great continuation here, and a great technical hold off the 20 EMA right into that $9 area. 997 high here on SOC as it works in closer to that dollar. And we're sorry for the noise. It is just a test at the moment here in the building. So hopefully that'll be done shortly here. So SOC looking real good. We're going to keep an eye out on that. OPTX, not bad, above in, still trading a little bit above that $3 area. I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. But I've still got a trade here on PCLA that I'm not loving. Let's just, I have a bias that this one likely squeezes into 50 pennies, excuse me. But, you know, does it do it in a straight line, and does it annoy me to hell before it does it? Because I hate trading these south of $1 names. But sometimes you just don't have a choice because there's not a whole lot going. So PCLA in focus here.
Yeah, for sure. So I took a little bit of a piece on that Amazon that didn't really get anywhere. You can see the market's starting to slow down a little bit here. Strong green candles. First red candle, a bit of a muted action as well, kind of the range of the candle coming down as well. So I'm questioning, are the sellers done for now? NVIDIA is still holding 188.30, so we've been kind of a nice steady grind here. If you look at the SPY's a little bit cleaner, and I spy my little eyes right here. Look at the prior bar hold on a higher time frame here. 15 minutes have been holding pretty nicely. Sure, you get a couple violations. It's a SPY. It's not going to give it to you that easy, right? But you can see the general gist of it is, you know, just a steady buying higher and higher. 687.22 is the current high right there, but I got my eyes on the TQs here as it's doing a little bit of a sideways consolidation, holding that 54.80s here. Let's see if the market catches a little bit of a turn. If I'm looking for the turn on the NASDAQ, I'm going to be maybe using the TQs as a bit of a vehicle here, but I do want to see some of these megs pull back in as well. I felt the tape there on Amazon. There's a bit of a held bid, maybe not really a held bid, but like a range low happening here on, let's see right here, 231.20. So right here, so that's what I was looking to take it into. It didn't really come in right away, so I'm just like, all right, cool, maybe not yet. But we are consolidating above this structure from before, so do have that on watch. But if that comes in, that'll be a nice confluence for a potential market turn. But if we're going to bid right back up and we're going to have a nice little melt up, have a Santa Claus rally, then
What happened to that, man?
I mean, it's people call it out. It's a thing. It's not a thing. I don't really know, but I think was it there was a post recently. I think one of Videra's infographics that basically showed the past few years. And there's no statistical significance in like from the weeks going into it. So it's just like, all right, cool. It's just something that maybe, you know, is on people's wish list.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
But you know, that's, you know, what happens
Keyword
with that.
is wish.
Exactly.
Well, there has to be statistical significance because that's basically everything that we're doing. All the TA, all the entries, the exits, trying to put odds on our side. So if we all of a sudden, you know, negate that, then what are we doing over here?
Yeah, exactly.
Michael Noss said the 23rd to the 5th says Racer X9. Okay, understood.
Yeah, like
I don't know why
going through Christmas, I guess. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll wait and see if we do catch that later end of the bid. But
be down.
Markets are at all-time highs, right? So
the Katina Man says it's supposed to be the last 6 days of the year and then the first 3 days of the year. So interesting look there. And I also want to mention the Katina Man just put his positions in the chat. He is short AMD. He is short IBIT. He's short IBIT 49.88 against 50. So if you're wondering what the Katina Man is trading, you got to be in the chat. Otherwise, you're not going to know what he's doing. You're not going to know his levels. You're not going to have any idea. So make sure you guys are in the chat. Neil also throws his levels in there at times as well. So both of them are active during the times that, you know, they're around during our show. And when they are, they're usually posting their levels in the chat. So we're going to thank the boys for doing that and advise you guys, of course, that their levels are available. So keep your eye out on that. How are we doing over here? Let's take a quick look at the positions. We're long PCLA at 42. We still haven't been stopped out as this one is still doing its thing, trying to accumulate. Now I'm starting to see a possible flat top break through 45. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but look, if the 10 EMA is, if you lose the 10 EMA here, I'm out. It's just really that simple. So I'm not going to be DCAing below the 10 EMA, especially not on this one. We lose the 10 EMA, I'm going to flatten out. That's below 40 pennies. But it does look like it has a bunch of resistance into 45, whether that's a flat top break or whether I'm seeing things that I want to see here. We'll have to wait and see. That's number one. Number two, SOC. Geez Louise, I made a mistake on this one, taking it out too quick. What a beautiful hold up. Shout out to Benton. He's $1 in the money on this one. He's holding 880s. It's showing 92s. It's a 97 high. It feels like it's just a matter of time until that $10 area gets breached with 97. So SOC, I'm trying to look for an area to get in. It's just holding prior bar low. It keeps holding prior bar low, prior bar low. So I've got nothing to do on this one, sadly. I did work my way into RZLT. The reason I did is because, well, we got into the $0.50 and now we're pulling back a little bit over here. We put a hammer candle at 12.25 that closed. And now what I'm looking for is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high subsequent to that hammer candle that bounced off the 20 EMA. So I'm looking for that new high. We haven't quite got it yet. I'm posting at 44s and 46s. Let's see what this one has to offer. Yannick saying SOPA. I don't know why Streamlabs is holding back so many of these comments. It held back Casey's. It's holding back like legitimate comments about tickers over here that have nothing bad about them. SOPA rocketing up. Wowzers. That was a midday mover there. Let's put in SOPA on the side so it can update 21.5% in the Ville of Green, but it did reject that $1.50 area, 149 high, up 21 and a third. 10 EMAs at that 135. It didn't really have a whole lot of volume, saving except for this candle that just closed on the 5-minute time frame. That candle has 440,000 shares, but when you compare it to the prior candle, 53,000, 36,000, 73,000, 28,000. So, and this one has 700 for whatever reason. So the liquidity on this one could be an issue. You need to be alive to that. SOPA got a good looking chart pattern, up nicely on the day, but liquidity scarce. So be on the lookout for that. That has to form part of your analysis as well. Ozan, does SOPA mean anything in Arabic like wooden stick? Asaya is stick. I don't know what wooden stick would be. Asaya khashaba. Khashab means wood. Asaya means stick, at least in Egyptian Arabic. And again, all of them are a little bit different. So I don't know, Ozan. Does it mean something in Turkish? Is that why I'm wondering? And I know there's a lot of Turkish words in Egyptian Arabic because you guys colonized us for so long. So, you know, we've got that. We always say tamam. We say efendim. Those are all like Turkish words that we still use from the Ottoman Empire days. But that's the look there. So SOC did take out 10. It's a topping tail into 10.01, but this current bar still is above prior bar low. So you're getting umpteen amount of higher lows here. It could be a squeeze through 10. We're going to have to see. Zigging and zagging here in the mid to low 90s. What's it called? Looking real good. We're going to pack our patience there. SOPA is like wooden stick, says Ozan. I didn't know that, man. I didn't know that. Says tamam as well, Armenian. Okay, bro, chill. I realize that there is that beef, but, you know, just take it easy there, brother. Take it easy. I get it. What are you looking at, Ob? Let's change the subject here.
I'm trying to get, I try to get short that NVIDIA because the market is, or it did look like it was coming in, but getting a bit of a bottom wick here on this 15, and buyers kind of stepping in here as well, 87.75s. As well, and there goes the TQs back above 70s there. So yeah, I'm just looking for this to work right away, right? And it doesn't, so I'm out. Where's the next trade? If I'm like, things are bid up so much, and if we're gonna come back in and start to revert, I'd like to be like, okay, well, this should work right away. This should go right away because we've been buying up for so long. What's going on? We got a bit of a dollar club.
Somebody's in the club.
Club.
All right, you can't just hit it and not tell us.
The
people want to know what's going on, bro.
Okay.
Okay, so what do we got? We got AMD. The Katina Man is literally short, I think, at the high of the day. And now it's bleeding its own blood. And the Katina Man couldn't be happier because he's printing up a storm. Katina Man, you taking that into VWAP? That's the IBIT trade there. So
nice.
it's also a good one. He doesn't have high a day on that, but it looks fantastic. That's back to AMD. So Katina Man, what's your look there? You're looking for a VWAP retracement? Yeah, that's VWAP, what he keeps pointing at right there. So shout out to the Katina Man. Great look there, brother. Keep killing it and keep putting in your levels in the chat because people are continuing to look for that. Shout out to you. Tamam Effendi, Mac Trader. I like that, my man. Yeah, that's a whole bunch of Turkish words thrown in there that the Egyptian used. Tamam Effendi. I like it. I like it. You guys know
that reminds me of you know that song Tamalli Ma'ak?
Tamalli Ma'ak.
I haven't heard that in the longest time.
Yeah,
I haven't
you're
heard that in the longest
about
time.
the shisha places.
Yes,
You always hear
100%, bro. They would always play like some
man.
great music
So
at all the shisha. I haven't been to a shisha spot in the longest time, dude.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think because one time my sister bought like a really nice shisha for the house, and then we just have that there now, and I'm just like, why would I? And it's so much better. It's one of the shisha bucks, like the cube ones, with a beautiful filter, dude. It's like air. It's like it's not harsh. It's not harsh at all. It's like it's like.
Where do you get the nicotine? Do you go to Lawrence? Because I know you're in Scarborough, or you're in that area, right?
Because flavored nicotine is a little hard to come by, but
not in the Lawrence area, Obe.
No, I mean no. If you're
Get you whatever you want, my man.
Exactly.
You let me know.
Oh boy. Oh my God.
Like I'm talking like I got some sort of
incriminating ourselves.
I know, right? We're having a good time. Big Rummy for president. I don't even think he's in bodybuilding anymore, Kevin Trades. I know he won Olympia that year, but like I think he's taken a few years off. Yeah. He's still huge. That's what keeps me thinking he's likely going to make a comeback, but I don't think he's competed, I think, for 2-3 years now. Correct me if I'm wrong. Kev Trades 93. I do appreciate you saying that, though. That's a good call there. Big Rami. All right, guys. SOC did take out $10 by an entire 4 pennies. But it is still, funny enough, holding trend. The higher lows are still holding. So if you're putting your stop at prior bar low or a little bit below, of course, you're not getting stopped out here on SOC. It's continuing to ride trend, man. So I'm loving this. I want to get in. What's prior bar low? Prior bar low takes me to the 80s. Okay, this candle, okay, so we have a new candle that just opened up. It takes me into low 82. So this candle, higher high and higher low. Are we substantially above 10 now? I don't think so. We're showing 01s or 02s here on the bid, so that's not really it. I have to come back to that one in a second because PCLA is losing 40 and it's going to stop me out here. So we're going to lose 3 pennies per share. I'm flattening out on PCLA. I'm not going to hold this below the 10 EMA. I've made that point very clear. So we're going to take an L here on PCLA, but we're doing it freaking live on RZLT. There it goes back into the $0.50. We got 42s on. We got several profit takers. Let's take another one into the high over here. And now we're going to set up north of the $0.50. Let's go ahead at 52. So good look there. All right, back to SOC. Sorry, I got to digress here. Now, here comes prior bar low. I mentioned prior bar low 82. This current candle. Geez, man, 85. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get in here because we're so close to prior bar low, it doesn't make sense not to get in. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to give it to 79 just to give it a couple of shekels below prior bar low. And that's what we're doing. How many shares do we have on that one? There we go. So let's go ahead and wait just like that. 89 showing up. Let's go ahead and put some profit takers into the mid to high 90s to see if we can ride trend. If it doesn't, that's fine. I got so close. I got in so close to prior bar low. So, if we lose here, we're not going to lose much. But I am alive to the fact that it is possibly a topping tail candle through 10, especially because 10 is such a key area of psychological resistance. Yeah, so we got stopped out. It lost prior bar low. So that's fine. We'll give back a little bit there, but we had to take that shot given that where we were. And I couldn't be more happy with my out here on PCLA because right when it broke to 10, we stopped out and then it bled another 4 pennies to the downside. So a bit of a down move here in the world of small cap gappers. We need to be alive to that. But look at S-Tech. Okay, who am I going to remove now? I hate PCLA, so we're going to take that off. SPEC. Sorry, Ob, just got to cover this one quickly. Into the high. S-Tech is breaking out. I'm not seeing limit up is 81. I just saw that flash. Limit up is 81. We're only showing 64s. But the breakout is aggressive right now on STEC, 73%. In the Ville of Green, 5.7 million shares. The breakout is on now on S-Tech, guys, this could be it. Now, there is support possibly in between 35 to 45 pennies. I would say that would be the buy zone. There's some topping tail candles that show that there was a clear area of resistance there. So keep your eye here on STEC, 6 million or thereabout shares, so the volume is decent even on a dollar name. So I'm going to pack my patience on that one. Alberta beef, love it. Great call on Hi-Ho, avoiding it, missed a lot of pain. Yeah, it's bleeding its own blood, far below the volume-weighted average price. That's why my rule, man, if it loses a VWAP, I'm out. It's really that simple. Machiavelli, check SIDU, S-I-D-U. Neil was talking about
running.
That was running yesterday.
Yeah.
It's back above VWAP.
Wow, look at
and it has a 165 high. That is an actual official high at 942. I'm going to have to put SIDU on the side. U.S. stock trader daily fair value gap start at 180. I'm assuming you're talking about S-Tech, U.S. stock trader. Michelle Luca. Sharif, how Mo Salah is the king of Egypt at the last minute? I know, you saw that, eh? 91st minute to give Egypt the dub. I'm just happy that Omar Marmoush scored, man, because he's barely getting any playing time with City, and Doku's injured. So he should be starting in place of Doku now. I don't know why Pep doesn't like him, but there's some sort of beef between Pep and Marmoush. I could see him moving, and people apparently are saying that Villa is interested, as well as some other Premier League teams. I don't think he's getting a fair shake at that club, but to be fair, there's a lot of big names. We saw Jack Grealish as well not really get a fair shake there. He couldn't get any playing time, and so he got moved on as well to Everton. So that should be interesting. Obi, you had something to say.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say we're talking about sports. Guess who went to go watch a sporting event with the boys on was it I think Friday? Friday.
Okay, so you went to the Raptors game, Leafs game.
No. We went to like a sports bar.
Oh, okay.
To go watch the fight. You know, I don't usually go to these things.
No, I know you don't.
But it was people call it a sporting event. Yeah. I thought it was more like a dance-off. We had conversations about like these guys are doing some bachata here. It was kind of funny.
What's bachata?
Like the dance.
I like it.
Yeah.
Did you think that?
Did you watch it at all?
Did you think that the outcome was the right one?
Oh, dude. So here's the thing. There were like bets going around. People betting on right. Polymarket and stuff like that. And I was just like. I looked at the fight because like I haven't done any sort of like martial art. I used to do Muay Thai.
Okay.
Pretty avidly for a very long time. So. And I'm just like I haven't really been involved as much. But I see this guy's like dropping his guard. I'm like, okay. So the other guy is clearly an Olympiad. You can see it. You can see it in his form. You can see it in his form. Yep. You can see it in his guard. And the guy is towering over him. I'm like, all right, cool. It's entertainment, right? So how's this going to pan out? I'm like, watch. Before it even starts, I'm like, no. After the first round, yeah. I'm like, yo, guys, this is what's going to happen.
Okay.
This is exactly what's going to happen right now. What's?
Oh, Ram. Why?
Let me showing some.
Why Ram?
Some stuff.
Where is she?
She's over there. She's over there. So I'm just like, I see the first round. I'm like, okay, this guy's just gonna drag it on because he has to give people a show. Because think about it, he's made more money at this event than his whole Olympic career.
Oh, for
right?
sure.
So he's got to give the people a show. I'm like, all right, we're not gonna go till 8 rounds. Watch 4th, 5th knockout. This guy's dropping his guard way too much. What happened?
He got knocked out.
Boom.
I don't know why he's dropping his guard. That's really the only advantage he had. He had defense. He's not going to knock out Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Keep your damn hands up. I don't know. Look, he in 2 areas. Fabian.
I mean, rightfully so. You drop in that guard, you're gonna find out. What do you mean?
Bro, did you see the pictures?
Like, if you're dropping your guard with that kind, you almost deserve to get your jaw broken. Come on, dude, you're slacking.
Bro, hold on, broken jaw. Here it is. I've got to show you guys this.
Sides.
This is but it's next level. I know. I'm gonna pull it up on the computer. Sorry,
okay,
I will. The one in the hospital bed. The swelling is crazy.
No, of course. I'm sure it is. I'm sure he'll heal fine and everything. But it's just like, come on, you can't go up against an elite player and not have your guard up.
Well said.
And it reminded me of just like sloppy trading. You can't go up against elite participants without certain types of risk management guards up. You're going to get so sloppy. Forget about a jaw. You're going to get everything broken. You know what I mean? So it's just like, it was interesting to see. You know, it was just
That's why we have weight classes,
it was just entertainment.
Yeah,
right? It's just
exactly.
entertainment. It's pure entertainment.
Exactly.
You know, a lot of fugazi, definitely a lot of money on the line as well. That's probably why, right? Come on.
There's this
Gets
like
the people going. It's the Roman circus, guys. Come on.
But like, do you notice this like new thing where we're getting a lot of interweight fights because people want to see it? So it's like we're moving away from weight classes, which I think have, you know, sound rationale behind them, and we're putting together fights that the people want to see, obviously for marketing purposes, but maybe not great for technical boxing.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in a sec, but I want to mention something here. So I'm long here STEC into the $0.50. I'm along at 53, and this current bar has an area low, I believe, 52, so we're defending. Here comes 64, we wet the beak, now we're waiting at 66. This current bar high is 64, so we did get the print at 64, but no continuation above that. STEC currently is him. So if you're looking for one that is breaking out, it's got volume, it's into the highs, it could be a squeeze into 2, I think STEC could be the looker right now. But we're obviously going to practice risk management skills, as Obi just mentioned, especially when we're trading near the highs. So multiple beak wetters looking for more, though, looking for a move above that 65 penny area. But if we get a move into the $0.50 and it loses the $0.50, I'm out, which is fine because I'm long at 53. So it gives me a really good backstop given my entry. So that's number one. Number two, how we doing here on RZLT? Where is it at? Well, we've taken multiple profit takers. We're still south of that $0.50. It is a 249 high, now showing 46s. So we're still being plagued here by that $0.50 seller. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on that. A few more minutes, guys, and then we'll start the news segment. There is a whole lot to talk about, believe it or not, even on this shortened day. Some great information coming in from the likes of NVIDIA and AMD. We're going to be talking about possible tailwinds for both those names going into the new year now that President Trump has allowed the export of H200 as well as an AMD's variation of that, which is the MI308. Could be a great tailwind for them in terms of revenue as well as an EPS bump. But all that contingent upon, of course, the Chinese regulator allowing said purchases, right? Because the Chinese regulator, you know, they're not feeling all these the reliance on American technology. But we did talk about this interesting little tidbit yesterday. Oh, I'm sure we'll get into it. They're thinking about a ratio. So you want to buy 2 American chips, you got to buy 1 Chinese. Okay. So they're kind of trying to put purchase requirements tied to American technology. If ByteDance, Alibaba, Tencent, the big boys in China want to pick up some American stuff, they got to pick up some Chinese stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be interesting because like which performs better? If you're forced to buy something, guess what? There's probably going to be a secondary market for that as well. We're going to be like, all right, cool, we'll follow the rules, we'll buy it. We'll use a better chips.
And we'll sell it.
And then we'll sell it. Sure, we'll take a little bit of a loss, but we're not taking as much of a loss. So we just got to mitigate some expenses sometimes when stuff is forced down your throat. So, you know, it is what it is. People who run business, they know how to do business. They'll dance around that pretty well. You see Alibaba, a great example of that. Right? The guy disappeared for a couple of weeks, but you know, he's back. He's back. He's the same guy. Don't worry about it. But you know,
people forget about that, man.
I mean, no.
You know, like people, well, I know you don't forget, but people have forgotten about that. That Jack Ma. You don't forgive all the time, but you don't forget. Sometimes you forgive. I like that. All right, we're doing it live, guys. I just punched into a new position here on SOC into the 10 EMA. I'm giving it to prior bar low. It loses prior bar low. I'm so close. My entry's so close to prior bar low. I don't mind entering here and giving it this opportunity, but it does look like it might breach it. So, sucks. RZLT coming back into the 20 EMA that we got in at. So the question for me here is, do I add at this level? Yeah, we're putting in higher highs. I can ride that trend. We'll add a little bit into that one. And then last but not least, the STEC trade that we've got on. Very close to getting stopped out here as that does look like it's topping tail. And we're going to flatten out. Perfect timing as that one loses 50. So we'll take the rest break even there. All hell's breaking loose on that one. Watch out for 140. I want to say between 135 to 140 could be a buy zone here on STEC, given that those were the topping till candles and the area of resistance earlier. I'm talking about the candles from 1045 to about 11, and then I'm also talking about the candles at around 12:10. So let's see if this one wants to bleed a little bit more, maybe gives me an opportunity to get in. So that's what I'm looking at there. What do you got?
I'm keeping close eyes on this here market. So we are kind of starting to come in a little bit of a fade happening. Look at the Nasdaq here. 1, 2, 3, 4 red 15-minute candles so far, but we still haven't been able to kind of engulf fully that prior 15-minute candle. So yeah, a little bit of selling happening, but it's kind of like just like very, I guess, tight. So I'm just keeping eyes on it. I don't know what it means. I'm just kind of observing what's happening there on the chart. And we see anything distinctly different, I do want to participate. But 188's back through. Like, look, I punched in on this sell because I'm like, all right, let's see if we go now. The flow's kind of coming in. I don't know how long it's going to be there, but can't really get through that first quarter, that 87.75, and then we start to bid back in. I'm like, all right, we're probably going to print 88 holes again, so get out of there. And just watching the market here, I do want to take this reversion if it's going to have me, but if it's not going to be there, then you know, it's fine. Where's the next trade? Where's the next opportunity is what I'm looking for. If it's not a reversion, it's usually a price action trade or a quick scalp as well, like you see here, quick little scalps as well. But yeah, no, I see you got that picture up. That was
what?
I mean, you know,
hell is
what's
this?
crazy? He could have taken that same opportunity multiple times. He just you could tell he just chose not to. He chose not to.
What are you talking about?
Oh, like
Anthony Joshua.
prior rounds. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at this. The swelling here is ridiculous. I get he had surgery on it, and that's why it's swollen, but that is just crazy.
Yeah.
look at Logan Paul. Yeah. Why is he standing there?
Yeah, he was standing like that there the whole time.
Oh my God.
He's probably still standing there. I don't know.
Remember when these two were supposed to fight each other? What ended up happening to that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, that was.
I told you, I normally would not be at that kind of nice. That's jokes. Look at that one, right there.
What the hell is that?
But you know, it's
what is that?
We were having a night out, and the boys were like, "Yeah, let's go watch the game." I'm like, "Yeah, sure, let's go for some more." Yeah, no, fun stuff for sure. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking at. These TQs starting to bleed off a little bit. We gave up a bit of the trend here, a bit of a hold of that 54.80s happening here as the market takes a little bit of a turn. Maybe I gotta wait for more. You can see here, this first initial opening candle was aggressively strong. Let's measure this now. I know there's a measuring tool here. So boom, right here. See how big that first candle was. So that was about almost 0.2% 15-minute bar on the Nasdaq. And then that's where we found a little bit of resistance. And we pulled all the way back in for a full 100% wipe of that candle. That was absolutely beautiful. Great reversion. But we got the reversion of the reversion. We're pulling back in after breaking out back into that opening range high. So understandable if we pull back in and that resistance now turns into support after breaking through it, right? So that's what I'm watching for right now. These 188s are holding pretty nicely going into the end of the midday session here. So that's all I really have on watch. Let me know what you guys are watching as well. I know some of these small caps are moving around, and let's just take a look at some of these volume leaders on the day and see how they're doing as well. Some of these small caps will be on here because they are doing some decent volume. Let's not look at a 1 minute. You know what? I like the 3 minute. Let's just stick with the 3 minute there.
I like it.
Yeah, I like the 3 minute. I know people like to use the 1 minute, the 2 minute, the 3 minute. You use whatever you want, man. Just you know, manage yourself accordingly. Okay, so OPTX. Okay, so a bit of a sideways range here. $3 seems like it's been a bit of a range high here. We attempted to get through this pre-market high. Look at how beautiful this reversion was, Sharif. We get through that pre-market high where sellers have already shown themselves and drop it back down. Off of the open, we attempt to break, and that breaks by what? Like what, 4 pennies? No, okay, 43 was the high, 51s. So just a few penny break there, slaps right back in, and then sellers start to break this trend, which brings us all the way down to VWAP, consolidation, continuation, all the way down to range lows from this pre-market session here. That was beautiful. Didn't really participate in it. Again, this is all in hindsight, retrospect, whatever, but price action is definitely there. If you're watching it and you're able to do some real-time assessment, that'll be pretty good there. So NVIDIA we're already watching pretty closely, and it's a very, very big, strong stake on the day as of right now. TIVC, what's happening over here? Tivic Health Systems not looking too healthy as it breaks down below this opening range low at $2, trading at 181s now. Maybe this is news driven, I have no idea, but 210 breakdown, and I think we got a call for Dara.
Good.
Did I say we did?
Okay, just go to her, brother. This guy. Oh, you don't want to go anymore?
Okay.
Okay, we'll start the news. We'll start the news. Do you have anything you wanted to add, Obe?
No, I'm just looking at that TIVC there.
Okay, let's get to the news because we're almost 1 o'clock, 2 to 1. Okay, good,
all right.
good. All right, let's get right down to work. The main headline of the day, I think that we all saw this morning, is that the GLP-1 world now has a pill. So Novo, sorry, give me a second here. I don't want to use these ones. I want to use my highlighted notes. So we're going to open up. We'll go copy. There we go. Pardon me. And then we'll close that bad boy. So Novo Nordisk shares surge after the FDA clears the first ever GLP-1 pill. They secured FDA approval for the first oral pill. Launches with 1.5 milligrams as the starting dose, and it's going to be available early January. Introductory price. Highlight that introductory price of $150 per month. But when you compare that to what you're paying for the injectables, we're talking $600, $700 per month, sometimes a bit more. You can get subscription services with Hims and Hers and stuff that knocks off about $100 a month, but this is substantially less than the injectable version. It also, with this $150 price tag, it aligns with Washington's broader push to lower out-of-pocket drug costs, making access and affordability the key differentiator here. Okay. And, you know, it's not without competition. We know Eli Lilly really putting on, hitting the accelerator pad, accelerator pedal, to get their own oral pill to market, so much so that they've received a special permission from the FDA to speed up the approval process. Of course, one must feel here that the American regulator likely wants the American company to win rather than the European counterpart. So we're going to have to see exactly how quickly that one makes it to market. Analysts note that Novo's clinical data looks very strong with better tolerability and efficacy versus Lilly's pill. So even if Lilly can get it to market, analysts are liking Novo's a bit better. And that's kind of been a bit of a switching of the tables here because Lilly's injectables have been better tolerated and better received by the market, hence the divergence in the stock price as of late. The approval caps a volatile year for Novo, though, marked by boardroom issues, supply constraints, and criticism around U.S. execution. Analysts are emphasizing now that execution matters more than the science. So it's not just good enough, according to the analysts, to have that more superior pill, but you're going to actually have to market it and get it to market in a way that is as advantageous as your competitors. So NVO, nice bull flag breaking out there, but a little bit off the highs.
Yeah, a little bit off the highs here. So I'll tell you in the morning why I looked at this and I was like, I just want to sell every price here on the day. I'm just like, all right, let's see how far this can run up. Sure, I have an ultimate stop, which it never really pushed into. But yeah, it gave a beautiful range and it gave a decent reversion to a certain area here. So that's what I want to kind of point out. So bigger picture, what was happening here? We get some really strong bullish news. We wipe up. Let's take a look at a higher time frame here. So this is what let's just go to a multi-hour chart here. You can see here, we've been in a pretty strong downtrend. Okay. Take a look at this volume that happened on, I think, what was this, Q3 results or something like that. But in August, the earnings in August. So right before that, we had that strong flush. Before those earnings, downtrend happening very nicely. So what am I looking at here? Let's throw on the indicators that I had on watch, right? Bigger picture, take a look at this trend break, man. This trend break was absolutely solid. Right here, multi-year. Talk about a beautiful swing short on a higher time frame. This thing was trending since 22 to 24. Right, September to September, right here. Beautiful trend, finally breaks. Take a look at that. I have it anchored at the break of that trend, and that anchored was respected very, very well.
Very well.
We're coming into the anchored of this aggressive, strong volume candle, which was an event, right? So there's a lot of supply that's just sitting up here.
There's a lot.
Sure, long term, you want to buy these prices, whatever, you like the news, it doesn't matter, I don't care. But this morning, I came in, I was like, I will provide the liquidity. So, all right, so what's happening here specifically? So strong push, prior day, gap up right here. Let's go to a daily chart to get a better perspective of this. We gap up, we fill this gap right here. People like gap fills right there. We filled this gap into the high a day of that down day that we did have coming into earnings. So I'm just like, all right, there was supply here before, just keep it simple. I'm gonna look for supply here once again. On the day, still, the trade hasn't really followed through. I was looking, again, I'll say it again, looking to take inventory through this day low. But the short, if you were quick and fast, this short was probably the best one. This nice, beautiful reversion, pull up into 53s, pull back in, and then holding 52s. The news is good. The news is solid, right? And I think maybe longer term we might have a bit of a push here. Maybe we finally break this downtrend because we've kind of come up onto this anchored here. But again, we have a lot of headwind here to get through, regardless of how strong this news is. Right? Positioning, I think, is a little bit important here, and how have people been positioning into some of this move. So, and how has the sentiment been after that strong trend break of that multi-year trend break? So, that's the look I had this morning on Novo. Let's see how it pans out.
All right, we got to go to Adira for news, but Adira also will give us your take on NVO.
Yeah, I think with NVO, Novo Nordisk really needed a win. We know they've been kind of beat up as opposed to Lilly, both in the stock and I think in terms of sentiment. So nice win for Maziar Magdustar, their CEO. And he said they want to do more M&A. He said that this morning after we know they lost that Metsara deal to Pfizer. So I think this is a nice look for NVO. But I want to focus here on this new post from U.S. President Donald Trump. It is all about the market. It is all about the Fed. So I'm just going to read the whole thing. And it is kind of long. I do apologize. The Trump rule. The financial news today was great. GDP up 4.2%. It was actually 4.3%, as opposed to the predicted 2.5%, actually 3.3%. And this despite the downward pressure of the recent Democrat shutdown. But in the modern market, when you have good news, the market stays even or goes down because Wall Street's, quote, heads are wired differently than they used to be. In the old days, when there was good news, the market went up. Nowadays, when there is good news, the market goes down because everybody thinks interest rates will be immediately lifted to take care of, quote, potential inflation. That means essentially we can never have a great market again, those markets from the time when our nation was building up and becoming great. Strong markets, even phenomenal markets, don't cause inflation. Stupidity does. I want my new Fed chairman to lower interest rates if the market is doing well, not destroy the market for no reason whatsoever. I want to have a market the likes of which we haven't had in many decades, a market that goes up on good news and down on bad news the way it should be and the way it was. Inflation will take care of itself, and if it doesn't, we can always raise rates at the appropriate time. But the appropriate time is not to kill rallies, which could lift our nation by 10, 15, and even 20 GDP points a year, and maybe even more of that. A nation can never be economically great if eggheads are, quote, are allowed to do everything within their power to destroy the upward slope. We're going to be encouraging the good market to get better rather than making it impossible for it to do so. We're going to see numbers that are far more natural and far better than they've ever seen before. We are going to, all caps, make America great again, exclamation point. The United States should be designed for all cap success, not brought down by it. And here is the key point. This is what he ties it off with. Anybody that disagrees with me will never be the Fed chairman. That's the Trump post. I do apologize for the link there, but I think it's important to kind of understand all of it. Back to you.
I'm really rich.
Get it?
It's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more.
It's up a fifth. And where's the Russ at? Although the Russ is actually negative on the day, down 0.5%. Are you good with NVO? Do you have any other comments on that?
Those are the only comments I had. But yeah, no, it's just like sometimes you got to remember, the market sometimes goes through certain cycles where, like, you know, good news is good news. Yep. And then bad news is bad news. And then it flips a script, and sometimes good news is bad news and bad news is good news. Well said. And that's just, I think that's irrelevant to, like, you know, who's in office, whatever. That's just one of the cycles that sometimes the market or specific stocks go through. So just keep that in mind.
Well said. Let's go on to the next story. What do we got here? We got Tesla. Canaccord giving them the nod today on the price target, despite what Canaccord gauges as a near-term delivery cut. We'll get to that in a second. So they did raise the price target up from 482 to 581 and maintain the same buy rating they had. They did reduce, though, the amount of deliveries that they expect Tesla to come with in Q4, down from 470,000 cars to 427. They argue, though, that the recent price action is suggesting to them anyway that they're looking past Q4 deliveries and they're focusing instead on the improving medium to longer term fundamentals. We'll talk about what that means in a second. They did view, though, the end of the EV subsidies back in September. We're talking about that $7,500 subsidy at the federal level as a necessary reset that could actually ultimately create a healthier and more durable demand environment because it doesn't inject artificial subsidies into a market. The near-term drag on demand is acknowledged, but analysts believe the reset is forcing rationalization, especially in terms of price and product offering across the entire EV market. They say Tesla's scale, as well as integrated manufacturing model, we know that they are vertically integrated better than any other vertically integrated EV company, other than BYD, of course, positions it better than its peers to absorb the transition. And they like the international growth. It's not exactly rocketing up, certainly not in Europe, we know that for a fact, but they are picking it up pretty aggressively. Vietnam, Thailand, Brazil, all are growth drivers according to Canaccord, and they expect that to partially offset local weakness in the North American market as well as Europe, of course. And they're pumped, Obi, about the robotaxi rollout progressing nicely, they say, and we've seen videos, of course, in Austin, in San Francisco Bay Area, but I have to caveat that the robo-taxi in the San Francisco Bay Area does actually have a driver in the driver's seat because they don't have the go-ahead from the DMV there or the state regulators. So the way they've gotten around that was they plugged some dude or some person in the driver's seat. They're not touching it, so it's technically unsupervised FSD. It's not the supervised FSD, but they just put them in there anyway to meet regulations.
That's interesting. I wonder if they you know, how much they're getting paid relative to like other drivers, because you're just like you're just there for like, you know, risk management. You're just, you know, you're just sitting there doing nothing. You're like, if something happens, I'll do something. But yeah, no, that's interesting. I think they do have potential, maybe some potential risks of market share grab from people like Waymo and some of the other things that are being accepted. But bigger picture, man, like I think this is a very, very strong for Tesla, and the price action is kind of speaking for itself as well, where it's kind of, again, continuing to do more of the same as it has been over the past couple of years, which is the stair-step squeeze I always talk about, right? So it's just like wind up, wind up, wind up, nice little stair-step squeeze. Now this is my Tesla chart. You can see I may or may not be a little involved in this name here, but a lot bigger picture. Nice little step up into all-time highs. So yeah, I guess people are taking this sentiment pretty nicely. Yeah, that's all I really have for Tesla there. I think it is very strong in terms of a forward look. They're doing other things, not just with EVs, with batteries, with Optimus as well. Maybe they can have an Optimus sitting in the driver's seat as well.
I would like that. I would like that greatly. I'd like an Optimus to, you know, do the chores around the house.
Oh, definitely.
That'd be fantastic.
I think that's definitely coming. You saw the video where the Optimus was doing all those chores.
I did.
And it was doing like the laundry and opening the door and everything.
You know, they train it on like actual things.
Yeah,
so
which is amazing. Because you got to remember, this guy, like, you know, a lot of people have their own opinions on Elon, but you got to remember, this guy is like pure savant. Right, you're not going to understand what this guy, what his game plan is, but he's running AI. He's got some of the best batteries. He's got robots now. He's got artificial intelligence. Right, so it's just like like if you really think about it, look at the bigger picture that's coming together. I say this all the time. When you look at the mission statement for Tesla, they are an energy company. That's their mission statement. Sure, that might be their product right now, and it doesn't matter. But what's their goal? What's their future goal? You can see that bigger picture all coming together. You guys know that meme from Emperor's New Groove where Gronk is just like, oh yeah, it's all coming together now? No. All right, well, it's all coming together now.
Yeah, you'd be used to this if you were Joseph, because he's always trying to tell me about movies and I got no idea. I do apologize.
Oh, good. It's an older movie.
Yeah. I usually know the older movies, though, not the newer ones. Anyway, Adara, give us your take, please, on Tesla.
Yeah, my take is I am not feeling super good here about these Tesla deliveries. And I think it's interesting, too. I was looking into this. I'm going to eventually do an infographic on it once we get more analyst opinions. But like even the Canaccord Genuity here estimate to 427,000. That's actually on the high side here. And again, I'm seeing talks. Apparently, the street estimate for these Q4 deliveries, the street average is like 440,000. Based on all the averages I've seen, I'm not quite sure how we're getting there because everything I've seen is markedly below 440,000. New Street Research median here of 425,000. Deutsche Bank 405,000. UBS just lowered theirs to 415,000 today, and they maintain their sell rating and $247 price target in Tesla. So not a great look. I do think, though, to talk on this Canaccord note a bit, one thing I think is actually kind of crucial in a good way is it's part of this whole trend and shift that we're seeing with TSLA being more than just an auto company. They say, hey, deliveries aren't going to be great. We admit that, but we still believe in the company. And so I think with that in mind, really not a bad look here for Canaccord, for TSLA.
The next story, Alphabet acquires Intersect to accelerate its DC data center, of course, and its power build-out. So Alphabet announced it's going to acquire Intersect, which is a data center and an energy infrastructure company, for the cheap price of $4.75 billion. It's all going to be in cash, and they will assume the debt of Intersect. They will remain operationally independent, Intersect that is, but the deal is designed to speed up data center and power generation capacity, two of the main bottlenecks we know for AI, at least for the hyperscalers. The acquisition is expected to close in the first half of 2026. No details other than that. We know, of course, that Google is under pressure to spend. They've been spending, but when they look at their competitor, OpenAI, who's committed $1.4 trillion, albeit, subject to how they will fund that, Google finds itself here maybe a little bit behind in CapEx. Intersect, a little bit more information on the company. They will work closely with Google's technical infrastructure team to add a co-located data center as well as a power site in Texas. The deal enhances Google's ability to build power generation in lockstep with new data centers, and CEO Pichai emphasizing the flexibility and speed. And they've already done business together, these two companies. Google's already committed, I mentioned, $40 billion to Texas through 2027. And Intersect previously partnered with Google as well as TPG Rise Climate to develop gigawatts of new energy in the U.S. data center capacity alongside $20 billion in renewable power plan by the end of the decade, not still built out. Google's already holding a minority stake in Intersect, so this just finalizes the entire thing where they buy them outright, OB. So Google trying to hold here, I would say. It's been holding decently above 300, broke it a few times, I think, maybe, but right back above it.
Yeah, just holding structure here as well. And I think this is kind of natural, right? This is where we're headed. The whole AI space is trying to grow, and you're going to want to acquire more resources in order for that growth to be sustainable. So I think this is a natural course of things. So when we see things like this happen, where it's just like, okay, well, we're acquiring more data centers, they're headed in the right direction for future, for a forward look. So I think maybe if, I don't know what how investors might be able to see that or might perceive that, but for me, I'm just like, okay, they're taking the right steps for potential growth, and I think that's pretty good. And you're going to see more and more of that as they get bigger because the compute is increasing. Like look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is getting just bigger and bigger. Those are the chips. And then these guys, data centers. That's part of the whole picture. So we talk about you've seen the picture where with all the tech companies in a circle. So you're gonna get way more of this, and I think it's a good thing as well. So price action, nice structure hold of that 300, holding higher again. Pushed all-time highs just very recently, 33276 I have on Google, and that was just a few weeks ago. So yeah, some strength coming in off of that 300 as well. If the market tailwind continues, it's up and away, I'd say.
All right, so this next story here was about the Waymo robo-taxis that were glitching during the San Francisco power outage, but we brought that story to you guys yesterday as well as showed you the videos of it. Today, the only part that I want to add to the story is it's now under investigation. The California Public Utilities Commission, as well as the DMV, confirmed is reviewing the incident, though it has not specified what aspects of Waymo's response are under examination. The DMV and the CPUC both jointly regulate autonomous vehicle testing. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, there was power outages all over San Francisco and the traffic lights weren't working. Waymo was programmed to treat these as a four-way stop, but because of the, I guess, the number of traffic lights that were out, it glitched, and then they just basically blocked traffic. We showed you a similar video of Tesla navigating the intersections much more easily, but to be fair, there are way more Waymos on the road in the San Francisco Bay Area than there are Tesla robotaxis. So just want to throw that out there for the sake of impartiality. Let's go on to another autonomous vehicle driving story. Zoox, which is Amazon's throw into that. They're recalling some vehicles here. I think it already got dealt with, but we want to let you know about this because this is part of a burgeoning area right now, autonomous vehicles. Their Zoox division is recalling 332 vehicles in the U.S. due to a software flaw for its ADS, its autonomous driving system. It affects certain ADS-equipped vehicles running software that was released before the 19th of December, according to the TSLA, which has already been briefed on the matter. Regulators warned the flaw could cause vehicles at or near intersections to cross the yellow center line or stop in front of oncoming traffic. Obviously, not a good thing. We've seen Waymos as well misinterpret cones and then go into oncoming traffic. I showed that to you guys a few days ago. That was also in San Francisco, not during the power outage though. Zoox has issued a free software update to correct the problem. It follows a prior recall for the company of 270 vehicles back in May after a San Francisco crash prompted updates to pedestrian tracking and close proximity behavior. We've seen that one online. So Amazon has had a tough go of it the year here, Obi. It is the worst performing Mag 7 name behind Apple. They're up 5.5% year to date. Apple is about 9%. Followed then by, I believe, Meta, which is up about 13 2/3. So what do you make of Amazon? Anything you want to comment on here?
So this news came out this morning? The Zoox news? Mm-hmm. All right, so here's the thing, man. I think these guys are trying to, they have their hands and feet in pretty much everything. They're kind of a little bit like Google, but maybe a little bit more, obviously a little bit more retail as well. But I guess that adds confluence for the breakout that happened this morning that I was watching, the 229 halves. That was a held kind of a level since last Thursday. You can see here maybe some supply coming in here as well, maybe some a little bit of support turned into resistance here on a shorter time frame, but this was very obvious. Whenever we came into 229s, selling. Today was a day we actually got above and held 230 as a bit of support. So a nice stair step up. Was it on that news? I don't know. We weren't really doing a relative volume in the morning, so I didn't really, look for that news. But I guess it's interesting to know that they're kind of expanding some of their revenue streams as well, getting into that game. They're just like, I don't know what their game plan is necessarily, but
Joey always talks about him. He's like all pumped about Zoox because there's no front to the car. Have you seen this thing?
No, I haven't. Let me take a look. There's no front to the car. So it's just the back?
It's
just seats in the back?
It's just like they look the same. So let's show you. Zoox, Z-O-O-X, car. Not careers, goof. There we go. If we could show my...
it's not a car. That's the... Oh, okay.
Yeah, these ones. So like they look the same. You know what I mean? Like, but I kind of don't mind that.
Looks like the designer was a little zooked while kind of drawing that on the board there. But yeah, that's interesting. It's like a little, it's like a little box.
It is a little box. It's effective if you're actually just autonomous vehicles. There's no need to have a front and back of the car. I mean, it doesn't really make much of a difference.
Right? So we talk about how people used to say that elevators were kind of how do you say, they had operators in the past.
Right.
Where someone would, drive the elevator up and down or whatever.
Right.
And they would compare that to EVs and be like, eventually, it'll be like an elevator. You just press a button and it takes you to where you need to go.
Right.
And this is reminding me exactly of that, where it's just like, it's not really, doesn't even look like a car anymore.
No.
You just said, this is where I need to go. You hop in and it takes you there. It's more like,
You're well said. That's
it's basically an
actually a great
elevator on
comparison,
wheels.
Except,
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
I
can
like
just
that.
notice
I
here.
actually like that.
Yeah, look, I want to point out, clearly
That
this
LiDAR?
is using LiDAR. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
there
And
you
then, Elon always crapping on LiDAR. Whether LiDAR ends up being like the technology that we need or not, Zoox is using it. I think Tesla's the only one having a go with the neural network. So interesting look there. Let's go on to the next story. Obi, this is important here because now we're talking about possible new revenue coming in for the monsters AMD and NVIDIA. As we know, China's GPU now sales are reopened to American companies with President Trump allowing the H20 to be exported to, or H200, excuse me, to be exported to China. He likewise gave authority or the permission for the MI308, which is AMD's version, to be exported as well. And now analysts are giving us what we could see in terms of revenue generation as a result of that barrier removal. So according to Raymond James analyst Simon Leopold, a bullish scenario for AMD, now we're talking about AMD here, could deliver about $500 to $800 million in incremental AMD revenue, which would translate to about 10 to 20 pennies per share EPS, right, on a non-GAAP upside. Market chatter, though, is centering around the China-compliant accelerator, which is tied to Alibaba. We gave you the story yesterday with unconfirmed reports that Baba may be ordering 40 to 50,000 MI308 units, potentially ordered. Again, not confirmed. A midpoint assumption here, if you were to take the midpoint between the 245,000 and a $15,000 ticket price, that could imply about $675 million in revenue, though that is likely spread across multiple quarters. So, or AMD unlikely to realize 675 on in one quarter. For NVIDIA, apparently, according again to Raymond James, the opportunity is materially larger. We're talking about $7 to $12.5 billion in potential incremental revenue if limited shipments to China are removed, mostly by the Chinese regulator now, not the American regulator. That revenue would equate to about 15 to 30 pennies EPS on a non-GAAP basis for 26. Speculation is focusing on a partial restart of the H200 shipments with internet firms and hyperscalers in China potentially involving tens of thousands of units with longer term volumes, according to the analysts, reaching maybe 350,000 to 500,000 over time. So there are key uncertainties, again, whether or not the U.S. regulator or, the U.S. legislative branch would pass some sort of bill to block that. We'll have to see if President Trump vetoes that. And whether the Chinese regulator themselves will allow that many chips, American-made chips, to come into China. We've heard them in the past say, there's backdoors, kill switches, et cetera, with respect to the H20. Yesterday, we gave you a bit of a different take. We said the Chinese regulator may be allowing these ones to come in en masse, but they would put a stipulation with their own tech companies that they had to buy Chinese chips in addition to picking up an American chip. So there would be like a 2-to-1 ratio or something like that. Again, unconfirmed reports. So good look today for NVIDIA. We're up 2.5. Bad luck for AMD. It's down 0.02.
Yeah, I think they're talking specifically about NVIDIA. So AMD, you can look for what do you call maybe a sector play or a confluence play, but the thing is, NVIDIA is very clearly where the bid has been, right? You can see that bid coming in last Friday, consolidation on Monday. So again, we get a nice classic consolidation leg. You can see how strong and aggressive it is right now as well. So higher time frame, guys, what has been happening here? Let's go straight up to multi-hour right here. You can see a bit of a lower highs and a bit of a hold of this 170-ish area here. We've been holding that since about, July. We've held a pretty decent support in and around that area here on NVIDIA. But okay, so I'm gonna throw up my lines. but there's just one that I want to focus on. There's a lot in there. Some of them I forget to delete. That's the thing. That's my mistake. Some of them I forget to delete. But it's this one right here where we've been making these lower highs, right? So we kind of, as of today, we're kind of breaking that trend. So not only do you have traders who are like, okay, this is great news, you also have a technical traders who are taking that breakout of trend. Right? So that kind of explains why NVIDIA could potentially, again, just a guess, just a theory, why potentially it just has such an aggressive bid on the day today. And it has not been failing. And that's going to keep the market up as well. Right? This is exceptionally strong, and it's not doing it on any sort of relative volume either. No. So it's just like, okay, maybe there's a lot of participants kind of coming in. Sure, it's again holiday trading. Yep. At the same time, when you get some of these breaks on a lower volume, you can just kind of just steady grind up. There's no real sellers to kind of step in and be like, all right, maybe this has gone too far. But we're seeing that strength. That's again very, very positive news. There was a whole thing where NVIDIA was moving around where they were like, oh, China chip ban, boom. We saw how the price action came in. We saw how participants reacted to some of that news. Now, when you're going to take that back, when you're going to play that dance, right? Sure, the reaction back might not be the same, but I think we can look for that reversion to happen. Right? Sure, it's not going to be like a price reversion, but it's somewhat of a situational change, right? Where you're just like, okay, there's a big market share that we took away. We're going to say that's not going to happen. And then now we've been kind of dancing around the idea that like, okay, maybe it can happen. Now it's like, okay, it's going to happen. And then the bid steps right back in. The price action naturally has been pretty healthy for the upside. Yeah,
it has been, So it's a little zig and zag, but you're generally, I want to mention, guys, SOC is continuing to go here. It's well above 10 now, 1022 high, continuing to run. It's been a real good looker on the day. Shout out to Benton, up 33%. I want to say, it's been less inclined to bamboozle you. It's not going to be without bamboozlement. That is just part of the nature of small cap gappers, but not too much in the way of breaches of technical levels, and seems to be putting in higher highs and higher lows. So SOC in focus. Let's talk a little bit about Paramount Skydance sweetening that Warner Brothers Discovery bid, but big holders still not convinced. So let's talk about this. Paramount Skydance raised their offer for WBD, but key shareholders say the revised terms are still not compelling enough to tender shares. We're specifically talking about Harris Oakmark, which is WBD's 5th largest shareholder, signaled it would not tender under the current proposal from Paramount Skydance, but called the changes by Paramount necessary but insufficient. So a first step, you get a feel, but not enough to kind of move the needle. Paramount, with the revised offer, now lifted its hostile bid up to $108.4 billion, increasing the breakup fee from just $5 billion up to $5.8. That would be the money Warner Brothers gets scot-free and clear if the regulator was to say, can't do this, and Warner Brothers would just take that $5.8 billion without having any sort of contractual obligation to Paramount to return it or give it back or anything like that. They also revised Larry Ellison's role in backing this. So Oracle co-founder Big Larry E., whose family controls Paramount, personally guaranteed $40.4 billion of the bid to improve the certainty. That had been one of the negotiated or the key sticking points that Big E was not, backing this, and there was concern about where they would get the funds, Paramount, that is. Paramount also added protections to match a competing bid from Netflix, though it did not raise the $30 per share headline price. Let's talk about Netflix's competing offer. They revised their offer as well, up to $23.25 a share. Below that, obviously, $30 a share offered by Paramount. That remains on the table, while lower on price, of course, WBD's board views Netflix financing as more secure and executable, their words. Their board also emphasized Paramount's offer exposes a shareholder to more risk if the approval stalls or if Big E doesn't actually guarantee it. WBD shareholders now have until the 21st of January of next year to decide on Paramount's tender. That was extended from the previous deadline of January 8th. Now it's the 21st. And large investors, they argue Warner Brothers Discovery's top shelf media assets, we're talking about the HBO Maxes, DC, franchises like Harry Potter, they're being undervalued by Paramount's bid, despite the fact that Paramount has offered to take on the legacy media assets of WBD and not have to actually wait for those to be divested as the Netflix offer requires. So a whole bunch of, back and forth with this deal. Obi, what do you make of this, and anything you can tell us about the price action?
No, I think we're in a bid war. Right? Essentially, we're in a bid war, and one of the participants might be buddy-buddy with the president.
He is. We know that.
It's just like, okay, cool. Things are up and in the air.
Yep.
I've been watching this since that news came out, and it's been pretty nice. It's a buyout with Momo. Like, what more can I ask for? And it's been pretty nice here. You can see the nice little pop there when I think that was the Paramount news there a couple days ago. But yeah, we've been kind of consolidating. $30 bid was the last one, I think they said, right? They were like, oh, $30. That's what they were talking about. But we've been kind of trending up pretty decently since the initial news here. You can see in the past, sorry, not in the past. Let me get to in the past first, or later. But you can see here, nice little pop into the 20s. First it was 20, now we got 20 and some change. Then we talk about 30. We're basically stepping up. And essentially, I guess this is maybe what you want to see on a bid war, where participants are actually willing to step up and be like, okay, you know what? They say 30, I'm going to say 31, 32, 33, 34, whatever, right?
Right.
Here's the thing technically, which I find absolutely beautiful. Now, this could have absolutely no relation, but let's take a quick look at the weekly chart here, right?
How are we looking, Obi?
Guess what? One of the strongest bids that WBD had, we'll talk about this in a second, but was this, 08, right? Okay. This thing was almost down in the dumps, below its opening low. I'm pretty sure that's when it IPO'd in 05. I do have to make sure and check. Regardless, doesn't matter. This was a 4-year bid, from 4 to 5 year bid, 08 to 13. Wow. Very strong. So if I keep it simple, there were very strong buyers there before. We had strong buyers here. Whatever happened here, this huge parabolic move as well. Very strong buyers. We come all the way back in, and we're getting buyers in a similar area as well. Sure, now it's buyout driven. It's driven by a bid war. But it's beautiful to me that there were buyers there before. There's buyers there again for whatever reason. It's just interesting to me. Just a side note. It means absolutely nothing. So. But yeah, I do like that. We're basically, I want to point out, we're in a bid war, and anything can really happen. I'm not really one side or the other, but on certain days, it seems like it's a great trading vehicle.
Makes sense. Okay. Adara, give us your take on the tie-up.
I have strong thoughts on this, and I think the one thing I really want to say is the fact that the only shareholder from Warner Brothers that we've heard from, is Harris Oakmark. So this 5th largest shareholder, this is the second time they've commented. Last time they commented late last week saying, hey, we're not really interested in Paramount here, but if they can give us a better offer, then we're interested. Then PSKY gives a better offer, they're like, we're still not interested. In my opinion, we should not really be gauging the strength of Paramount's bids based on Harris Oakmark's response as a result, because again, they're the only person we're hearing from. They're not the largest shareholder, they're the 5th largest. Still significant, but by no means are they the controlling factor. And again, I think it's also worth noting here, Warner Brothers and Netflix came to this deal together, right? We have the announcement. They're both on the same page. This is markedly different from, again, I will constantly use this as an analogy because I think it's pretty apt. The Metsera, Novo Nordisk, Pfizer situation, right? In that situation, we had Pfizer making an unsolicited offer to Metsera. Metsera said no. Novo Nordisk makes its own unsolicited offer, et cetera, we go back and forth. In this case, this was not an unsolicited offer. Warner Brothers and Netflix come together, they go in cahoots, and they say, hey, this is happening. So I think PSKY already is going to have a bit of, whatever the opposite of a leg up is, a leg down in this deal as a result. And I think the fact that the Larry Ellison involvement has not given them more cred in the eyes of Warner Brothers, I think that is really significant. I said pretty early on, I didn't think PSKY, or I thought PSKY would maybe end up getting this deal. The more this unfolds, the more I think WBD and Netflix are probably going to end up having this deal come together.
Of course, the decider is the regulator, and the regulator is the president. So we're going to have to see how that all works out. Zim, integrated show. First of all, thank you, Minnesota Trader, for the $2 super chat. I don't get it, though, brother. Walls, I get it. Yeah, Tim Walls, you're from Minnesota. I get all that. But I don't understand Walls Act. You're going to have to explain it to me. I didn't get it. I asked you in the chat, but I don't think you responded to me there. Thank you in any event for the $2 super chat. Appreciate the love from the great state of Minnesota. Let's go on here to Zim. Integrated shipping surges on a strategic review. They jumped 13% yesterday in the aftermarket. Obviously, it's a little bit lower. It was about 7%, give or take, in the pre. Let's see where it's at right now. ZIM up 6.6. After the company confirmed it has received multiple proposals from strategic parties as a part of its ongoing review of strategic alternatives. What do those strategic alternatives look like? We're talking about potential sales scenarios, capital allocation changes, as well as return of capital options, obviously through a dividend or some sort of share buyback. Zim disclosed it received a revised proposal from an entity controlled by the CEO of the company, Eli Glickman, and the shipping executive, Rami Ungar. The board determined, though, that the offer significantly undervalued the company, and they formally rejected it. The interest, though, in the company seems to be the glowing part, though. So this follows earlier reports that Haplag Lloyd had submitted an offer for Zim, highlighting, that industry-level consolidation interest. I was involved in that ETF boat for a little bit, but it did nothing, so I got out of it flat. But the fact that the multiple proposals are in play and at least one was rejected is kind of raising the hope of analysts here that their higher bids could be coming on improved terms. So Zim, Obi, I mean, I don't know if this is one that you follow a lot. It had a nice bump up today, but really kind of selling off highs.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily follow this, but it seems like there's been a bit of a run from the lows into this. We had nice earnings, was it day 2, day 3, day 4, whatever, post earnings, the earnings range kind of broke out. And then into this news, yeah, we got a strong push in the pre-market today. Sorry, yeah, let me make this a little bit bigger here, because the chart was kind of thing. Thanks, Fabian. All right, so we did get a push, right? And okay, cool, we got a bit of a push there. How much of a push? You may ask. We had about a 14% push in the after hours, coming in with lower highs in the open. So the question becomes, whenever I see something like that happen, I ask the question, is it too far, too fast? Right? We've been running up into this action. Now, I don't know this stock. I'm not too familiar with the news, but in terms of just price action, you can tell like it's holding up pretty well. Short term, yeah, we've sold off of this news right now, but it seems like it's been liking the structure hold and build up for the past couple of weeks, a couple of months at the very least here on Zim. I kind of want to go to a monthly here as well and see how that's been building up. There you go. You can see this as well. We had a nice little push, I guess, post-COVID run on Zim. Again, it's a familiar stock, but I'm not too familiar with their, I guess, necessarily their ins and outs in their day-to-day kind of business as well. But you can see here, nice little breakout on the monthly. If we hold this, maybe those 26 halves are on watch as well. So that's what I got for Zim.
So.
Interesting chart structure that is stepping up.
I know your affinity for sports, so I'm gonna have to tell you about
Go Sports.
So in the pre-market yesterday, when we started the show, we showed a video of DK Metcalf, the Steelers wide receiver, and he kind of grabbed a fan and then punched at him. I don't know if he clocked him. In any event,
okay.
So people were like, pardon me?
A little unprofessional.
A little unprofessional, well said. So people were like, okay, he's going to get slapped with a fine, and everybody kind of knew that. So listen to this. So that 2-game suspension that he's going to serve is going to cost him $500,000. But that's not the bad thing. It also voids more than $40 million in future guaranteed money in his contract with the Steelers. That's being reported by CBS. It also voids more than $40 million in future guaranteed money in his contract with the Steelers per Jonathan Jones, NFL of CBS. Because the suspension falls under conduct detrimental language in his deal, it wipes out guarantees tied to any NFL suspension. That includes his fully guaranteed $25 million salary for 2026, and injury protections tied to 2027 that were worth another $20 million. He can still earn every dollar if he plays, but the security is gone. Metcalf is appealing, but even a reduction to 1 game would still trigger the same clause and void the guarantees. That's crazy. So that's the difference between the guaranteed contracts and having to play every game. He doesn't actually, per se, void it, but if he doesn't play those games, he doesn't get the guaranteed money. And that's part of the beauty of getting a guaranteed contract in the NFL, because not all of them are guaranteed.
That's crazy. I mean, sure, that's a hefty fine. That's a hefty hit to take. But it's like, at the end of the day, look, I don't watch sports, but you're a professional. You're a professional athlete. You have to act accordingly.
You have to act accordingly.
You have a responsibility, right? You have a fiduciary responsibility.
Right, I like it.
Right? To act accordingly and have some sort of emotional intelligence and emotional balance.
Right.
Control. And if a player is not going to exhibit that,
it's to pay. I'm assuming the union is going to step in at some point. The players' union, they're not going to take this lying down. That's just my gut instinct. All right, guys, let's go on to the next story. Instacart, halt. Remember we gave you this story that Instacart, some of the products, so say you went to, I don't know, what store do you guys have there? Let's just say Whole Foods. And the price in the actual physical store in Whole Foods was $5. You load up the Instacart, same thing for the same store, Whole Foods, even the same location, it's $5.50, but it's not because of the delivery. The price is actually different. You're still gonna have to pay the delivery, you still have to pay everything. So what was being said here was the price was actually a little bit different, and that was raising competition issues. So apparently they're trying to blame it on this Eversight thing. So here's the deal. Instacart announced it will immediately stop allowing AI-driven pricing experiments following the public backlash, of course, and regulatory attention that ensued as a result. Retailers will no longer be able to use Instacart's Eversight technology to test different prices for the same items at the same store. Good thing that they're responding to this pretty quickly, because that's not somewhere where you really want to piss people off with food prices already really, really high at both sides of the border. Instacart acknowledged that pricing discrepancies for identical items undermines customer trust. Yeah, no shit. Especially during heightened grocery inflation. They acquired Instacart, that is, Eversight, for $59 million back in 2022, and they positioned the software as a tool to help retailers optimize pricing while surfacing better deals for consumers. That was the goal. Eversight enabled controlled pricing experiments to study shopper responses to price changes, but those tests are now being discontinued on Instacart's marketplaces. Instacart, that IPO'd, I believe, about a year ago. What do we?
I remember
what's your look there, Ob?
Yeah, here's the thing. There's a difference in the price, but Cart isn't the only one kind of doing that, right? If you order something from Uber Eats, the same thing. Whereas, it's the price is distinctly different. They're charging a premium on the product just for ordering it from the app, which is crazy, because it's just and they're not saying that, oh, we're the ones taking this. The product price is distinctly different. So I think this is a game being played by a lot of these companies, and I think that I don't know if it's necessarily negative in that sense, because that's just how I guess that industry kind of rolls right now. So I don't know if it's negative sentiment as much, but the chart's been pretty nice since the IPO. One of the few IPOs that have done pretty well here. Let's just go to, we'll just go to a weekly here. We just go to a weekly. We'll keep it simple. But off of the open, beautiful swing short. That's great, nice. Like that, and then you start to actually build some structure and step up. Yeah, it's wide ranges, but stepping up nonetheless. So I think they're in a good position. They have a good consumer base.
Fair enough.
But I don't necessarily think this is that negative of a news catalyst, right? It's just that's how this industry, I feel, from my own experience, kind of plays anyways.
Let me tell you, Ob, if I saw that big price variance, it would bug me a little bit. I would be less reluctant to want to rely or trust anything that they put on there. I'd constantly be checking stuff, Ob.
Yeah.
I'd be looking at
checking a couple different markets.
Price on cart. Go maybe on the website for the local supermarket, see what they've got it for. So I don't see it as great for customer trust, and we'll have to wait and see what it does. But Ram's throwing shade about them in the chat. Instacart are scammers, though. Uber's is actually helpful and great, in my opinion. Yeah, that's fair. Machiavelli says, Uber was using AI dynamic pricing for Uber rides in a wealthy neighborhood.
They do that.
The pricing was higher. I have a theory, and it's completely unproven and not supported by data. But I have this theory that gas stations in wealthier neighborhoods or neighborhoods where the household income is of a certain price are a little bit higher, okay? I was trying to gauge. I'm like, okay, if I go, you know, over into this neighborhood in the city, it's still the same, okay? So you could say property taxes and everything would be very similar. You get like 10 pennies lower per liter. I know American friends are gallons, but we're liters. And then you come into another, you know, more upscale neighborhood. Oh, but it's 10 cents more expensive. I have no idea why is there a price variance there. So I can completely see the company basing the price on some sort of income distribution or some sort of wealth gauge. I don't think that would be completely novel.
They do it in different scenarios as well, right? It's just like you'll notice when the weather is kind of bad, the Uber price goes up. When the time of day is, you know, time of day, think about it. When you're out, maybe you want to take an Uber at like 2, 3, 4 a.m., it's distinctly different taking the same ride in the middle of the day.
Well, for sure.
Even if you see that there are so many more drivers sometimes out at night because they know there's going to be people out.
I think
Right? It's just like, okay, you know that game is being played regardless. So like, I don't disagree with you for sure. I believe that they can have that discrepancy. It's well within range of the kind of business that they run in their business tactics that they use. It's within range. It wouldn't be out of you know, out of question for them to do something like that. And yeah, so gas stations for sure. Yeah, I've noticed that as well. The discrepancy is kind of crazy. So some gas stations, you know, just even within like within the neighborhood, yeah, you just go, you know, across the street, and it's distinctly different. So some people definitely will see there's a long
kilometers.
Yeah, you see a lineup on one
city or anything.
Yeah, exactly. A couple kilometers later, a couple blocks down, you'll see that the price. It could be the same gas station, right? It could be a Shell on one side and the Shell on the other side. Distinctly different pricing. So it's just like that game definitely is played.
Cost of location says Co-Ellie Romeo.
Yeah, so,
I thought about that as well. I mentioned
more
that
to be there.
Yeah, look,
because
I see what you're saying. If you're talking about different cities, I'm literally talking about a couple of kilometers. Real estate tax would be the same. Cost of employment, labor costs are going to be the same. So same fixed costs. I'm assuming, given the proximity of these gas stations, you had a fundamentally different price. I mean, we're kind of digressing, but. Yeah, that happens a lot in Texas, says Yannick. Darth Trader says property taxes are higher. I just addressed that. It's the same property taxes. Machiavelli says I can prove it with one gas station up near Greenwich, Connecticut, $7. What? That's insane. That can't $7.90 for a gallon of premium. Oh man, I'm definitely going to want to move to Connecticut. Let's go on to the next story. Nike reaffirmed as a turnaround play despite near-term pressure. Nike absolutely dropped off a cliff in the last earnings report. But today, Jefferies naming Nike a top sector pick, I should say, for 26, citing confidence in the management's turnaround strategy. We'll have to see how the new dude does. Analysts believe sales have likely bottomed, setting the stage for stabilization and eventually recovery after a difficult demand cycle. I don't think he's addressing China here, and that's why we sold off. Let's keep reading this. Jefferies highlighted Nike's global brand strength, save and except for China, bro, which continued to resonate across a broad consumer base despite macro headwinds. They expect sector winners in 2026 to be companies with tight inventory control and flexible supply chains, which allows margins to recover without aggressive discounting. To be fair to Nike, they did say that in the last report. They didn't have a lot of markdowns. It was more of a China story. Nike was singled out for actively clearing excess inventory and addressing tariff-related inefficiencies that weighed on margins over the past year. What else does he say? Operational fixes viewed as structurally positive. Nike did beat earnings, as I mentioned in the last report, but the report was overshadowed by weak China sales and softer forward guidance. China remains a key problem area, goes the analyst. In contrast, North American trends are improving, with Jeffries and the club pointing to more sustained profit growth for the region. So let's see what Nike has been up to since the earnings, the very bad earnings report there. Let's just take a quick look here, Fabian, at that. Daily, what do we got? Yeah, we're still putting in lower lows, so I'm not touching this thing quite yet. Now, I could be convinced to get into Nike, but look at this multi-year downtrend, Ob. Like, this is the daily.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
It's just a symphony of lower highs. This is the weekly. I know you're all about that weekly life. Look at the nastiness from the pandemic highs. This is where Papa Powell said inflation wasn't transitory. Ob, since that Papa Powell meeting, we're down 68% on Nike. It's lost almost 70% of its value. If you're a long-term holder of this, you're I don't know, man, you're punching the wall. This is ugly. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can you give us a quick look here while I set up
so I think a good factor of confluence here is that this chart, when you look at it, is an upside down check mark. No, I'm joking. But the downtrend is definitely very much there. Funny that you drew that line, because I have a very similar kind of a trend line here that's coming in, maybe not on this frame. That's why it's kind of skewed a little differently, but let's turn this off. But yeah, no, it's trend to the downside, and it's getting beaten down. So any sort of news that's been coming out, it just keeps getting slapped to the downside. We talked about this a couple days ago about how, you know, the shoe game is not the same anymore.
No,
so
it's not.
I think that's something to consider as well. And I did have this name on watch. There was strong sellers there yesterday as well. But yeah, that's what I got for Nike.
All right, Ob, I got to tell them, new traders, listen up, and Ozan in specific, although he's not new. The first month, it is absolutely free. That's right, we're waiving all the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience that'll help you analyze, strategize, and then you'll capitalize on their platform. That has everything. We're talking about infinite data and instant trading. We're talking about lightning fast market insights and game-changing charts. And you can predict better with their backtesting tool. I know everybody wants to do backtesting now. You get reliable, you get real-time data, and you get global markets, Katina, man, at the tips of your fingers. It is an all-in-one platform, so you better not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading, Ram? Scan that non-existent QR code on the screen for...
Right there. What do you mean?
Guys, look, it's right there.
My bad, it's right there. Trade smarter, not harder. Scan that QR code now or click the link in the description of the video. Shout out to eSignal. There he is. There's my man, Ozan. I knew you'd like that eSignal ad read. Let's go on to the next story. Starbucks also getting a bit of an analysis today. They entered a critical stretch in January, so it reads this article, with earnings on the January 28th, followed by Investor Day on the 29th, according to our friends at Morgan Stanley. Their analysts expect these events to provide clear long-term growth visibility, including the potential here for a multi-year guidance through fiscal 2028. I don't know why they're thinking that they were going to get multi-year guidance. What do they know that we don't know? Management commentary is likely, according to the Morgan people, to reset expectations after a period of uneven execution and margin pressure. And here's what they're expecting. Morgan Stanley sees a potential for fiscal 2028 EPS, wow, they're really going to guide down the road, to be $3.50 to $4. That would be broadly in line with the current estimates of the street at $3.51, but with upside optionality if execution improves. So it'll have to be maybe some of the comments there. The firm believes, Morgan that is, that Investor Day could mark a narrative inflection point, especially if Starbucks outlines credible paths to sustain traffic growth and margin recovery. The analysts did trim their near-term estimate due to higher labor and cost of goods pressure, which remains, according to them, a drag on profitability. They cut their fiscal Q1 EPS estimate, Morgan Stanley did, on Starbucks, from 63 pennies down to 56, and they reduced their fiscal 2026 forecast from 252 down to 224. Starbucks has been, it's been interesting.
Yeah.
It's been interesting. What do you make of this?
I think, again, I was watching this stock this morning.
Bless you,
some very program selling coming in yesterday as well. But yeah, I don't know, things are definitely changing on the stock and the price action kind of coming in here as well. Again, we talk about a higher time frame look. We talk about this one being in a bit of a range, just choppy range. It's not really going anywhere. Sure, sometimes there's good news, sometimes there's bad news. But this thing has been stuck.
You're not
Dude, this
wrong
has
about
been
that at all.
stuck since COVID. That was the
Jeez.
COVID drop. And then we stepped up a little bit on top of that, and we couldn't even get that high off of some of those highs. Yeah, sure, 86s to 114s, 30% run. Yeah, that's pretty solid. But since then, just sideways chops, chop. So it's not really getting anywhere in terms of a higher time frame look there. But yeah, maybe we just play the multi-year range when it does come in. But yeah, some of this news, yeah, it just we have bouts of like bad news which take it to the low of the range, and maybe we have some good news, some couple good earnings that take it to the high, and it's just stuck in this range between, what is this, 115s, we'll call it 110s,
right,
conservatively down to like 70, 69, 70s. So yeah, so a couple multiple year ranges, yeah, about a little bit of a, yeah, maybe 6, 7. Well, there you go.
Don't be rude.
All right, Adara, give us your take here on the Brian Nickel turnaround.
I think, yeah, my thing actually has to do with the man you just mentioned, Brian Nickel. Now, I know I have spoken to this ad nauseum, basically to anyone who will listen. I do not think that he is the right CEO for Starbucks. And I have a couple of reasons for that. I mean, I'm not saying that obviously he did good things for Chipotle, but I do think a little bit, I think he's in it for the show. And I say that because one of his most memorable moments near the end of his tenure at Chipotle was that thing where, you know, we had these analysts going in, they were weighing the Chipotle bowls. They were like, hey, Brian, the bowls are so inconsistently weighed. And he said, you can just go up to the Chipotle, go up to your, whatever, their version of a barista, and give them a little, like, and then this video went semi-viral. Right, so I think he does like the attention a bit. I also say that because once he became the CEO of Starbucks, he said, we're gonna get 200,000 Sharpies and we're gonna make sure everybody's writing on the cups. And I will say, as someone who goes to Starbucks on a semi-regular basis, they're writing on the cups, but that's not making my drinks faster. That is not solving the issues with the company that are driving people away from the company in the first place. So I do think that he has ideas. I just don't think they're the right ideas for turnaround for the business. And as Obi mentioned, like the stock clearly needs some kind of catalyst. I think there is some turnaround needed. I was looking at this, I think about a year after he came, or a year after his tenure began, the stock was flat. He has done nothing good or bad for the stock. The stock is just staying range bound. Now, obviously, he's better for the stock and the company than Laxman Narasimhan. That was his predecessor. But, like, I don't know. I just think that we have a lot of work to do. And I think it's pretty sad that we just have that one guy coming in serving 3 terms, and he's better for the CEO than anyone else, or he's better for the company as CEO than anyone else they're able to find. Bit of a rough look here for Brian Nickel, and I think for SBUX. I'm not saying out and out like that we need to change CEOs right now. I don't think constant turnover is a good look either, Intel. But I think there needs to be some kind of change. Something's got to give. Shout out to that movie. So, and I don't think that Brian Nickel, as it stands currently, unless we make a change, unless he stops worrying about the Sharpies, I think this company's still going to be in trouble.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, my take on Starbucks is automation will be the game changer in the same way that automation will be the game changer for Uber in that it'll be insanely margin expanding. I hate to put it so crudely, but with the rise of unionization, I feel, with the baristas, that's obviously a very big headwind for the company, both in terms of operational efficiency as well as margins as labor costs continue to go up if they negotiate higher salaries. So if you're looking from an investment perspective and not really a human perspective, you're looking to remove your biggest fixed cost. And the biggest fixed cost for them, I'm assuming, is obviously the product and the labor. And so if you can get automation, you hit 2 birds with 1 stone. You increase efficiency, you drop down fixed costs, and you don't have to worry about this green apron service model, which is their basically attempt to speed up service. Now, I know they've made some improvements there, but if you really, really want to make improvements, it's going to have to be automation, I feel. And I know for a fact that they are exploring this type of thing. Now, they're trying to keep it super hush-hush because it's not a good look. It's not a good look for the company when you're talking about mass layoffs. It's that in the same way that we're seeing these AI CEOs speak one way about job loss in public, and they're speaking about job loss an entirely different way in private. And then you can see, you know, some stuff leak out about how they really feel. So at the end of the day, this company really wants to change its way, it's going to have to change the way it operates. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, no, I think that automation is almost inevitable, right? Excuse me. One day we're gonna have robo baristas. Maybe it's an Optimus. Maybe it's something else.
Yeah,
but definitely,
yeah.
best believe that latte is gonna be consistent. That's for sure.
Oh wow! All right, good. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock, and the big boys, they are locked, they are loaded, they're ready to go, and I'll see everybody shortly on the big desk. Guys, it is a shortened trading day tomorrow. The market closes at 1. We're going to be up bright and early, 8 a.m. like we always are, and then the big boys, you and I are going to be on for an hour, then the big boys will take it over, and they'll shut it down into 1 o'clock. So we'll see everybody tomorrow, and thank you for being on.
Great show. Take it easy, guys. See you tomorrow.
Welcome back, everybody. I was actually, the conversation just now, of course, was just on AI. So as we're flipping over, you can already get served at some restaurants with robots. It's like, is it inevitable? Yeah, I tend to think it's inevitable. But also, thank you, Sharif, for reminding everybody. Tomorrow, of course, is a half day. So welcome back. Do you usually get great volume on the 23rd, like the day before Christmas Eve? Maybe not, but still there might be some opportunities. The smaller caps moving, maybe some range-bound trading for sure. I think there'll be some chances, definitely. But tomorrow being a half day, we'll be done. The market will be closing at 1 o'clock. So if you tune in 24 hours from now, with any luck, and I don't mean luck, we've already said this, we will have just imbibed some eggnog with some other stuff at this time tomorrow, and we'll be out of here because the market will be closed tomorrow at 1. It's a regular day today. That being said, it was not a regular day for NVIDIA. It was a special day for NVIDIA, at least relative to the market, because NVIDIA is up 3% at the high of the day. The NASDAQ is at the high of the day as well, but it's up 0.3%. So NVIDIA outpacing the market, outpacing basically all of the chip names. I mean, there hasn't been a ton of strength out there in chip land. Like you look at like Micron's back under VWAP in red. Oh, and if you're tuning in, I'll let you know. There's a few symbols in here that I didn't have up in the morning, so you might be missing some data. But Micron down, Intel's down, AMD I don't believe has gotten back to green yet. It's down 0.1%. SMCI is down. It's NVIDIA's party today, realistically. And they're not crying over there, but certainly, I think we could see some range-bound trade this afternoon. It's not that it's 100% guaranteed. Like maybe we'll break out. Who knows? We've had the same effective high in the NASDAQ for the last, like 2 hours now? Check that, just over 2 hours. You've basically held the same high on the NASDAQ. If that breaks out, we'll see how rapidly it can go. I'm in 3 positions. One of them is the 3rd time in IBIT. BM&R I took for the 2nd time. And then the first one was just a trend break here on SMCI. That's a new one. But IBIT, that was that 88,000 level, which broke trend once, and then is broken trend a 2nd time. So we grabbed it there. And then BM&R under VWAP I've also got. But yeah, crazy move. Realistically, it's all been about the NVIDIA long. Like elsewhere, the market hasn't really done much for breaking out.
I mean, yeah, NASDAQ right where it is. Basically where we left you guys. I mean, if you come in, yeah, it's like this is 11 o'clock. I mean, if anything, it is drifting a little bit higher. We were able to, and welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us here. Great job. Thanks, Obi, for filling in for Joe over there. Obi, always the best, man. But look at this. Like, we finally got a little revenge. We posted that up there, and it was just waiting. Like, we took a small position. We just put some offers out, took a small position there. Then, once we got up there, we really put on, as Jeezy would say. But yeah, down into the downside right there, and really took advantage of it all the way down into VWAP and some good holds, and we're almost no shares left in AMD. But that, the short finally paid. We were in it early, and we were like, oh no, what have we done? And then right when we left you guys, we were starting to build a short. It worked, and then it didn't, so that was like a flat trade. Then we averaged it up and all the way back down there, so that turned out to be pretty good. And then we got this big one on. I just put on like 5% or 10% more right here, as we only had 10% left. So good outs, man, all the way down. Same type of thing. It was almost the same type of time where Bitcoin, it was near the highs again, and it was a level that we liked. So we shorted Bitcoin there at $50, and yeah, just put on a little bit more there. So that was a good play to the downside. So we'll wait to see now, what happens here in the afternoon. But as what Neil said there, you're 2 hours away. It'll probably be pretty slow. We had yesterday, crazy times on Tesla. Yesterday, the only thing that had a big break there at the end of the day was Tesla. I actually it's about 25 cents or so away because I was waiting at 86.50, went to 86.20s right here. I was going to go short on Tesla, just completely flip up what we had written down, because I loved the long area down here at 485 and change. But if we can learn anything as traders, it's that your opinion can change when you see the price action. And, Tesla really could not catch a bid pretty much all day. So unfortunately for me and for many traders that own Tesla, today's not going to be a day that you're going to be celebrating, but only down 1% is not anything to worry about. But yeah, I flipped up the bias there on TSLA. We didn't get any short, but I just canceled my orders. They were sitting there at 286.50 or 286.50, yeah. And that was because that was the 200 period, and I was going to try to hold it to VWAP, which would have been about 50 to 60 cents worth, and then this happened. So don't have it, but just letting you guys know that this was something else that I was thinking about there for the afternoon, was just to see about getting a short in Tesla. But other than that, that would be a good one, probably long. I don't know. That might be the best name long that you have up. I don't know.
Is it?
Novo, because Novo is up 6%, but it's down.
Moving.
But it's down on the day. It hasn't.
Novo moved down off the open. I was saying silver and gold and silver.
Yeah.
I should say gold first and silver. For more than one reason. Gold is a bigger market and also alphabetically. So gold and silver both very strong. Silver, another 52-week, check that, all-time high for silver. Got to get used to saying that because the metals have been strong. It was a question, why not trade gold? Recently, I think SLV has been the trade. I didn't trade it today. So I think that was obviously a bit of a mistake. I think. Yesterday was a frustrating downtrend for silver. It didn't break until 2:30. I was kind of looking for that same level of patience, thinking it would maybe effectively, I kind of thought it would get a little bit more range bound. And then when it broke off VWAP, it just kind of exploded. And sometimes that's part of the course. It's going to happen to you there. But no, silver, super strong. You can't ignore what's going on with the metals. Here's the daily chart. It's a pretty gorgeous looking daily chart here for SLV. You can look at the miners as well. And it's not as if it's only... it's not only gold and silver. Copper's been making some power moves as well. And you really got to think about this for a second while we watch all this strength in things like gold and silver, and then you go over and look at Bitcoin, which is still failing to break out. What good is support if you don't bounce off of it? That's the thing. If you go down to support and then reject, and then that support turns into resistance, that stays bearish. So, Bitcoin certainly, no, I don't want notifications trading view. So Bitcoin's certainly looking, it's not just disconnected from the market, but now it's also getting further exemplified when it's getting trounced by gold and silver. And obviously silver's got some uses as well. And there was a nice debate we had the other day because some people were but gold's got uses too. I'm well, not really.
Yeah.
Not the way that some of the other metals do, but I get it. It's still a little bit of something. Yeah, so metals are certainly something that you should be paying attention to for sure. But when we get the rundown ready, Shree's working on it right now, we'll be able to get to it. But what's crazy about it is on the visualizer, I already know some of the names that are going to be in there. And what's weird to me, and rightfully Obi pointed this one out, is none of the quantum names made the stock visualizer today.
Oh.
Yesterday, when I'm looking up at it, maybe if I go full screen, maybe I wasn't full screen. No, I don't see a single quantum name on there. Yesterday at this time, we're man, the quantum names really moved and we didn't pay attention to it. What's up, Sharif, as he's waving his arms. Today, Rigetti was a great short. They were absolutely fantastic for a retracement. Just kind of one of those frustrating little things where they moved so much to the upside. All they did today was fail a break at the open and then just lower highs all the way through. So I'd say a little bit frustrating. We even said in the afternoon, hey man, the quantum names moved a lot. Make sure we pay attention to them. Oops. Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake. All right, BMR is coming back in here a little bit. The market's not doing too much. IBIT round 3, that's starting to come in. I'm getting out at VWAP on IBIT. I feel like it's still kind of making some higher lows, but that's working its way back into the volume weighted average price. But it was weird not to have thought about Rigetti today and the quantum names. It was even a headline out of China. They allegedly had some breakthrough. Let's go talk about the names that you guys are interested in, which apparently wasn't quantum.
Do we have that China thing over there? I don't know. There's one button that we don't have. I have the thank you Adara, but I don't have
let's get that button.
I don't have that China because I know it's a favorite of
right now.
I know it's a favorite of my guy back there. All right. Without any further ado, you might have seen them all midday. Not done yet. Sharif, you got more work to do, my guy. So right here, let's get this over with so he can get out of here and go have some fried chicken. It is Sharif. It is the rundown.
It's delicious.
It was really good.
It was really good.
And it wasn't that greasy.
No, it was not.
So this is the thing that I have to tell Sharif, man. The fried chicken is fried. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just kind of like,
Get that.
he's like, have you ever peeled off the fried stuff? It's like fried chicken.
Why would you peel
like if I wanted just breaded straight?
Ask the question.
But why would you
ask it?
Blasphemy.
Wow.
If you want to eat healthy food, no questions asked. But fried chicken is delicious.
There is some.
I don't care.
Yeah, you can have a cheat day every once in a while. You can have like half a piece of fried chicken. I think we should have Sharif have a piece of fried chicken in front of everybody. That'd be the best. Okay.
No problem with that.
Let's go over.
Mustard would only eat the skin. I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but.
Yeah, I like. Actually, it was pretty. It was pretty good today. You know, the pieces there. I think it was all pretty much all dark meat. Like it was really. I don't know. It was really good. So I say shut out. You called that last week that it was good.
I didn't like the potato wedges.
Oh, okay. Well,
whatever. Right? They were a little cold, and they got here.
Yeah. Eat the breading, throw away the chicken. Yes.
Don't do that.
Not a great idea.
You need your protein.
Not a great idea to do that. Of course. All right. Now, without any further ado.
Oh, hello. I'm supposed to have a bumper, Ram, but it's all good. Right, there we go. Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're in a good mood. They're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to vote. And the only way to vote is you got to get into the chat and you got to throw in that $sign before the ticker of your choice. Make sure to vote every day. It really helps us organize what you guys want to talk about. And before we do that, we're going to look at all 4 major averages, Ram, and they are mostly in the green here, being led by the NQ, which is up 0.37. Actually, I misspoke. The ES leading the way here, up 0.42. Still trading below 7,069.59. The Dow up 0.1%, a little bit off the highs, and the Russell 2000, after having a big day yesterday, you can see there on the chart, a big move up into 25.90, down again today, though, about 0.5%. Let's talk, though, about the ticker decided by you guys, the number 1 ticker, I should say, Tesla, TSLA down 1% today after, getting very close yesterday, especially in the early trading session to $500, hitting 498.80. So a little bit off that 500. Today, they got multiple different endless comments. The one that I want to focus on here is by Canaccord Genuity, maintaining the buy rating and boosting the price target to $551, up from 482, boys.
Before we get
market's going higher. Yeah.
Relax, guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but he's not Canadian. Oh, wait a minute.
Relax, guy. Come on, guy. Did you ever? You don't watch South Park this
not
season?
Not anymore.
This season is hilarious. That's what it's from.
I was just catching up on the Chappelle show. So I watched like half of that during lunchtime while we were trading. But just quickly, the NASDAQ broke the high. Amazon high of the day. Google high of the day. NVIDIA high of the day. Pretty sure those are the 3 Mag 7 names which are responsible for the NASDAQ getting to the top. I can promise you the markets are not at highs because of Tesla. That is certainly not true. And Tesla, another possible rejection of the 500 level. We're running out of time, Tesla. You can get to the 500, but you can't break the 500. Almost like it gets to that wall, and George's dad just sitting there like, you want a piece of me? And Market doesn't want a piece of the 500.
No.
You know, one of the more underrated moments in Seinfeld was that.
Yeah, which one are you talking about? Why?
You know the one he goes to Elaine? You want a piece of me?
Yeah, yeah.
You got it. No, I don't even remember what happened in the episode to even cause that. But it's just, I can remember the scene. I actually can't. Is that what it was? I can't remember the episode. I just remember the moment.
Oh, George was shopping. Oh, is that a funny one also is the book that he takes into the bathroom with him, and then he can't return that as well. Why are we doing that beak wetter thing, first of all, Ramin? What? All right, Ramin's talking. Sorry, Sharif. Okay. Oh, Ramin she's saying she's making some kind of waves over there. No, production is not allowed to make mistakes, Ramin.
Oh.
You know, all of our trades are perfect. You know, no one makes mistakes around here. Obi's been told not to say "oh boy" anymore, and I think he's doing a great job on that as well. So,
for old time's sakes, he should.
Yeah, he should. He should definitely say it. He can say it as many times as he wants. It doesn't matter to me. But we did have IBIT going to the downside. Did Sharif bring us any stock there?
Or was supposed to talk Tesla. But
okay.
What's to say except for the fact that it's literally the polar opposite of the market. There are sellers going into 500. We can call them profit takers. Maybe there's some opportunistic shorts, whatever it might be. But when you're this toppy. Like we've gone right to the top, literally the top, to end the year, and it looks like there's going to be some profit takes. Well, you might think, why would someone want to sell and then pay taxes and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really matter. You got resistance up here, and until it breaks, it probably just should be a short. Like you reject that high. Anything above 490, like 490 to 495 has been like a spot to look for. But I wasn't really thinking short on Tesla. If anything, I was kind of like, hey, well, let's wait till 475 to be long. We might get that chance tomorrow. Although I don't know how much I feel about clear support and resistance tomorrow if it's seriously tested. Like it's one thing if it's holding above the level, like decently above it. But if you're really testing a support level, I don't know how much I want that support to be true on a half day or just jump in front of it. But I do think that's what you're waiting for here in Tesla. Don't think you get there this afternoon. Outside chance you see it tomorrow. I wait for 475 to look for some longs. And I don't remember this whole we can't say oh boy. I guess I wasn't here when it was like an actual thing. It was just like people joking around.
No, he was saying it every third word. So yeah, we had to get rid of that one there. We were being demonetized as too much oh boys. Sure. But no, yeah, we should make a. Like people say, we should make a shirt like "Make Oh Boy Great Again" or something like that. I'm gonna tweet at Donald, see if we can get that going here. But yeah, no, we're just playing around. Of course, he can say whatever he wants. Long 485 to 487. So we were like all morning like lamenting the fact that we didn't take that trade, you know, and it was good basically twice. That's it. Like it came right back in. That's 485. That's 485. It was amazing both times. Both times it gave you about $5 or $6, right? But then like we went out, did a little bit of walking around, got a couple gifts, and then basically like sat back down and was like, okay, let's now start to look what we want to do. We shorted AMD, we shorted IBIT. We just reshorted IBIT and got some more out there, by the way. We'll talk about that maybe if that comes up. But yeah, just noticing that Tesla has not treated the longs very well today, and I think we should stick with that premise of being short. So I had said the story there that we were 25 cents away from getting this fill because I was waiting here at the 200 because there's the 200, there's the 200. So I was waiting here twice, missed it both times. Should have came down and just given it up. But the thing is that in low amount of volume today, I wanted to try to be as specific as I could because, I'm just up. Basically what I was up I'm up more now because of the AMD, but just hovering around like the daily kind of gold type thing. And I didn't want to throw it all away by being silly with the pricing. So anyways, I'm short on Tesla if we can get the 200 period moving average, which is like 485. So if it comes back up there, let's reassess what the futures are doing because just to Neil's point, I think you made it before and you talked about the Mag 7. It's just like everything else is heading higher here and Tesla's going lower. So either it's going to have to change its sort of plan here, Tesla, or it might start picking back up again. And then, we're the ones screwed because it's like, okay, it finally caught a bid. So let's just be patient with it. We've got 2 hours left. We'll put some trades on. No worries about that. I'm thinking short Tesla will be the first one.
Oh, before we go back, Omari just asked, U.S. markets are open on Friday. So it's a Boxing Day is a holiday in Canada and the UK, I believe.
Release the oh boys.
So like 100%.
Yeah.
Markets will be open. I won't be here. It's my birthday. But so I'm not going to be here on Friday. But Trader TV Live,
Awesome.
open.
Neil's celebrating his 40th birthday.
Yeah,
You know,
I wish. I'll be up north.
am I hearing something in my ear?
What was that?
Is that Ramin doing that? Of course. Oh my God.
I didn't make it out though.
Where's Andre at? All right. What's up, Sharif? Back to Sharif.
All right, I just want to let you guys know, silver surpasses Apple as the world's third largest asset in the world by market cap. I see Apple on Neil's screen, and I see that coming in here separately. NVIDIA is the next topic, of course. Several headlines on this. President Trump's administration delaying tariffs on Chinese semiconductor. The article reads that the Trump administration has concluded their semiconductor trade investigation, citing harm from China's industry dominance, but they opted, guys, to delay new tariffs, setting an initial 0% rate on Chinese exports for at least 18 months. This is being here reported by the New York Times. Separately, Bloomberg reported that NVIDIA's biggest chip buyer in Southeast Asia, called Megaspeed, they're under investigation for smuggling. We already knew that this was likely happening. Megaspeed under investigation here for smuggling NVIDIA's most advanced chips. Another little tidbit coming in from Raymond James today, talking about a new potential tailwind for NVIDIA if they actually see their H200 exported to China. They're saying $7 to $12.5 billion in revenue upside if that translates into sales, guys. So NVIDIA up nicely here, 2 2/3.
Okay, so first things first, if you're going to smuggle or have a company which is like breaking law, you might want to name it something a little bit less nondescript. Like Megaspeed just sounds fake. Like just sounds like Megaspeed.
Well, I mean, they're really fast, those guys.
Like, I don't even.
They're like mega fast. I don't know what else I would do in that name.
I'm not saying I have like I can off the top of my head I come up with a better name, but
People were saying there's like literally videos of like thousands of Blackwells just sitting around in like containers right now. Send them over here. I'll get rid of them for you.
margin on that. I mean, let's be real. Is when
Boxing Day sale, you know.
When there's money to be.
Yeah, I'll give you one for your birthday, man.
I'll you she.
40 Blackwells coming to you, man.
Yeah, okay.
40 GPUs.
We can move.
Those things are expensive, I think, aren't they? How much are?
Find a way.
50,000 each one.
We know what.
Okay, Neil, my bad.
No, we know what dude. We know what dude. We know what dude. We could probably.
Yeah. I could move them, but.
You know, he watches sometimes too. You know who you are. You also you might have helped me in grade 9 French. So I want to shout out to that. So maybe I'll give you one for free, but then we'll move the rest.
You know who I am? Who's going nuts over there? That's Fabian. Okay, I like Fabian. Fabian's got it good over there.
What's on this Fabian? At some point, I want to know what's on your other screen over there.
It's like a cyber truck. Yeah, it's like
okay.
Getting some animations.
Okay, back to NVIDIA.
Yeah,
that's what I was curious about.
That's something that Sharif and Joe were driving the other day, wasn't it? Oh, Westworld. It's from the Westworld.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Westworld's a really underrated show. The movie was kind of trash, but the movies they made weren't very good. But it was a really quality show. Great fan.
There they are.
That's the car we all want.
Who did it?
I want the one. Remember when it was moving? You had the animation where they were driving around and they were scoping some ladies out. I guess we don't have that. No.
They're scoping ladies out in that car?
There was an animation where actually the same thing, but it was moving around, and they were like, they go back and forth.
Yeah, it exists. I gotta find it.
Yeah, that's neither here nor there. NVIDIA is an absolute beast. Someone was just asking, can NVIDIA get to all-time highs by the end of the year?
End of the year?
Its strength, the strength that it has in it right now, relative to the market, relative to its peers, it's possible. I certainly think it's possible. Would I bet on it? Absolutely not. It's the 23rd, even with a Santa Claus rally. I think you're always low probability to get big moves. That's just how it is. So I would think in terms of like, set your sights at like a lower high in here, like this 95 level. I don't know if my 15 is going to go up far enough. Yeah, it's not going to. But anyways, just go back to the daily. This lower high at 195. I think if we take out 190, if we can get through that before Christmas, and look for that 195, maybe high 90s as a plan. Not necessarily the 210s. I don't know if you got enough time. And really, the thing about today with the chips is it's just like, well, if you liked any fade in the chips, as long as you didn't do it in NVIDIA, you could be okay. If you tried to short NVIDIA, I mean, it worked. It would have worked here. There's spots that it would have worked. Like you could short NVIDIA. You couldn't be short NVIDIA that makes any sense. Like you could just take it in certain spots, but if you weren't really picking your spots perfectly, you were getting run over. I liked AMD and Intel. Trade AMD 3 times, once to VWAP, once with a loss, and then the other one off that 215 on the way back through. I'm in SMCI now because it's actually it's down 1%. It's one of the few things underneath the prior day low. So this rejected the prior day low. So if the market breaks higher, okay, fine. Like you lower high resistance and still a weak stock. If the market reverses from here, I think this one can get down to that low of the day. Like every chip name, more or less, except for NVIDIA, today got hit. And that's saying something, that it could be this strong without anybody in the group looking this way. Yeah,
I think that's people, if they're going to correct the AI movement, they're probably just going to go back to that name, right? I mean, AMD's flat on the day, but this is, Neil was talking about fading any other name and might have worked, and it did a little bit on AMD. I mean, it's not, AMD early, I thought was a better short. Like I thought into this area, 215, into like yesterday's close there when we started down here, I thought this was going to be a much better trade, and it just turned out to be, we got a little bit out there and it was good, man. We were ringing like 60 cents or even more than that actually off of that initial play. And then it broke higher and we were like, oh, well, we were down a cup of coffee, it was fine. Messed with it again, basically at those exact same levels again, and then it broke higher. And then just tried to be patient and say like, we'll wait for that top. And with the market drifting there, we were, I guess, lucky enough to really get that fill there. And then it came right back down. There they are. Now that just looks like me driving. That doesn't look like Sharif anymore all of a sudden.
His face just morphs.
Right there. Yeah, that looks like nothing like them when they're sitting there.
Modern to a vintage. What the hell is happening there?
A transformer.
must be ChatGPT, I guess. There it goes. That's pretty fun. That's cool. But anyways, yeah, that was that. I like so in this space, I like NVIDIA, and then you guys know my affinity for Marvell. So really been trying to talk up the book here on Marvell. A big position, not a big position, but a position of mine in both the long-term and in the TFSA, the tax-free savings account. So yeah, definitely liking some Marvell action right here. We'll see where that can go at some point here today. But yeah, that's what that is. So all right, let's go back over. I just want to show you guys something that just before we, did this rundown, I said that I was adding to my iBit short. And we did that. Remember I said I was just putting on another 10%, so we had 20%. So nice move down there for iBit, now cracking just a little bit lower. Wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. All right, y'all, let's go back over to Sharif and figure out what up.
All right, guys, let's talk about HIHO, hi-ho, up about 67%, 66 here percent, well off the highs of 221, trading at about 138 right now. Here's the headline. They announced that they've signed a letter of intent to acquire 51% of German-based Regent Feinbau Adderman, primarily for cash and a smaller amount of the company's unregistered shares. The proposed acquisition, which targets a close by the end of March of next year, it does remain subject to completion of due diligence, negotiation, and the execution, of course, of a definitive agreement, trading below the volume-weighted average price, but still up 65% on the day.
Yeah, sometimes these ones just don't. They don't work out if you sit there and trying to hold for the absolute home run. But if you're there early, like when we first mentioned hi-ho, you would have been fine if you just sort of took your profits on that push, because when the back end comes in, it can be nasty. Complete, I guess, Christmas tree retracement for those that use that term. There's not much to see here except for the fact that where it was at right at 930 is a double bottom. So there's like an outside chance you could see some kind of a bounce, but look at the volume taper off. I don't know if that's going to be the one. Maybe it'll pick up and you can play off of that low, but not without the volume coming in here. Like a small capper under VWAP on the back end of the trade like this is probably not where I'd want to be this afternoon, but it does speak volumes in terms of, well, that breakout was early. You hit those and you hit them and quit them when they're strong in the morning on hi-ho. So it was good. And I think probably I would assume people should have made money on this one if they were long early. You just don't want to bag hold it when it breaks that trend. That's been the case for almost all of these small cappers. Or not even just small cappers. I mean, DJT falls in that category. Look how bad the back end's been for that stock. Or Beyond Meat or any of those. fun for a short period of time. So have your fun, then make a bit of money, and then be able to back away.
You do not want to back away when the seconds count because you do not have time to treat your symptoms. NYSE-listed Oragenics, symbol OGen, is rewriting the rules of neurological care. They're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. You have to book a meeting if you have any concern about a concussion. Find out what OGen is all about. Make sure you do click on, when you see it on the screen, click on your QR code, and there is a link in our description. Book a meeting with their team today to find out more about what OGen is all about. Symbol OGEN on your NYSE exchange. You are more than welcome, Ramin. Literally anything you want. All right, so IBIT, we were talking about HI. The other one I want to look at today, there was men's that had halted. We have this halt scanner here, at Real Trading. So what we're able to do is, find out which names are halting and right now move. So I just wanted to go over some of the names that had, been halted and now opened up. This doesn't look like it wants to do anything right now. Where was the other one? Oh, AFJK, that's what it was, AFJK. We looked at this earlier with, we looked at this earlier with Adara, and it was, nothing but upside early. And it seems like it still wants to participate in an upside move. I mean, it's been pretty choppy throughout. The last time this thing halted, according to our scanner, was 11:51. So it's been a minute since it's done anything right into here, the last time it halted. So yeah, not that much volume. Look at the spread on this name as well, $51 to $54. Like this dude just closed it with less than 100 shares there, to make that another $2. So this is not going to be tradable. The volume's just not there either. So I don't know what was going on with this one, but there's AFJK, just another one of those names that's kind of going absolutely insane. And I do want to show you one more thing, because I saw it today when I was using the Mr. Jeff Mendel. What's up, Jeff? I hope you're doing well. Obviously not working on a day like today, I would assume, but maybe he is. I just looked sort of through the trades. Look at this, IRBTQ. So let's go find out everybody's favorite stock here. iRobot was a $5.50 stock not too long ago. Welcome to 16-cent land right now. So here's IRBTQ. Now, see you later. This name, of course, when we got the robotics news, it was all the rage, man. This thing got up to $5. We were talking about like, hey, if someone wanted to buy this stock out at $61, Amazon, I guess they're glad they didn't do that right now. It's now 16 cents. So here is IRBTQ. I wonder if eSignal will bring it over from, yes.
They do?
This is how good eSignal is. So the symbol switches over into the pink sheets, and these guys still adjust it. So, this is what we're talking about, $12.50, $11.50. Like just last year, this stock, not even last year, the stock was $5, $15, sorry. Then up to the $5 mark where we had that whole, I remember showing you guys this. On this day, it was $2 when it first started going. And we were like, oh yeah, iRobot, we should and then bang, all the way up to $5.50. And then in 3 days, after that move, it declared bankruptcy, got into the dollar range, and then got delisted. So you can't file a Chapter 11 and stay on the NASDAQ. So you're over there immediately. We had Jeff on that day on the show. We even talked about that with him, and he had mentioned that, yeah, that's, its eventual landing place will be here as well as Moon.
Before we go back, there's the other thing to keep in mind. You trade penny stocks, you look at penny stocks, all the different exchanges have their own rules.
Right.
So it's not like the bankruptcy thing for sure is a big one, but that whole, we always talk about if you get under $1, you gotta get back over an X amount of time, and then you have to have X amount number of closes. That actually doesn't apply to NYSE American stocks. Like if it's .am, if it's on NYSE Arca, then that rule actually doesn't apply. So penny stocks that are .am are a little bit different. They're not subject to the same delisting rules as you would find over on the NASDAQ. But let's find out what the next symbol is on the list. I'm genuinely not sure, because I don't think it's the one I'm looking at, Sharif.
Sable Offshore Corp, Neil, SOC, the ticker up 34%. I was trading this one during the midday show. It's looking a lot better than Hi-Ho. Certainly, they're trading a lot closer to the highs, 10.19 high a day, 10.28. The shares are up today after the company said the U.S. Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration approved a restart for their Los Flores pipeline system, guys. That is good enough to put them up 34% on the day, 10.28 high.
Hey, this is actually going.
Yeah, SOC there. SoCal.
SoCal.
Going to SoCal. Who's in SoCal right now? I know Sharif's a big fan down.
You family down there.
Your sister, yeah, exactly. So
I have an uncle down there.
find Sharif on the beach in SoCal,
How's it
where
going?
they serve the greatest fried chicken, apparently. Maybe not.
You know what the real problem is? Actually,
Why am I looking at IRBTQ?
I don't know why you have our. Oh, we were just talking.
I
about
know
that.
why.
No, so look for this.
What up, drop system?
Look, the 35% it's up is nice. Unlike some other or small cap stocks that we might look at, this doesn't look terrible or like some kind of a potential follow through. Just because you made a hard bottom, like the consolidation over the 50 period, like that kind of a thing, looks pretty good. Throw that on top of the fact it's looking like it wants to at least try to close at the highs, showing strength. Unlike the other names that we brought you, like the Hi-Ho or and some of the few other small cappers that have given it up, this hasn't. This is still trending higher. It was a dip buy pretty much at the open, and then it got gobbled right back up. And it's also breaking out. Like, look at this 15-minute. It dipped right into prior support without breaking it, and then broke out. So this is a pretty constructive move. Might be worth watching. Like, if you were in it, like, it wouldn't be crazy if you bought this morning, you bought that dip, and you took some quick profit for 10s, and you wouldn't be holding on to a piece for the dream of getting 14s or 18s, something along those lines. Yeah, good-looking momentum stock. I mean, I'm not touching it because I'd probably want to like fade any kind of a trend break, but I'm not going to pay for locates on something like this. It's not the kind of market that I'd want to try to fade some kind of parabolic runner, that's for sure.
I lost my other pool, so I got 200.2. The guy I'm facing got 200.4. The same system. And I had, Henry fumbled it twice, and I had Allen. So I was like, Allen
Josh Allen
he normally gets 8 points per drive or whatever it is. And he had that the whole game. That's why when I asked you, I was like, did he get hurt or something? But whatever, there's a lot of concussions.
The run game also was so dominant. Like, what are you going to do? Like, they were running at will, so you just turn. If you can have your quarterback just turn around and hand off.
Run himself, man. I need 2 yards. I'm hoping for, so I just.
Stack correction.
Yeah, I've been saying all week, I was like, where's the stat correction at? And then the guy that I beat is like, he's just still nervous about stat correction. There was a stat correction that came that was from like week 6 or something. It just came last week.
Yeah, it happened.
Yeah, so, but nothing we could do about that.
In one of my leagues, there was someone actually lost like a day and a half later, thinking they'd won and they were advancing in the playoffs and some stat. It was like one of those where it was like a lateral pass, so the
that's
running back
what it is.
Gotten the PPR point, and then they ruled it a handoff a day.
Or like
later.
A fumble recovery type of thing. Like that's the kind of stuff that you look for. But I don't think. Anyway, it's just funny. Like that's fantasy football. But yeah, so just letting people know, like we're out of about 65% now of this IBIT. Like we didn't even have that many shares. It came into VWAP and then just bounced off there. So we have like 3 outs sort of in the last 10 minutes down there. Sorry, we're out of 65%. We have 35% left. So good outs on the way down, and was just sitting here. We was actually sitting here at 66, and it filled there. And VWAP being at 55 or 62, sorry now. Just getting out in front of it. That's what I'm going to do all of the time. All right, Sharif is still back there, so let's go one more name, I think, or two, and then we'll get out of here and we'll see Sharif tomorrow. All right, Sharif, give us another name.
I want to tell you about DK Metcalf, Sean. I was telling Neil during the midday, because of that little incident that we showed yesterday, he actually vitiates or he forgoes the guaranteed part. You know about this? The guaranteed part of his contract. $48 million could be on the line here, Sean. He still could get it if he plays every game, but that guaranteed component, that's all gone because of that headed.
So what would you do? Like for me, I mean, we can even ask Neil. I would cut him. I would cut the guy, save the $48 million, and regroup. I mean, I like DK Metcalf.
He's been disappointing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't
take the out.
I mean,
hear them? Okay, sorry.
Like maybe you could get Ayuk from San Fran still. I don't know where his.
Well, Ayuk is also he drove his car 130 miles per hour.
He wanted to be gone, and he wanted to go to Pittsburgh. I thought.
No, I just.
Oh. Okay.
I heard Obi talking about shisha and everything in the midday show. Did something happen when I wasn't around here or something there today? But
man, what did
I know we're just having fun.
We
but
need the eggnog now, apparently, not 24 hours from now.
Yeah, he
not 24.
But yeah, he also got. I mean, the 2 games is so that he'll keep playing the playoffs. I was just talking about like sometimes. I mean, the NFL, all these owners are super rich. Like to cut him, I don't know how many years he has left, but $48 million sounds like. decent amount to possibly save and then regroup on that because he's not even putting up huge numbers. But the guy's a monster. The guy's amazing.
They don't even know who their quarterback is next year. You might not
be Aaron Rodgers.
Guaranteed?
I think so. I mean, as long
I don't think
as
it's a lock that Rodgers will be back.
You think he's going to retire? You mean?
It's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Like you have to forget it because if they're pivoting from the quarterback and the coach, which is always the talk.
Yeah, but not anymore. I don't think because they made the playoffs. Yeah.
If they're running it back, I don't think you can do it because you need number one. But if you're not running it back, it's like cutting your losses and regrouping. Like you do that. People do that all the time. You do it in trading. You do it in
yeah.
You do it in sports.
I mean, I would get rid of Aaron Rodgers, but I don't. That's we've already took him for his best years there. We'll see if he wins another Super Bowl.
At some point, you think if you're Pittsburgh, at some point you've got to rebuild to try to win and not just be good enough to be in the playoffs.
Well, they're also paying Aaron Rodgers next to nothing, I think, because he's still on that deal with whoever he was with last year.
If he's that cheap.
Yeah, I don't think he's very expensive, but maybe it may only be this year, not next. Okay, Sharif, were we talking about something? All right, let's go back over.
I thought we were done.
No, one more, guys. Novo Nordisk up 6 1/3 off the highs, of course, and we've been talking about this all day. Shares are trading higher after the first GLP-1 pill was approved for weight management. It boosts, obviously, the healthcare ETFs. It's going to be 25 milligrams of semaglutide. It showed an average of 16.6% average weight loss in trials. Novo shares are up on that big, guys, dropping down, though, almost into that $51 area off the highs.
Yeah, it's been trend down. This will be my red stock of the day because I wanted to go long on this trend on Novo, and then it broke the trend. It wasn't even violent when it broke the trend, but it's certainly been a short ever since. All of that said, okay, so trend down on positive news, but let's be real, that daily chart, it's holding on. So I'm just going to zoom in so you can see the prior highs holding. That prior resistance, you're above the 50-period moving average, so I think you can still consolidate above that top for some kind of a swing. There's always a difference between like momentum and the day trade and looking at what will happen with regards to this news. So I still think you have a chance. Get a couple of days of consolidation, then look for a long off the 50 period into the 200 period over here on Novo Nordisk. What happened?
No, nothing. I was like waiting for Tesla. I just saw someone in the chat say, Sean, Tesla's at 485. It's exactly the spot that I said we'd be shorting. What? It's been there for 3 minutes, man, and bang. Oh well, we'll slap a fail on that one, but we should have had that short, so my bad. There's the 200 period. I mean, I said this is exactly the trade. I was like, we might be in one trade this afternoon. It'll probably be Tesla short there, and then we were just talking about stupid DK Metcalf. But no, I should have had the short. Thing is, when you're looking at this line, it's forever changing. Like, so when we talked about it a little while ago, you have to actually be on this. So thank you to everybody in the chat, and make sure that you guys please get into the chat. I mean, if there's anything, you got to be a subscriber. Hit the subscribe, get into the chat, and it allows us to sort of look at that. So I want to say thank you so much for that. Here was Honest Abe 90 right into here. Thank you so much for mentioning that. I did see you post that, which is why I got over here. So now we're into it anyways, or now it just went back up. Why did I not get short there? Oh, I'm literally at 485. So, okay, so just like, I don't know, all of a sudden there's volume coming into here. So this is like the one thing that you kind of, I'm not worried about it, but this is the one thing that you worry about. Like out of nowhere, we had this huge volume spike right there. Like, I don't understand why I just didn't get that short right there again. Oh, it went to 99? Okay, well, whatever. At this point, I might as well just wait there. So we'll wait for 485. And then I was thinking, like, if you look here on the 5-minute chart, this trade right here, that's the blue, the 50, this is pink, the 50-period moving average. That's at 485.50. So I think I probably want to hold it into that area, maybe 486, something like that. But yeah, we'll wait to see if that goes. And if it goes through, that's...
This one's VWAP?
This blue, so we're still ways away. Yeah, we're a ways away right there. But it's done well on this green. So if we break through it, then maybe we'll just stop out. Let's just give this one 50 cents, man. Let's go to 485.50. Just make it real simple. If it goes up, it goes up. If it doesn't, we'll go to 61s. All right, we'll just put that in there. We don't have a huge position here, but we do have shares. So let's wait to see what winds up happening with this IBIT downside and AMD still trying to figure out what VWAP wants to do with that as well. So we'll sit in this. It's just a trade. Like, we were in this yesterday. Oh, good. Oh, good. Brian's here. Hey, Brian. Brian will be here very, very soon.
No secret.
Yeah, so we'll get Brian Shannon on in just a couple of minutes. As Ramin, we talked about this, man. I don't know what
Well, that was like it was an effective tease everybody as to what is coming up, right? Like that's one of those. That wasn't a mistake. That was completely intentional, for sure. So, well, you guys all just saw it is Tuesday, and despite the fact it's a holiday shortened week, we still have one of our favorite guests. We've got Mr. Brian Shannon on. That's maybe why I was asking about VWAP just there.
VWAP.
Further ado, I can see he's got the ice cube on.
Oh, he's got the red and black, or no, the flannel.
It's the flannel.
Black and white.
That's the flannel that Ice Cube had in.
Friday.
Friday.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Friday.
I think it was, yeah.
No, yeah, it was Friday, right?
Yeah, he's riding on the bike.
Chris Tucker's got the blue.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what we should do.
Yeah,
that's another Halloween costume idea.
need to get some
We
Halloween
should dress it. I do the Chris Tucker with the blue, and then you can.
Yeah, for sure.
You already have that.
Tesla's going off right now.
Anyway, so let's bring Brian Shannon in and not stop talking about flannel here for a second.
Our special guest of the day, Mr. Brian Shannon. There he is. How are you, my good friend?
I was just looking up Ice Cube flannel, and sure enough, yeah, that's right. Neil called it.
Yeah, exactly. So we have, I have almost the exact same shirt as that. I wear it sometimes on here, and we say today is a good day. Normally we wear it on Friday because it's from that movie. But Brian, we missed you last week. How you been?
Good. I was in Costa Rica, so I had better things to do.
All right, get this guy off the air immediately.
Yeah,
I mean, this is too much over here now. We hadn't had snow. Well, we had snow for a while here, and last night we got a little bit of a light dusting. Gone. It's like pretty warm around here right now.
So apparently we got
here. Yeah, I did, and I came back to 70 degrees in Denver, which is crazy.
Wow, tough life. Look, it's first things first. It's a holiday shortened week, obviously. So, how have you been treating this? Have you been sort of hands off? I know sometimes for swing trading, it's like, maybe it's not the right environment for it. But what have you been looking at this week, if anything? Do you have plans on the half day tomorrow? I know for us, it's like get your stuff done pretty early because you get one move and that's pretty much it. What are your thoughts for the holiday shortened week here, Brian?
Yeah, Neil, I kind of am with you there. I got into Gilead today and got lucky on that one, I think, just because it ran really quickly out of the gate and happened to get involved on that. And basically, I'm hoping that maybe we can see some of these theme plays start to play out, but that's not the case so far. 2 weeks ago, we had that discussion and said maybe some of, like the nano nukes would maybe start to pick up, but they have not done that. Some of the, the flying car, the EVTLs, but they're not doing it. So, rare earths aren't moving. So, you've got more participation really in just this grind higher for the ETFs, and but the individual stocks are just kind of quiet here. NVIDIA's having a nice day, obviously, but seems pretty quiet to me.
I tend to agree with you. It can be tricky when you have NVIDIA so strong, and then it's not even like the other chips are doing that great. I mean, Broadcom's okay and Marvell's okay, but to some of those high flyers, it's not like they aren't moving. Like if you looked at the quantum names yesterday, now obviously the caveat here is there was pretty much no follow through, but they were really strong in yesterday's trade. And then today it was like the complete reversal. So maybe it's just a case of don't expect the follow through and just be a little bit quicker about trades. Would that be something that you would advocate going into the end of the year?
Well, I think definitely for the quantums, I mean, they're below declining 50-day moving averages, so I wouldn't expect the rallies to last. IONC rallied right into the declining 50 yesterday. Rigetti still well below it and has some more room, so I would be more excited about that one if it was to get a bounce. Now, hopefully it can hold this green anchor from last week low and then maybe get a push up towards that 50-day moving average. But right now, they're just not convincing so far.
I'm with you on that. And last one before I throw you to Sean. You cannot stop the rally in silver right now. From a technical standpoint, it's an epic breakout. It's one of the things going parabolic. Gold as well just made fresh highs. All the miners are now starting to go. There was literally a squeeze on Hycroft yesterday where it was like 40% because some of those are starting to explode as well. So have you had eyes on that? Is that something where you can maybe pivot to because we're getting some momentum in there? Or do you not pay too much attention to the metal space because that's really been flying.
I really don't. I mean, it's my discipline not to trade those simply because I haven't done well with them in the past. I'm an owner of some gold bullion, which I've had in a safe deposit box for about 3 years now. And if I didn't have it in a safe deposit box, I probably would have sold it 20 times by now. So I'm just a buy and hold in terms of that goes. But I just don't do well with them in terms of trading.
It's so true. I have some physical silver, and if I didn't have physical silver, like you said, in a safe deposit box, so like years ago, I think it was during COVID that I bought it. No, I certainly wouldn't have held on to it. I know myself because I'm not even a metals guy. Like, I'm not even one of those like hedge in the metals at all. But I'm going to throw you over. The funny thing, one of these days, you and Sean, when Sean was saying he had pretty much the same shirt.
We do. Well, I know there was.
You did wear it side by side?
I tweeted it out one day. Brian and I were wearing basically the same shirt. So yeah. I just have good style like Brian. I just copy him all the time. But Brian, again, thanks so much for coming on. Are you ready for Christmas or?
Yeah, it's my enthusiasm for Christmas. You've got kids, so it's a little different. And my grandkids are in Tennessee, so. The older you get, it becomes less important to me, at least, I guess. Unless the kids are around, then it's a little bit different. But you send gifts out, and it's different that way.
First of all, congratulations on the
just another day off.
Congratulations on the grandkids.
Ain't no way you look like a
ain't no way you look like a grandfather. Come on. Okay, Brian. I don't know what's in the water down there, but looking great there, Brian. Okay, so got some questions from the audience. So you ready to go here? I'm going to give you some names. Last time you were on, I asked you about Robinhood, and we sort of talked about, it was a name that a lot of us liked, especially a lot of our viewers, right? There's a lot of them have the Robinhood app. They trade crypto on it. They now have the predictive markets there, looking to get into stocks, a tokenization of that as well. So there's a few interesting things happening with Robinhood. That's kind of the macro backdrop. But, the daily chart here on Robinhood is looking to me like pretty choppy in this area. And I think last time we were on, when we were up here, I sort of thought we were getting a little frothy and mentioned that maybe $100 would be a good little pullback area. Now the 200 period moving average on the daily is right in around $95. It's not to make a prediction of where this stock is going, but does that look like some decent support? Because there's a lot of traders looking to maybe think about either adding to a position on Robinhood or maybe getting in for the first time. I always think the 200 period is a good spot to start your trade. You think anything here on Robinhood and what it looks like?
Yeah, that 200-day moving average down near about 95 is also the location of this green anchor off of the April low, and that's been an important level. And it's still possible it can do that. What I just drew in here while you were talking, Sean, was, we've got this trend line off the top, and we have lower highs and lower lows. Now, if this can become a higher low here, that's why I drew that question mark in, then this could look like an inverted head and shoulders pattern. And if that's the case, we take the height of that, we'll just call it 140 down to, just to make it round to 100. So you would add 40 points to the break point, which we'll call 130, which would imply a move up towards 170. Now, that's if it can kind of do that. But meanwhile, we've got a declining 50-day moving average. We've got a rising 50. So it's just kind of a mess in here. Ideally, it does not break below here. If it breaks below there, then I think you're right. It's most likely headed down towards that 200-day moving average. But if it can kind of consolidate a little bit, build some strength, and then break higher, then I think you've got new all-time highs coming in, early in the first quarter of next year.
Definitely agree with you there on Robinhood. I think a lot of us like that. Oh, we just got some news, guys, right now about marijuana ETF. So let's just go over, have a look. Here's MSOS. Why don't you call up MSOS? Because I was kind of going to go over this anyways, Brian. But right here, apparently Donald Trump now talking with Miss Pam Bondi about getting something going on with MSOS and marijuana. So a nice little move up there, just 30 cents, but it is bouncing off. Sure, Adara, when you have the news, we can go over to Adara. Yeah, let's go to Adara quickly, and then we'll go back to Brian.
Yeah, hi, Brian. Hi, everyone. I just want to really quickly give an update here. Marijuana Herald reporting, according to two sources close to the president, quote unquote, Trump has directed Attorney General Pam Bondi to issue a final ruling on marijuana rescheduling by the end of January. Now, note that does not mean that he is urging her to reschedule it. He's just saying that he'd like a final ruling. I think that wording is very key. Again, this being reported by the Marijuana Herald, and it does follow some executive orders on marijuana from last week. Back to you.
Herald that smoked marijuana, so then right there. But no, all kidding aside, we just got pulled up there a couple days ago, Brian, into what I thought was, and we had even talked about this on the show, like, I don't know if MSOS or like the Tilray and the CGC, like some of these marijuana producers actually have legs to go on anyways. I think the distribution of it, the CBD stuff, as far as medically is concerned, I think that's where the money lies. And eventually, once it gets finally legalized and we get rescheduled into that category 3, and we start looking at medical reasons, then the Pfizers of the world and all that, I think we'll get a hold of this and squash all those. But MSOS up here at $7, that looked like a great sort of spot where you'd either think about going short or potentially getting out of some longs. But right there on news, we bounced clean off what I have as marked down as the 50-period moving average right there at about 430, 440. And now you get a little bit of a move up. Any thought about MSOS or any of the producers in this space or anything in the cannabis realm that you want to talk about as far as charting or any names are concerned?
Like you said, it kind of bounced from where it was, likely and supposed to. Not only is it that dashed blue 50-day moving average, but you've got that dashed red 20-day moving average and the green anchor off the April lows and the blue year-to-date anchor. So it bounced from where it's supposed to, which is nice. And it's getting what I think is going to be a bounce. Now, it could continue perhaps all the way up to here, which would really make it a nice bounce. So I wouldn't chase it right here, right now, especially as it breaks this little peak. I think maybe if it does this, then maybe in the next few days, it can head back up towards that 5.5 level. And I would want to be a buyer somewhere over here. And then, of course, with a stop below whatever a higher low might be. That's the way I'd look at it right now, Sean.
Okay, yeah, I think there's a lot of traders here always looking for those areas to stop out. So I think that's a good little spot there. I mean, taking a trade is one thing, but making sure you manage it, obviously, completely another aspect there. So it's always good that we talk about that. What about Tesla? Now, I mean, Tesla over the last little while, we just made all-time highs. And you and I have talked about this show during the recap show. We talked about this name many times. And I think now that we're past the whole automotive aspect now, right? I mean, we know that their deliveries are getting lower. We understand that there's some big competition in China. We know that there's Europe demand lower as well. So now we focus on robotics, FSD, sort of the autonomy of the business and what's going on with Tesla. So now that we can say, okay, potentially it's no longer this big automotive name that we don't have to worry too much about where the interest rates are going or whatever. This is a play into the future, which Tesla really always has been. You like it up here at all-time highs? I mean, you brought a Cisco, which was a 25-year high right now. It looks like right now, today even, we're getting ready to take out that $500 level on Tesla. I don't know if it won't happen today, but getting close to that level. What do you think about Tesla here? And do you think it has room to run once we get past that 500?
Maybe it goes a little past 500, but right now it makes me a little bit concerned about a new entry up in here, simply because in the last month, it's run from a low of 380 up to this 480 level. So it's run about 30%. And once you have to ask yourself, where has it come from? Up 30%, it breaks out. And that's generally not the best time to be a buyer. I would love to see it pull back down towards this prior little band of resistance, closer to 475, let's call it. And maybe even a little shakeout, then be able to get going. But it seems a little bit too far extended to me in terms of, positioning for a hold. As far as shorter term trades, that's a different story, but I'd rather see it pull back a little bit first, maybe catch a bit at that prior resistance, let that 20 and 50-day moving average catch up a little bit.
And I think heading into the new year too, like let's wait to see how this market reacts, right? In the first couple weeks of January, maybe before we kind of layer into some of these names there. So we've been sort of looking at the chat to see if there's been any other questions. Have you caught anything? You got an idea for Brian?
I had one that I wanted to ask you about because so many traders talk about the Santa Claus rally. It's like, you can't. You wake up in the morning. I look on X, and it's like, oh, are we gonna get the Santa Claus rally? It's like statistically like 1.3% over like a week of trading days, which really is like nothing. So, two things. Do you put any stock ever, and maybe it's even just giving you a bias, it could be even a small thing, into something like that kind of an effect? Do you completely ignore it? Do you look at anything that might be counter, like maybe there's some traps that it could open up, and people give you some fade plays? What's your take on these type of cyclical statistical oddities? Do you utilize them at all?
I think that they're just in another time of interest, basically, kind of like sell in May and go away, or some of the other, buy Rosh Hashanah, sell Yom Kippur, whatever it is. Those are, seasonal tendencies, and they're worth paying attention to. And if price confirms it, maybe it gives you that little bit extra, conviction to hold a little bit longer. And, the market's confirming it right now. We're above a rising 5-day moving average, above a 20, a 50, 200. I mean, we're just whiskers away from an all-time high in the S&P 500. So I don't know if it's leading, coincident, or whatever, but, it seems to be working so far this year. So, can't argue with it, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess I'm sort of the same way. Like, you can't even argue with it, even though I put no stock in it personally myself. So, look, you gave a good call with Cisco. I want to ask you. We're just jumping into Power Hour right now. Is there a name that we haven't had a chance to talk about? Is there a stock or a sector that is in your mind, whether or not it's setting up at this moment, or it's some kind of something that's on your radar, maybe for early next year when things and volumes pick back up? What is there that you can maybe drop us as a little bit of a tidbit on?
Yeah, I'm not in it yet, but if you look at the weekly chart of Qualcomm, which I have right here, we had this big rally over here, and then it pulled back, and then we saw lower highs and lower lows. And then, we started to see if they didn't scare you out, they wore you out. Now we've got a rising 20, 31, and 42-week moving average, which are basically the 100, 150, and 200-day moving average. So we had this big spike up a couple weeks ago, so let's look at the daily chart for that. And since then, it's just kind of been a little bit squirrely, but we're back to fighting with this anchor. And so again, people talk about the head and shoulders pattern, so I point them out, but all it is a pattern of lower highs and lower lows going to higher highs and higher lows. So right now it's consolidating right here on the conjunction of that dash blue 20-day moving average to the dash green 50-day moving average, the anchor off of this little pullback low. That pullback low is where we saw the 200-day moving averages and the year-to-date anchor tested. So I'm not long this yet, Neil, but you can see it's starting to neutralize in here. That 5-day moving average, which had been declining, so I don't want to buy it, and especially don't want to chase a gap with a declining 5-day moving average like we saw yesterday. But it's starting to flatten out a little bit here, the 5-day moving average, and in the next day and a half, we'll see as we get rid of this data, the 5-day moving average will start to go like this. So this is high on my radar for next year. To me, it looks like when going back to that weekly time frame, sorry for switching around so much, that it seems like it could be heading up towards this level, maybe in the first quarter of next year. So it's setting up properly. If it starts to trigger, I think that the most recent relevant higher low, for the way I look at it, would be underneath this little pullback right here. So that, or worst case, would be right under this 172-ish level, which is where we saw that 20 and 50-day moving average, as well as the anchor off the November low. So that's an important level right there. So worst case stop at about 171.5. But that one's got my eye. That's shaping up.
Wow, it's smart.
And then I've got a smaller one, which is called Unit. I don't know what these guys do.
Unit.
And here's the weekly chart. So we had been in this stage 4 decline, stage 1 accumulation, and now it's looking like it's in this stage 2 uptrend, which ideally would look something like the last stage 2 uptrend. That is that maybe it can do something like this into the new year, and maybe it takes a couple months, to do it, but it could be heading, who knows, up towards that $12 per share. And I'm not calling for the stock to double. That's ridiculous. Just like people calling $100,000 for Bitcoin by the end of the year. But this is, it's also setting up. So I've got an eye on this one. This is a nice tight consolidation. It's a smaller name, but it trades 3 million shares a day. So those are a couple I would look at. And if I were to get involved in this one, it's clear that the lows of the last couple days, around that $7 level, would be the place for a stop.
There you go. Not one, but two ideas for a good friend, Brian Shannon. Appreciate it for sure. By the way, I still can't get over the fact you're a granddad. I cannot get over that.
That's the best. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for myself.
Obviously.
Because you just get to get rid of the kids, right, Brian? It's like you get to spoil them, and then it's like, back to the parents. You know, I kind of like.
Yep. Yeah, now they're your problem. They get to love me and
exactly.
Just get, they're like pets almost.
You get to spoil them and whatever. No, that's amazing. Thanks for sharing that with us. And so happy holiday to you and yours, and thank you for joining us on such a short week. And I want to make sure that everybody can go follow you at Alpha Trends there on X, and what a great follow you are. And I don't have your book anywhere, but next time I promise we'll show it. We've really redone our whole studio here. I'm very, very proud of it. You see that screen behind us? Maybe we could show that, Ramina. I don't know if Brian, this is a 27 by 12 foot screen that we can show. Let's put Brian up on there if we can right now. Show him what's going on. But anyways, that's awesome. Maybe next time. Hold on, they're gonna do it. Wait with us 1 second, Brian.
It's like a stadium.
That's it, exactly. So you're invited to come watch the Super Bowl here, or whatever you want to do. It should be a lot of fun as we go. It's not working. We just tried it. But any Christmas traditions? You a rum and eggnog kind of guy? We might have a drink tomorrow.
No, I think I've explained my drinking days are behind.
Oh, okay. So how about just eggnog? I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't have to put some rum in there, but
not really.
No, okay.
No.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Brian.
Is that what it is? Rum and eggnog?
Yeah. You can put some bourbon in there, some rum and eggnog, so it just gives a little tasty treat. You put some
harder to get bourbon these days.
Yeah, you put some nutmeg. Yeah. Now in Canada, we can't even sell U.S. booze anymore, so or buy it anyways. You sprinkle some nutmeg on top. It's really, really quite nice, or mulled wine, something like that, but.
I saw one of the whiskey, people were shutting down a plant because of that.
Yeah, Jim Beam's they're shutting down one in Kentucky. Well, because they got to age it like 3-4 years, right? So they have to project out demand, and with the tariffs, especially here, like I'm a bourbon
look
guy.
At the big screen. I think
I think it's working now. Can we do that shot then?
Hey, there he is. There you go. So there you go. So there we go. So exactly, there we go. Touchdown recorded there. So for the Denver Broncos are playing really well too as well. So okay, thank you, Brian. We'll let you go. Thank you for spending some of your afternoon with us. And again, happy holidays.
Thanks, everybody.
Ciao. That's Brian, one of the best right there. Thank you, Brian, for that great. Just great overall talk. I mean, we have it every time. I love going to the audience, getting some questions from them, trying to figure out exactly what is going on. So thank you to Brian. You may have been still. Oh, look at that. And right away back to the chart there. And of course, Adara still working. Okay, so as the NASDAQ went up, oh boy, like Tesla just kept on going up and up and up and up. And we're not using, big shares in this play. We are now short 40, 685, but it just kept on going to the upside. So I don't know, man. Volume kind of started picking up here on Tesla. Actually, not really. It was just that one little spike there, but the market went upside. So we'll see if we can hold the short now, see if we bring it back into somewhere like this 485.25 or something like that. We'll see if we can get a move back down there for Tesla, as that's really taken off to the upside. Bitcoin didn't really, man. We actually, target hit again, like short, reloaded, boom. Like this is just one of those. I actually didn't even get to ask Brian, did you ask him about crypto? I don't think we did even. He mentioned that there's no way Bitcoin was going to 150 or something like that, but that was okay. So yeah, reloaded this right there. We actually have, Joe's not here, but if he's watching, he'll appreciates this.
And it's still, from those that still think that that's from Scarface, it is not.
Yeah.
That is
Carlito's way. Tesla's going to break through I'm giving it to 47.50. I mean, yesterday we did have a dump off at the end of the day on Tesla. Maybe I lost on that. I was long. Well, I think we were about flat, but we wound up, getting hit down to the downside. Now it wants to rip up, so we're still staying net short. So we'll wait to see what happens after this. But there it goes, man. Nice move to the downside there in iBits, and maybe not in Tesla.
Yeah, well, this just very quickly.
Yeah.
In just a quick little second, but I want to come to this chart because I might punch out soon of SMCI. It got to 30.5, and then look at, it's all green on the 3-minute. So if it holds over VWAP, I might just put a trailing stop in this one instead of punching out manually. So I'm going to give it a trail into the 70, which is about break even or so. Just as I see the market continuing to go, want to make sure we're grabbing profit. I have a trail on, I also have a trail on IBIT as we go into the volume weighted average price as well. So we just got into VWAP, slap the trail in, and be patient about it. Because there isn't always crazy movement in the market. But when there is, or you just want to leverage up so you can make more of the smaller moves, then you want to check out Beta Pro by Globex Canada. Canada's largest provider of leverage and inverse leverage ETFs. They've got 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3 times bull and bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. On top of that, their fee rebate is dropping to just 65 basis points till December 31st. We're running out of time to pick that up. And in addition, U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging. So they offer more potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily. Scan the QR code you see in front of you to learn more. And speaking of the markets,
What was that?
y'all just drunk.
Well, that was good. I mean, I see there's us, but Dara also has a clothes change on that one. There you go. Oh, Sia's here. Hey, Sia, how you doing, Sia?
Sia?
There in the background.
No Sia today.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Sia.
Sia. Hey, that's my thing.
It's so played. Yeah.
Yeah, it's well played out on that one.
NASDAQ.
It keeps on going to the upside. I mean, it's, but you know, it's only up 0.4. We talked about there could potentially be a rally there at the end of the year, or heading in at least to the end of the year. So it's a nice upside play there. Yeah, there's the NASDAQ 100 right behind you. Up 0.44 right now. You can see the dollar strength in the top left, down 0.43 as well. But yeah, you know, as the dollar gets a little weaker here, I guess NASDAQ wants to keep going higher. But right into there, 25,800. A little bit of a drop down now happening in the NASDAQ. You can see I'm just focusing here on IBIT. We do have a dollar now. Maybe I should take something out. Where's my bid on Tesla? I don't have one. That's smart. Okay, so let's just put a bid right there. I thought, oh, okay, well, we just get that out right there at 02 as we punch up a little bit forward play there on Tesla as it finally comes back. We did get stopped out right there at 485.50 that first time, and then we tried to short again at VWAP, but we just kept getting out and trying to hold and trying to get something back in. This is not good trading. Like when it's not too choppy, when it's this kind of a direction, you really got to be patient. We should have probably got out of this one. We did get out of it. And then we just waited a little bit to average back into the upside into VWAP. But this is dangerous because if this just keeps on going up, then you're going to have like 4 or 5 losses in a row. So I think it's, you know, patience is really what's important here. Like we waited for this to come back up and then re-shorted it. And we actually missed it. I would have shorted it there. I missed that. So it comes all the way back up and then, you know, right back into the downside again. So that turned out to be good, but we waited for that to happen. You don't have to get too excited, like just because it's back to the 200. The thing about Tesla is that we had seen it hold this 200 for a while there. And once it broke there, that should have been really the end of the trade and not caught this again back up there. I feel lucky to get that play, but still this probably, you know, not good risk management. So, you know, here to say that we say that all the time. There has to be some accountability, obviously, for not putting on the right time. But, you know, we talk about it and we get out when we're wrong, we put it back on. And, you know, on that side of things here, look at AMD. Like AMD right now is really just kind of barcoding in here, right? I think that's a good thing of calling it. It keeps on bouncing off this 50, if not a little bit higher than that. So let's do a little bit of work now and put a bid now on AMD and just put it like, look, oh, you can't even, like the spread here is 6 cents. So it's like, this is not normal for advanced micro devices. So I don't know. It seems like there's definitely a lack of liquidity right now in this market, and no one even really wants to make this market right now.
Well, that's sort of the thing. It's 3:15 on December the 23rd, right? So you're not going to have the same kind of liquidity. Like, has anyone pulled up look at the SPY? I know we look at the NASDAQ a lot. Look at the chart of the SPY. Like, when was the last time you saw this kind of an up move? That is the most, it's a complete drift. Like getting into this, you'd have to be some kind of a program scalp trader to try to work and not get shaken out. Like it's just doing nothing to the upside is the best way to describe it. Like you're barely even moving. That's why you've got to just like maybe only look for perfect entries. Like look at NVIDIA. Is NVIDIA for the last hour, we've got 30 cents worth of range. And the stock has a $6 range today. $6 on the day, 30 cents in the last hour on NVIDIA. Like you don't want to be in that, or at least try to engage in that here at all. You want to try to find something that's going to move a bit more. Now, going back to the weed names, it looks like Tilray, already the volume's tapered off here. So you got the initial spike. It's really not doing anything. Just trying to find stuff that might actually have a shot at a bit of a move. And you're not finding a heck of a lot. So don't want to overtrade. If anyone has questions, for sure, throw them in the chat. A lot of people have been talking about gold and silver. Silver, again, another fresh all-time high. Don't sleep on GDX, like the miners here. That's starting to get back to the upside. When gold broke out, like GDX was having a bit of a rough day for most of the morning and is now making a V-shaped recovery, trying to get back to the highs. So you have to remind yourself that while gold was trying to break out, GDX had already done it, and then gold makes another break, and GDX is doing a little bit of a pullback there. The trend is still very much intact on GDX. It's just not always, the miners aren't always following along exactly with the rest of the metals, but the trend is still very much intact for these. Like I said, they've looked fantastic. And the other thing that broke out recently, do not sleep on, I'm going to pull up JPM, but I actually mean the XLF and a lot of the financials. So JP Morgan, there's your breakout. And if you don't want single stock risk, the XLF, where are you? There you are. I don't want to go to Blue Ocean. Hey, you can trade the XLF on Blue Ocean. Mm-hmm. The XLF, which of course is a financial ETF, that is confirming the secondary breakout of the highs. So not like led by JP Morgan, but Wells Fargo doing pretty well, XLF doing fantastic. And it looks like I just trailed out of IBIT. So it broke this downtrend off of VWAP. So it bounced off the VWAP. I was kind of hoping it would make it down to this low. I got out right at VWAP last time and it went further, so I figured I'd hold on through VWAP, but we're trending back up. I feel like if it gets back to that 49.950 area, I don't know that I'll want it again, because by the time it gets there, it's probably like 340. Like we could be right at the end of the day, where I wouldn't want to be engaging in a short at the highs, and that might lead me to also trail out of BMNR, which I was looking for a break lower as well. So that's getting pretty close to trailing out. This is under VWAP, which is why I went to this one in addition to Bitcoin. Just relative weakness. 5% down. Like BMNR is 5% down today.
Is it? What is Ethereum though?
Not that bad.
Oh, okay.
Like this is your problem. Sorry about this chart. ETH is one of the charts I don't have some data on from the morning, but it's down 0.1. And right now, kind of breaking some resistance. BMNR down 5%. I mean, the good news there is, hey, you can get some outsized moves by taking it and maybe looking for some swing trades on it in either direction. The bad news is, yuck. That's literally it. The bad news is yuck.
Yeah.
I had a buddy who he was like the most simple person ever. If something was trash, he'd just be like, yuck. Remember Jermaine from high school? The cross country?
Yeah. Okay.
He had that look. He'd just be like, you ask him about something, he'd just be like, yuck.
That's funny.
Right, he just no nonsense, dude. Good guy.
One word answer, I like it. Okay. Whew. All right, well, we're just in Tesla against 287.50 right now. So, this is this level right here, the afternoon highs. It looks like, well, Tesla's just not going to stop. So that's the average price. We have 18s. So I think that it's fine. Like even if it blows out the top, I'm just making sure that I do have that order in. Yeah, 485.60s. So just a break there at 50. It just came into O's there and it stopped completely on that. So I do have a bid to get some out here if that does happen again. So if we do crash into 47, I don't think we're going to crash anytime soon here, but if it does come back into 47, I do want to take some out there. We take some at 11s, but I am at 02s. See again, it just stopped again there. One more push down, we'll be able to take away some of this pressure off this trade right now. We were short at 18s, remember, and it's just, we're out at 50s, so want to see if we can get something now 1-to-1 at O. Yeah, see, shoot, at O's, but it keeps on getting bought up. This is really a lack of liquidity liquidity today. I mean, I know it's 49 million shares, but these stocks are moving like with basically you just sort of timber, like, you know, it's a house of cards, I feel like right now if you're in the wrong spot. So get ready for it to run against you. So I'm going to try to capture, I mean, I just need to go to O's and then we'll be able to get out of this. But maybe I just take it out here if it doesn't. I don't really want to, you know what? Here, let me get some out. I'll put it at 10s now. I don't know if it's going to come back in. Maybe it just hits me and then we'll just be out of, you know, about a third of this trade because the momentum is too strong now. This was like one last, let's see if it wants to hold. And it doesn't look like, it just keeps on getting bought up at 47, long story short. So, what? Anything. Yeah. Danny, I just saw Danny Boy mentioning this in the chat again. I mean, you know, I think it all comes with those super chats, Danny Boy. And, you know, when you pay it forward there, it's happening again. So you have the chart up there, HYMC.
I wanted to try to find the comment.
Still seems to be going crazy.
Where was it? Shoot, now I can't find the comment. Oh, Danny Boy again just mentioning HYMC. You're right, something special is happening. We were just talking about this as a squeeze play. Like the miners go and, well, sorry, the metals go and the miners go ham. This is 100% squeezing. Like you're not explaining this price action any other way. You just got to $30. Aren't you in at 10, Danny's Boy? Was it 10 or was it 8?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter
it
what price
doesn't
you're
matter,
bought at.
not this
Unless
point.
you bought it right here. If you bought it right here, it matters. But any other price, you're good. But if you bought it right here, I would be very, very careful with it. But otherwise, you're just sort of chilling out, doing whatever. Maybe you got your bourbon and eggnog if you're in the States. Really hard to come by here because I still have some, but I haven't been able to buy any. Kind of frustrating because that's how I make my Manhattans. But HYMC, look at the program, like consolidation that's been going on. Pay attention to this.
You should have our boy bring in some bourbon. He just flew in.
I wasn't even thinking about it.
Yeah, nor was I.
It is frustrating because we were out to watch we went to the bar before one of the World Series games. And I'm just like, let me just grab an old fashioned, whatever the heck we were. And then they turn to me and they're just like, you know, don't ask for a Manhattan. That's
made with whiskey or something.
And they're like, you know, we don't have any bourbon, right? I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. Toronto bars don't have bourbon anymore.
Yeah.
Because of
Canadian, basically.
I
think it's just Ontario, actually.
Is it just Ontario?
I think so. I don't know. Maybe it's.
That's why I got to drive to Quebec.
The LCBO has taken away some of the U.S. Can't get Jack Daniels, anything like that.
Well, what I'm getting my parents, hopefully they're not watching. Whatever, it doesn't matter. They're watching. They love to take. The new thing is traveling to see Canada by train.
Good.
So I'm getting like a via
pass. Yeah.
Like a via pass.
Yeah, that's good.
And
yeah, my
so
parents doing some traveling.
And so. You know, the next time my dad is in Quebec, then he might be bringing me something.
Ooh, that might be good.
You're like, look, man, you got the pass, and he pops.
Yeah, put that in your bag.
More of a rum guy, for sure. But look, only about 40 minutes to go. I'd tell you, there's exciting stuff happening on the early look for the imbalances. But unless you know what SOBO is, LUV's there for a sell. I have no idea what SOBO is. 2.5 to sell. There's nothing really crazy happening. On Friday, though, there is a big.
SOBO.
We're expecting a big buy on MDLN on Friday. That's Medline. They're getting added to one of the S&P's indexes. What a great IPO this has been. You could literally buy the dip every single day on Medline. It's like what is this, a 50-year-old company they were saying? Like
is it that old?
It's
I
old.
don't know
Maybe it's not 50, it's at least 40. But it's an older company, healthcare space. They're all over. They got their hands in everywhere, and they're doing fantastic. The volume doesn't really hold up after day one. Day two was okay, but by now it's not doing any volume. But that's a great looking IPO. It doesn't mean that it's worth it up here. But at the same time, the market's strong. They picked a really good time to come to market. They waited for all of that pullback to happen, and now looking pretty good for Medline. But on Friday, it's supposed to be like 10 million to buy, and this thing does 500,000.
Oh boy! Shout out to Obi there. I'm going to be using the oh boy. Make oh boy great again. We've already talked about that. Tesla just oh boyed itself to the downside right there. So again, like all of this trading, we're going to be flat on Tesla. If I were to get out right now, we would be flat. So it's just frustrating because, if this move happens in the first place, then I don't have to stress out and get all the way up here and just be flat on the stock. What's up, Adara?
I just wanted to let you guys know here about TMC because the metals company is making a move higher. New York Times reporting that the U.S. is, quote, taking a step towards approving seabed mining in international waters. This stock clearly likes that story. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, so yeah, that HYMC there, IBIT still downside. And by the way, look what's happening right now. This is a hot dog canning kind of a trade right now, as there goes AMD finally getting just a little bit lower. So I'll cancel all my bids now. Take another fill right there. It's 3:24. We do now have 35 more minutes left until the end of said show. There it is. Danny Boy, I strongly recommend watching. Oh yeah, that's right. Eric Sprott was the reason why HYMC was doing this kind of a move. So year-end review on YouTube where he talks about the expected revenues for Highcroft, okay, due to the recent climate in silver. So there we go. It has more upside, so he's liking that right now. So shout out to you, Danny Boy, and thank you again for all of the super chats and paid it forward, right? I mean, absolutely. And now the stock is, rewarding you for doing that.
It must have a hefty. I'm sure we looked at it, but that has to have a hefty short float.
Yeah. I mean,
what it's doing today, like that's got to be at least.
Did he mention anything? Wasn't that? I mean, what's up?
It's only 5.
Danny, you might know more about it, but wasn't that the one that AMC was like involved in, and there was some sort of a. Because AMC stock not doing anything. I wonder if they probably divested from it. Maybe they're not. Wow. Okay. Hello, AMC. Like.
Oh, unfortunately. Okay, so they did buy in 2022, but they sold most of it for cash. Why? Because they probably needed the cash.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
I was gonna say, look at. Okay, so I thought they did because I haven't heard these guys in a minute. This is what AMC looks like. Yikes.
Worst stock ever.
Just getting absolutely pummeled right now. AMC. What is IMAX just IMAX? What is it? Yes, it is. Check out IMAX. So we just saw that Way of the Water, and then something about Fire and Fury.
Really creative titling, by the way.
Yes, yes.
For Avatar.
Look what IMAX is doing this year. So like complete opposite there of AMC. Some of this, more the technology involved with IMAX. They came in $22 at the beginning of the year, man. Now 37. So there goes IMAX upside. Let's talk about some more media names here. Netflix. I'm supposed to be going to the hockey game tonight, the Scepters game, the women's, nice. But it's.
Sometimes best of breed is as simple as looking at a chart.
Yeah. Oh,
no, just looking at that IMAX chart.
Oh, I know.
Versus like.
Yeah, AMC.
I mean, AMC is probably the worst example. Probably should have.
Yeah, a little cherry picking there with AMC.
Yeah, cherry picking, but no, there's really nothing that bad to look at on that IMAX chart. Because I think at the end of the day, like you want the special experience when you're going to the theater. Like,
I mean, AMC did it all wrong. Like they diluted everything. They obviously made some bad calls there. Adam Aaron, I think, took all the money and ran away. So I don't know. Don't at me for that. I don't know. You guys tell me if you're a shareholder what went wrong with AMC. We stopped looking at that a long time ago. It's a lot different than GameStop, right? I mean,
it'll make for some really good MBA courses in a few years, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably.
Like people are going to look back.
It's basically like, it's not like Enron because it started at $2 AMC. So it's not like it.
The thing about the opportunity that the meme run gave you to raise capital, to turn around the company, it's a very unique one because usually businesses like that do not get that kind of a craze or a chance. But like, oh my goodness, now we have all this capital out of almost like dumb luck. Let's see if we can figure out how to turn this around. So it's like, I mean,
but they're offering free popcorn.
GameStop is at least making a pretty decent effort of it, I think. Relative to AMC, but if people are going to be talking about this, like you got such a windfall.
Well, it was
Carvana pulled it off.
The other one there that everyone was trading, Bed Bath & Beyond, like they went bankrupt. AMC is going to be bankrupt very, very soon. And then GameStop right here seems to have changed up. I mean, this is a good example of maybe trying to do something a little different. They're trying to change up their business model and then get into, I think it was sports cards and sort of some of that online grading system and then into the crypto and holding some Bitcoin. So these guys at least are trying to do something. And here's GameStop right here, right now, trying to get a little bit better of a bid going on. I still like this $20 area for GameStop. So when that comes in again, maybe we'll actually try to go long. I've never owned any GameStop shares. So, but that would be a good one there. At $20, I think it's been a good one there. And here's Marvell. I mean, this is the name that unfortunately our charts I didn't look at it till I guess 10 o'clock today. Marvell is straight up, man. I mean, this has been a good one here. Finally bouncing over the last couple of days. Again, I talk about it as being sort of the infrastructure play for crypto. But if it's like the nervous system, if the GPUs were the brain, I've used that a couple of times, maybe I'll stop. But anyways, there goes Marvell kicking a little higher today, up to the 50-period moving average. I like that name.
Yeah, didn't they become Beyond Meat?
Beyond Meat would be another
oddly
example.
enough, Carl, Beyond Meat lost $1 today and then regained it.
Oy.
So Beyond Meat is, I mean, they're probably going under. It's not an absolute guarantee. But yeah, it's not looking good for them. But it is holding at exactly $1. I was looking at that early. Oh, wow. Okay, it's really holding at it. When I pulled it up, it didn't actually look like this. But it lost $1 today, and it just regained it and is being defended very clearly. This might be like one of those very sneaky trades tomorrow. Like if it holds $1, just look for a scalp trade at like 1s and 2s, assuming it's still here. And if it loses, it's just like short 99s. Yeah, that might be on the radar. Because I think you might want some gimmicky stuff on the half day. Kind of like that. Like if it can just hold $1, maybe it does one of those like silly, 10, 15 cent moves that it's known for every now and then. So I told you I had like trailing stop here. There, I'll show you. I said I had a trailing stop at 30.70, but I didn't show you why. There's an all-day trend line on SMCI, so I reloaded on the trend. I'll get out if it breaks it at 70. Shoot, I just saw that. Can we throw that?
Oh, I put it up there. I didn't want to block your thing. It's funny. It's just, it's...
Oh, I didn't get a chance to read it.
Yeah, so Jeff Mendo from OTC Markets. I just thought it was funny, but then I realized it was blocking your chart there. So
I don't know what you heard about
take that down. Yeah, we'll talk to Mendel. I mean, we talked about, I mean, just for you guys looking and you're...
You know what? We have to tell him he changes. He's supposed to be on tomorrow, but the timing...
Nah, he ain't coming on.
I don't think he probably won't.
You know. If he logs in, he sees us not here.
If he logs in at 3 o'clock, that's on him.
I could send him a note, but I don't think he will. But anyways, there's IRBTQ. Here's another example. This goes over into the pink sheets as well as iRobot has been. Now it's 15 cents, 16 cents here for IRBTQ. So this could be, who's over there? Fabian still? But yeah, this would be another look there for iRobot coming back in again. So, all right, forget it. We won't show it. All right, just quickly here, AMD, that was just it. That's fine. AMD, just quickly, it's already near the lows. That's fine. I'll be getting out some more. I think we can maybe hold this. I mean, we're at VWAP. That was my best out. I just took another out rate here right now. So we'll see if there's anything going on there. But that would be sort of a temporary look, I think, for Tesla down breaking these levels. So I am bidding right now 486.40s. So yeah, exactly. So breaking through VWAP and then down into there. We'll play in the middle. See, it's actually at 39. So I think I put it right where this 50-period moving average is. I'm trying to get better at this, man. But again, now I only have like a quarter, a little bit more, maybe 30% left of this. So yuck, not doing a great job with the management of that. But we'll get that going. All right, thank you, Tesla. We'll see. My Tesla's downstairs. It's charged now. I charge it every day. I don't really know if I need to do that, but I like to always get it back to a hunch.
Well, I want to get this question if I can.
Yeah, get it. Let's get some more questions.
No, it's I'm just going to do it this way.
Sure.
It's way more easy. I can't really LB. I'll call it. It looks like LB in the chat. Your guest said that MSOS is not a good time to buy it right now, and it went so high after he said that. Why would he say don't buy? That's confusing. So one thing to keep in mind, and I don't know how long you've been watching the show, but there's always multiple time frames to think about. So, we'll be putting on day trades, while sometimes we will specifically be talking on a daily chart about swing trades or like a long-term investment. Brian Shannon, our guest, primarily swings, meaning he's not necessarily, and I'm sure he does get in and out intraday sometimes, but he's not looking to hold it for the next 5 minutes. So when he was analyzing MSOS on a daily chart, he's looking at it from this standpoint. Would you want to hold it necessarily here for like days and weeks, or even longer than that? When looking at it on the news that came out when Adara brought it to us, on a day trade, that's very different. Yes, since that news dropped, like 50 minutes or 40 minutes ago or so, like it's been trending up, and you've had a chance to buy it. So it's always important, and it's never a bad. You can just ask for a clarification. Hey, when you guys were covering the stock, were you talking about you liked it as a day trade or a swing trade? At what price level? It's never a bad idea to ask for clarification. One of the things that makes the markets great for opportunities is that everybody has a different time frame. Some people want to take a day trade. Some people want to take a swing trade. Some people want to buy and hold forever. So that difference in terms of analyzing a stock or reacting to it can give you opportunity as a trader, but you have to understand, like if I'm talking about short SMCI here, like I'm going to try and give you like the reason, like there's the trend line, there's the short underneath it. like that's the reason for the trade. That has nothing to do with what I think about SMCI long term. Now, I wouldn't buy it long term either. I'd probably still think it's, like, I don't like this stock on the long term either, but that's just a coincidence here. So yeah, Brian was talking on a higher time frame. That's all. I hope that helps.
I also want to make sure that he didn't. It didn't go up after he talked about it. It halted, so it was right into the. I mean, it's gone up. It's gone up maybe 10 cents or so, since we had sort of talked to him about that, right? I mean, it's just that we got that news there. And Derek, she wants to drop that news again. It was something about Pam Bondi, and there we go.
Yeah, I can do that. So basically what happened is we have the Marijuana Herald citing two sources close to the Trump administration, of course, unnamed, saying that apparently Trump is trying to push U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi to make a decision one way or the other on marijuana rescheduling by the end of January. Now, why I think it's clear is because the report, or why I think it's important to note here, is that the report doesn't say that Trump's trying to push her to reschedule. He's just saying that she needs to make a decision either way by the end of January. So I think that is really key.
All right, thank you, Adara, for that one. We do have a thing that says thank you, Adara, for that. But right now, we're going to go into the gates of hell.
I had it. That's fine.
I have it right here, too. Here.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Okay, so there it goes. Nice move to the downside. Thank you so much, Tesla. As that one gets going right now, the cash cow coming back in on Tesla. We go green on that name today. We have just a slight red name in AMD today. But there it goes, man. Tesla, good talk, good trade. I wish we had held it all, but we'll be at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. So far, so good here. As we continue to watch out for this market and see what that next play is. And yesterday we did have Tesla pull down near the end of the day. We'll see if that happens again. And I think it's just range bound again, right? There's not, like, it came right back into this range. Then the short happened. So it got going. I think people maybe got caught offside like I did and just kept punching out and creating some more steam to this name. And then all of a sudden, boom, to the downside. Now have, unfortunately, 10% left, which is actually fortunate. I'm glad that we're able to get some out when we did make those moves down there recently right now into the 200 period moving average. So these were some good outs right into there when they came through. So definitely getting better now at holding for a little bit longer. So we have $2 in the money on AMD. And so that was a good one. And like I said, though, my biggest position was right here earlier. So we took some profit, then got stopped out. And we were still wound up pretty flat on that. Then we got stopped out there again, and we put on some more shares here. And we still have position. So I was position pending, I guess, on that one. And then IBIT, man, we reloaded it right with you guys. So hopefully you have something like that. And we made a movement all the way back almost to that same point again. And now we're coming back in. I know we talked a little bit about Bitcoin. There was someone in the chat there, I think it was Eric, wanted to know about Bitcoin. Look, I don't think Bitcoin really cares about that it's close to Christmas or it's close to year end or anything like that. I could see some traders selling off some of their Bitcoin profits heading into year end. We talked about tax loss harvesting and things like that. But again, most people would have won on Bitcoin this year. So you don't really want to sell your winners. Sometimes you sell your losers to gain some of that taxable benefits.
50-50. Like, I think Bitcoin, depending on when you bought, like,
yeah, I guess you could have
sold like half the year you're good, the other half you're bad.
Yeah.
I could see it either way. But then
so maybe that's created some of this movement down, but I could see it being bought back in early January.
I saw a good point made in the chat that I don't necessarily disagree with, that, hey, maybe we're not going to see a bounce in Bitcoin until we see a slowdown in this gold-silver trade. It's not a horrible theory, because like we've seen some serious acceleration in those metals since that triple top on BTC. Like, there's no question about it. So it's not horrible, but I also think that there's nothing about the chart in Bitcoin that doesn't still suggest that we're not heading down into 70. It's from a pure technical standpoint. Like, it just triple top, break one support. When we broke this last support at 92, the trend line went from support to resistance. Like, it's like we're just consolidating under the prior support trend line, which is still bearish till we get to like 75 or so, like 74, whatever the heck this is. It's like 73 and a half, 74, where I think the bottom might come in. But NVIDIA, by the way, just we're keeping track here. 10 minutes till the imbalances come in. ES at the highs, NASDAQ at the highs, NVIDIA at the highs and breaking higher because NVIDIA is the one. It's like the one ring to rule them all, apparently, is NVIDIA. What a great day today. And no, Asim just literally said BTC, great destroyer of wealth. Bitcoin is probably one of the greatest wealth creators in the history of assets. That being said, that type of upside does not come without ridiculous volatility. You've got to know what you're getting yourself.
With eSignal, you could definitely chart all of the crypto names. So if you are interested in doing so, get it immediately. You can get it for free. Scan that QR code right in front of you. They do have award-winning charts, and you'll find out exactly what we mean when you get it. One of the best in the business there. We want to thank eSignal for continuously sponsoring by providing this free trial. That's all that they sponsor, man. They give us this free trial for you guys to go in there and try it out. Make sure you do scan that QR code. Sign up with their entitlements. If you just want to trade crypto, you can do that with eSignal. Whatever you want, eSignal is your pathway to the market. So make sure you do get that QR code signed up right now. Grab your free entitlement and let us know what you think of Bitcoin, of eSignal. Neil's just going through the eSignal charts right there. There's all the screeners. They have a level 2 that you can see right there to the bottom right. And then all these charts are popped out. There's the hot list. They all just keep on going.
Low volume names show up there on this.
Yeah, I like eSignal. I've been using it for 20-something years, so I still don't know anything about it. I just basically using it for the reliable charting, and they have back testing and a tick replay that you can do there as well.
Again, the West just shot up on.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
Bitcoin, Ethereum here, Turbo Energy, TURB doing something. So, okay, we just got just now, and it's funny that's happening right now, right in front of us, but we just got more out. It's like literally just right there. I'm exiting everything. We only have 10%, less than 10% now left of Tesla. So if it does go back out, I was gonna change this to not be so greedy. 486, like right there, 486.65. So let's change our stop now. Which was at the top end of that 487.50, and go. This might just rip into the close. We do have 9 minutes now until the imbalances. Neil and I will explain that for you guys in a second there for those of you that are interested in balance trading. But yeah, there goes Tesla back to the upside. So we're going to stop out. Here it goes. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, this is the thing. Like, unless there is some kind of news.
Catching a bid.
Yeah, but look at the market. I mean,
the market's been strong all day.
No, but it's not doing anything right now. So what I'm saying is like, this is the problem. So you just went up $1 there, unless they're like, this is not normal movement right now. So I just think traders may be getting caught a little bit offside. The market's moving how it wants to, and real money can force these things around. So
I punched out of SMCI right about flat because look at the move. I don't know if Bitcoin's going to lead the market. I don't know if Bitcoin's going to lead the market, but that was a distinct change. I like my trend lines, as you can obviously tell. But since I got out, that trend line resistance turned into support, headed to the upside. I saw NVIDIA starting to go. It's like, okay, I'm not even going to, and Obi said this before too. He's like, yeah, sometimes you don't actually have to wait for it to stop you out. You can just punch out when it looks different. And it looked a little bit different. So I'm going to jump out of there, wait for the imbalances to see something. We're essentially just grinding higher slowly. And then all of a sudden, I saw Bitcoin with a real move. And at the same time, like BMNR, which I had up, is going to make a bit of, obviously BMNR is going to go when Bitcoin goes. But just a distinctly different looking candle there. So if the market decides to bleed a little bit higher, we want to be ready for. What it might give us a chance, though, to do is there might be a chance at a reversion at 350. Like if we get some buy imbalances, maybe you can catch a flip at 355. The early look's not giving us anything to sink our teeth into. Like Love, LUV is the only whatsoever. But you know, it's like one of those. I don't want to throw away profits. It's been a good week. Today, able to grind it out. So you know, that was a distinctly different move over there in crypto.
Yo, Sam, my guy over here. All right, so he says, or she says, I like Sam as a female name. I really like that name, actually, Sam, Samantha, Sam.
Cousin Sam.
So you mentioned what happened to all the guests we used to have. Then I asked you who, and you said Michael Noss. Okay, well, we have him on Monday and Friday twice. And then I said, okay, and then the next example you gave was Brian Shannon. If you just push backwards right now, go back a half hour and you will see Brian Shannon. I know, I don't know. So that's why I said LOL, come on, man. But yeah, so we're just, we're doing the best to have all these guests back on. We do.
But the two most consistent guests we have are Brian.
This is why I feel like it could.
You were messing with us.
Potentially be a troll there,
yeah,
but anyways, I just want to say that we want to make sure. Honestly, it's nothing about any of the guests. It's just we want to make sure that the guests that we bring on, provide you guys with what you want. Oh, HYMC. Okay, maybe there goes Highcroft. So Neil's on that one. Where was there something?
Something happened to gold and silver?
I don't know. No. Well, even if it did, it wouldn't.
Okay, well, people would be saying something.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be reflected like that.
Well, it's just, that's a weird move. But this is, remember when we kept calling this a squeeze? When it's,
don't call it a comeback.
If a stock is a pure squeeze play up here, let me show you the daily chart. If a stock is a pure squeeze play, like, okay, relatively reasonable price action, following along with the space, and then absolute nonsense and ham the last couple of days, and then, but this is what happens when you could break. Oh my goodness, it's probably like this was probably really clean. Oh yeah, it was. Oh, that was an all-day trend break as well. So technically right here was an all-day trend break. Danny Boy with a super chat in here. People are, whoops, hit the wrong button.
Yeah,
people are ringing the register. Thanks for the super chat, Danny's Boy, on HYMC. But this guy ain't parting with a single share. HYMC is the NVIDIA of mining stocks.
I ain't going nowhere.
You've taken profits on this, just to be clear, Danny's Boy, right? You've probably already taken some profits and you're holding for the dream. I don't know.
Nah. This guy going all in.
You're just all in.
This guy going all in. This guy going all in. Right now, that's the thing. Like, I never know where to take profits. I took profits on Palantir all the way up and blah, blah, blah. So
it's easier to do when it's in the non-parabolic stage. Like when it's doing this. It's easier to do kind of like if you had it long off like a consolidation break. Okay, well, it goes from like 450. When it literally doubles up almost exactly here to 9 and pulls back, I could easily take profits there. But when it goes parabolic, what do you use, like Fibonacci's? Like, I have no idea. Maybe you use Fibonacci's or something. But Hycroft with a bit of a turn. It did correspond, by the way, with a clean all-day trend break on the 3-minute. That's when it accelerated. And sometimes people use those trend lines for exit points, no question about it. That move up in Bitcoin, like Bitcoin, I was back above 88,000.
Yeah, I just shorted 88 and got punched out immediately, so.
Wow, so something, Bitcoin just now all of a sudden Bitcoin wants to follow the market. When it was not strong with the NASDAQ, now all of a sudden it is randomly.
Yeah, so I noticed that. I actually didn't even, silly me here, I'm talking about guests and everything and not noticing my own positions, but I did have an offer right here at O's. At 50. So we got short at 50. We got out for like 5 or 6 cents quickly. And then, because I knew my stop was up here breaking 05. So we basically went, if you saw me in it, it was just a quick little 1-to-1 there, back and forth. And now if it comes back, fine. But I just didn't want to. I was actually focusing on Tesla when all that was happening, to be honest with you. Tesla's still pulling down right now. I'm going to put another bid right here. We were not moments away from getting stopped out, but we talked about 486.50. So if we can get a 485.50 now, we'll do that again. So let's go right back in to the lows again for Tesla. So really, not the lows, but the low of this move for Tesla. So happy to be cashing out now. It is no clubs tonight, man. Like I said, we're going to be going to see some hockey, but right now it is a $1 and a $2 winner. We have $4 in the money right now. The AMD trades on old one, and that's near the bottom, and we're getting ready to get out of that. But yeah, so far so good here today. Thank you guys for watching. I think it's been a really great day for some of these trades that we've been able to put on for you. I think that's good. And with some news there on MSOS and some of the other cannabis plays, I mean, that's still hitting highs. What about Tilray right now as well? We'll see if that's going, probably. I mean, they're all probably going together, yeah. So same kind of a move, and then now a leveling off. Up to you guys. I would say sell these moves, but there goes CGC, maybe not. Yeah, up 6%. So they're all up like 6-7% right there, but good job there. AMD still trying to bleed, and we wrote down, like finally, man, like on our sticky note today, we wrote down some very, very basic things, and it was just right there. There's AMD, 214 to 215. We got blown out of that trade first. Then we said we're going to short the top, which is 216. That's what we have. Netflix did not get to 92.50. We shorted the futures. I can show you that one. That was my biggest winner today, P&L-wise, is the futures, although right now, well, IBIT, actually, they're neck and neck, IBIT, and we'll wait to see what Tesla does. And then there's the Tesla long Tesla, and we just go short, basically at the same areas that we were talking long, and we can explain that, but we've sort of beat that horse a little bit too much there. So we'll see if Tesla can get back into 484 right now as we just try to absorb this whole sort of VWAP trade, but nice move down. So I'm going to put a bid here, 484.50, see if we get that on Tesla, and look what just came all the way back is IBIT. So darn it, we should have held that and stopped out at the high again for IBIT, but happy to do that. As I said, it's my second most traded stock there today is IBIT. All right, what's up, Adara?
Not 100% sure here, but that spike specifically in crypto could be related to this post that we just got from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying, quote, the private economy is booming under President Donald Trump. Real GDP growth, excluding government, is up 4.7% in annualized rate over the last 2 quarters. Then he says at the end here, quote, the current Trump-led surge poised to a significant increase in hiring in the months ahead and the large paychecks that will inevitably accompany these jobs. That last part about the large paychecks is being circulated heavily on X. Could basically be the idea that if people are getting paid more, they're going to be spending more on crypto. I know sometimes like that type of spending is kind of correlated with crypto, at least from what I've seen here on social media. So I just wanted to let you know that that is happening. Back to you.
Yeah, like if that's the headline that moves crypto, then I think you fade. Like that's not something that I would lean into for the reason that Bitcoin should bounce. Not because people get a bunch of checks out there. Because I feel like it's just not a good enough. It's not a good enough reason, given the turn that we've had off of some of those highs and the sentiment. Like I think you want to see less favor in the metals, where they have the alternative, like the whole silver gold thing, and maybe bouncing off of some support and regaining momentum. But the bounces just dropped. NVIDIA is a 3.7 million sell. Medline is a 2 million buy. That's actually going to be, it's supposed to be a big one on Friday. Maybe they're doing some early. IBIT, we don't usually see them. 1.3 million sell side on IBIT. Intel's a 1.2 million buy. JetBlue is a 1.4 million buy. No other mag. SMCI is that's a pretty decent sell. 888,000 to the sell side there. But I think the one that stands out, obviously NVIDIA 3.6 million, but IBIT, I don't think we've even seen IBIT ever on this imbalance locator. That's new. So I can't tell you whether this is something that is going to heavily affect it because I don't have any history for the moves. We found out that BMNR having an imbalance tends to mean absolutely nothing. So I'm not going to sit here saying you should short this off that imbalance because with BMNR, it's actually been mostly a trap. If you see BMNR with like a 1.8 million sell, you sell it. Usually, it's not working out that well for you. But IBIT stands out as the sell imbalance. Yeah,
I was gonna say I didn't activate the source here, so I have some doubles up, so I didn't do that. So let's have a look. Oh wow, that's actually like when I first saw that, I thought NVIDIA would have gone down a little bit more than that, but it still does go. I know Neil just reviewing this, but it just does go down 50 cents right there back to the downside. Tesla must be a bid because it's starting to get going again. So this is what can happen, right? And we talk about making sure that you don't stay in a stock too long heading into these imbalances. There's AMD with a buy, Microsoft with a buy down here. Let's just see what Microsoft did on that little bit of a bump. Yeah, nothing really. Tesla really got going on that. MSTR right there with a sell. So MicroStrategy getting going there. Open Door was one that we haven't talked about. I was actually didn't even realize the time. 351. $6 still. Yeah.
Look at the bid.
The other one. Ooh. Yeah, what the hell? 500,000 shares right there on that bid. Shout out to Tesla. Shout out to Open Door, sorry, with that
probably
bid.
Eric Jackson.
Bid. Yeah, he's probably trying to prop that up. FXI, of course, is the Chinese ETF. So yeah, Intel. Oh, there's Medline. So Medline getting interesting going into. You said it was tomorrow or no? End of the last.
I think it's Friday. It's supposed to be a big buy.
Okay, this Friday. So yeah, there's Medline. People getting excited about that early. Great IPO, man. Came out 34 for $35. We traded that, and that's still my number one stock this month after trading it for an hour. But that was a nice move upside there. We held it pretty good there. Medline still working out, and okay. I don't know what that imbalance is all about, but this just happened to Tesla again. So I'm going to put a bid out right now, take that bid, and then see what happens. Now we're at the 200 period. So, all right, Tesla, you did it, man. We did it together, Tesla. So we're now up on that stock, obviously, as that now cranks lower, TSLA. You know, I hope you guys are interested. So, man, we lost. I'll just get back in to show you guys the positioning. There it is. So now position board back on now. So there it goes, man. AMD, Tesla, right now still the big shorts, and we're waiting to see what winds up happening with the rest of these names. But yeah, nice market today, up 0.42. Join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. where we'll be back on air to talk everything similarly to what we did today.
Yeah, and we got in a second for sure, but let's talk to Fabian there. But Chris, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for paying it forward. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to right back at you, to you and yours, and obviously enjoy it. Well, we hope to see you for the half day tomorrow. We're gonna hopefully have some festivities ourselves in the afternoon show. It is the half day, which means we're on at 8 o'clock to 1. Every half day in the U.S. markets is always 1 o'clock. So that's what you'll see. But thank you so much for that super chat.
Oh wow,
we appreciate you.
Tesla,
we appreciate you for sure. In a second, there, Fabian.
Yeah, we are crushing Tesla right now to the downside. Like, let's go, man. We're now 250 in the money. So we go, yeehaw. What a great way to end the day. I think the wife needs me to pick up a couple groceries, so we'll pay those bills right here. Thank you, Tesla, for that one. As it continues to make moves down low, man. That was a good trade. Wow. All right, did not expect this to happen, but we'll take that, especially off those imbalances. And that's the thing about the imbalances. You got to be, I didn't see Tesla on there, but I'm sure it was a buy, and I'm sure it got paired off. And now we go back into the downside. Well, I'm sure of everything there, but I'm unsure of that reasoning, but that makes sense. So we'll wait to see if it wants to go a little bit lower. I don't have any more bids. We got filled on everything, man. So now let's just wait to see if we get an ultimate bid here. Let's just put one at 483.50. I don't think we get there, but I don't know. I definitely didn't think this was going to happen. So let's get greedy here and see if we can get something real low on Tesla. I have 2%, 5% left, not even 5% left of this stock right here for Tesla. So that's what's happening. I'm just going to punch out of AMD as well.
And by the way, Medline's paired half of it off, so that stock is coming all the way back in. You've got to pay attention to those imbalances at 355. Oftentimes, the imbalances will pair off by that moment. Medline's now well under 1 million shares, so you got to take advantage of it pretty early. IBIT still a sell of 2.8 million shares, everybody, so that is a significant sell imbalance. On top of that, want to throw back over and shout out Trade the Pool. We did not have Mitch on today, but we can still tell you that the fear of losing has kept traders on the sideline. Trade the Pool is trying to change that by transforming how you gain access to the markets. With the limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what matters. You get your discipline, consistency, and your growth. You hit the profit targets and you can keep 70% of the profits. No fear of barriers, just a real opportunity. Revolution is called limited risk trading, and it is powered by Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code you just saw in front of you on screen, or visit tradethepool.com to get 10% off your first evaluation. So what we can observe from the very first time that I've actually seen IBIT on the imbalance locator, it grew and it did fall. So it grew from, I think it was just over 1 million shares to 2.7, and it actually followed through. So unlike when we see BMNR, maybe this one actually cares. What we see on that locator. We have Danny's boy. You just bought more HYMC. It's a bold move, Cotton, as HYMC with that big time.
Back to where it was at noon.
Still 12% up, but dipping back into 27. Bold move, Cotton. Buying on the daily chart, HYMC in the last 4 days has doubled. The double up in the last 4 days. And the double before that took, I'm just going to eyeball it. I'm not going to bother using I'd say like a month. So like a month to double up previously and then double up in the last 4 days. It's a bold move. Like personally, that's too high for me on a squeeze play, but good luck there, Danny's boy.
Exactly. So, yeah, if you believe in it, you believe in it. So thank you so much to everybody today. Chris says Merry Christmas. We got those memberships as well. I think you covered this. Yeah, thanks so much for that $20, man. We'll be celebrating tomorrow, as Neil mentioned. So join us tomorrow at 8 a.m., man. You get Sharif's watch list. You get our watch list. You get everything curated right there for you. I don't know so I did get out of AMD there just before it breaks view up. I mean, that was going to be my stop anyways, I think we had mentioned that before. So I just get out at 50s. So it's basically right here, right now. And then Tesla, I don't know. We did get it dipped down. I said, let's get greedy and see if we get something lower, but it doesn't look like that will be happening. So let's put a bid here at 89. Maybe we do get picked up on, there it is. So nice move right there as we get out of the rest there on Tesla, adding it to the board today. So just a couple trades here early, man, was AMD. We traded that. We traded some. IBIT was great. Like boom, boom. That was a flat, so that was okay. And then the futures today were great. I mean, thankfully we were able to get out of it. Like I don't know how we have that, and then don't have any longs as the futures go all the way to 55. Like wow, what a ripper there. And we wind up getting out. This is where the stop pays, man. Pay yourself and use stops. All right, and then Tesla, obviously. That's it for me to end the day. I want to check in on Robinhood quickly. We only have 2 minutes left. Robinhood 120, so kind of just hovering around, going to figure out what Robinhood wants to do. I still like the $100 level. We won't be getting to that anytime soon. And then SoFi still hovering around 27. And then JP Morgan, we actually didn't do a sector review too much today at all. What? I didn't realize JP Morgan was 326. They must have had a day yesterday. Yeah, they had a day yesterday that I didn't notice. That's why. 323, 326. Wow. Yeah, loving this name, man. We're long at 230 here on JP Morgan. So yeah, that's turned out to be a good trade. All the way to the upside there on JP. So yeah, the banks, I know we like that. Yeah, we like that sector heading into a cut year. for the Fed.
Oh, but they've all been fantastic. Only 1 minute to go here. I know we always show JP Morgan, and the funny thing about it is I think multiple times I've kind of like thrown it, oh, well, Wells Fargo's having a good move as well. How about we actually show you some of these other ones? Because
yeah, Citigroup is good.
Citigroup's been fantastic. Wells Fargo has broken out multiple times in the last couple of weeks. And I had to throw this out because in fairness to Danny's boy, I don't think any of us looked at this monthly chart on Highcroft. So my guess is you're excited for if it squeezes past here. Sometimes you got to be in the mind of the hedge funds that short these things. And some of them are probably like, yeah, whatever. If this thing doesn't break 30, who cares? If this thing doesn't break 45, who cares? Because I didn't even realize it had this kind of a history. Let's be real. I don't own Highcroft, don't really trade it. There is something for a squeeze if it can finally get through. It makes some sense why a lot of people rung the register on the trade. There. We only got about 10 seconds left, everybody, so let's round it off for the second to last time before we have Christmas in 5, 4, 3.
2, 1. That's a wrap.
No more physical bell. You know, it's hanging out like right behind the. Have it behind the.
Yeah, I think at some point we'll have that bell brought back. We've got to find a way somewhere.
Think about where you put it.
Somewhere to put that.
Can't really put it in the middle anymore.
All right, Adara, how are you doing today? Did you trade anything today? We didn't even get the chance to ask you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little LFT, but it was like a better day than I've had in a while. Last half of December has not been a vibe. I will say, Eli Lilly was my friend today. So go, Lilly, go. I will give Lilly a nice shout out. And I did trade some other stuff. And yeah, always happy to be here. And lots of infographics on the way, guys.
Oh, boy. Okay.
You're into infographics.
Yeah, go follow her at TTV Research.
As long as you're having some eggnog with us tomorrow, it's all good. That's all that matters.
I heard the woohoo, so I think that might be
she'll be imbibing with the
thumbs up. I mean, we better not put their eggnog with fried chicken, or that'll be Sharif will be a hard pass on that one. It doesn't actually sound that good, does it? Okay, man, it's a couple minutes after. I'm gonna get the heck home right now. You have a safe. Well, you're taking the transit. I think it's okay. The weather was fine.
I might
the
be
snow's
plowed
actually
in
gone.
a lot, though.
No, I don't think so. Oh, I think it all melted. Yeah, I don't
Good.
think. I don't know what it is. Oh, the Leafs play right now at 4 o'clock. Ooh.
Now?
Yeah, I guess an early Christmas game there for the Maple Leafs against Pittsburgh Penguins.
Watching.
We're going to the game today too, so we're gonna get out of here. There's a female hockey game, the Toronto Scepters versus somebody, New York Sirens, or I don't know. Maybe it's Vancouver. I don't know. There's 2 new expansion teams in the PW. Okay, guys, thank you so much for watching. We're back tomorrow, so that'll be good, man. Join us. Hopefully Joe's feeling better. If not, it'll be Obi, I guess, again with Sharif. But we're only live till 1, so 8 a.m. tomorrow till 1 p.m. It's a half day. Thank you so much. Thanks you, Ramin. Great job today. I know we had a lot of fun with you. Thank you to Fabian as well, and Dara, Sharif, Joe. Thank you to Brian for coming through. Apparently we don't have him on as much.
I know, we don't have Brian and Michael Moss on ever.
We should get those guys back on for sure. So, all right, 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Peace.
We'll see you then.
A weird troll.
I know, it's funny.